What's up, guys? I am here, and I am ready to wreck the shit out of this guy. Look, man, I've been doing debates for approximately about a year, right? There's another screen I can get into, but of course, they're having like their pre-debate stream over there at Speakeasies. But I just wanted to show that I not only have a 4.0 grade average in my diesel mechanic school, but 100%, wow, that's a lot of words. I don't know if you guys can read that, but yeah, I wrote my first essay, and wrote all sorts of stuff back. But anyways, I'm acing school so far, so I'm pretty, feeling pretty good about that. Blood Logo says, what's up, Martae? Easy W tonight. Good luck. I don't treat anything as easy, to be honest with you, Blood Logos. One of the main reasons why I don't treat it easy is because I don't want to underestimate my sleuthy snake opponent tonight. I can't overestimate or underestimate him at all, to be honest with you. He's going to spurg out a lot. He's going to try to overtalk a lot. This guy will gish gallop the shit out of everything. This is what he plans on doing. If he's wrong, he gets backed into a corner. I'm going to try to pin this guy down. And obviously, he's not going to want to be pinned down. He's going to revert to my studies. According to this data research, well, fuck all that. Let's get back to this logical argument. So I present to you not Grok or ChatGPT or any of that stuff. My opening statement, of course, I have all this. Well, I don't know if you guys could see that, but I have that. I have my trans woman thing, the paradoxes that it produces, the questions that I'm going to ask and everything else. I might be cycling through this, but just in case, on my other tabs that I don't have Grok, I don't have ChatGPT or anything like that. I have my pre-written stuff that I wrote down. A lot of pre-written stuff. Let's go back over here. Let me do this real quick. Crazy stuff, right? Hold on real quick. Let me get all this situated, right? Set all this stuff up. Debates take, a lot of work and effort, to be honest. Like right now, I'm using Gmail right now. That's what I'm not using Grok. I'm not using ChatGPT or anything else like this. Let me show my other thing too real quick. Where's this at? Trans opening statement. Here's my other screen. This is my opening statement that I have. Like literally, these are all the tabs I have. I don't have Grok, ChatGPT, or any of this stuff. I don't really care. Answer to the prime. Hey, what's up, Zynga? Christ is God. Cross myself. Shortest prayer. If you're ever in a pickle or a jar or anything like this, or in a jam, this always works. Of course, I have the Orthodox cross, and I also have this. Hold on real quick. I have my Orthodox crosses on my wrist. This right here. My own cross that I cross. I'm just really, this guy is a sleuth. He's going to gish gallop, ramble, everything else. Answer to the prompt. Answer to the prompt. No. Debate over. It's yeah. We'll see what happens. It's going to be a great day. This guy, man, such this, I don't know. I think he likes, he must be a sadist because he got beat by Jake Rattlesnake, Andrew Wilson. Rachel Wilson stomped him too. Now I'm up to bat to go ahead and bury this guy as well too. I look forward to this. I've been studying for this all week, right? Not only have I been, actually, since I had this debate. And this is what I have. I have all of this. All these are my notes. And I open up these folders and they have a bunch of notes and stuff. All of this I wrote down as homework. I've been studying my ass off. Because the next debate I have is with Mo Rebuttal. I'm going to be defending the red pill. That's kind of like a not so serious debate. To be honest, I'm not going to take it that seriously because red pill, there's overlap with Christianity and red pill. I can see where we can kind of take the descriptors, all this other stuff. That's going to be a fun debate. This debate right now, this debate that's going to happen, I take serious. I can't lose this debate because what's going to happen is it makes us just look ideological, like ideological plastic figurines. And I can't have that. So we'll see. Angel says, I was there with you in AM's chat defending our guy Andrew. That debate between CGA and Andrew has brought up the race card rather than the arguments. Yes. As you can see, I have people in chat rooms or chats that I don't even expect you guys to be in, man. And I defend Andrew to the death. I defend Christendom and Christianity to the death. I don't care. And here's the thing, though. If Andrew was wrong, I would have actually said he missed this. He missed the mark, something like that. I would have easily said something like that. But no, I brought up points. Solid points. Greg had 0 prescriptions for that debate, obviously. Just bad, no prescriptions. And of course, who else is in the chat? The black community, who is a walking L right now, societally speaking. Not really that good because they look at religion as fundamentally broken. Why? Because the black community's Christianity has been co-opted by feminism. So of course they have no reference of what to point to until we look at Orthodox Christianity, which is a foundational pillar of Christianity, 2,000 years unchanged. Church history, right? Bad doctrines, man. Bad doctrines. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Dude, CGA was for men self-delete. Yeah, it's crazy, man. We got like 29 minutes. They have like Goofy of the Day. Lord have mercy. I never get on Goofy of the Day on Speakeasy's chat. I could join their chat anytime, but I'm just going to kind of be here for a bit. First Amender, I'm pretty sure, isn't looking at this stream. He's going to have to defend some really hairy positions here, to be honest. Like, some of these paradoxes, he's honestly going to have to deal with. Matter of fact, let's go to paradoxes right now. I'm not going to kind of talk about it right now because I don't want to ruin this. A little bit. But I'll say the title to the paradoxes. There's at least 10 paradoxes here that he's going to have to untangle. I don't know how he plans on reconciling this. He's either going to have to reduce to Delulu land or something like that. This is going to be hairy for him. This is going to be a nasty position for him to defend tonight. Pumpkinhead says, you can't be for men's rights if you're okay with self-deleting. I agree. Amen. For sure. So let's get back to the paradoxes. I'm just going to give you the titles, and I'm not going to go into it because I'll save the juicy parts for later. The good stuff, where I crush the shit out of this First Amendment guy. Let's get to it. I'm going to give you guys some insider stuff. And it's so close that I doubt First Amendment is going to, even if he was watching the stream, he's still going to have to reconcile this. The biological sex paradox, number 1. The reproductive rights paradox, number 2. The sports fairness paradox, reconcile this. The prison safety paradox. Number 5, definitional circularity paradox, because he talked about circularity in Andrew Wilson's definition. Well, he's got one too that he's got to reconcile. The historical erasure paradox. The lesbian dating paradox, which of course, if you're a lesbian, why shouldn't you date a trans woman? They're women too, right? Just gave you kind of inside scoop on that. The medical transition paradox. I'll go into that. The child safeguarding paradox. And fundamentally, the social transition paradox. We are going to go through all this. Like, if we think about hairy situations for the other person to be in, he's going to be in some serious trouble. Pumpkinhead says, save the good stuff for this reject. Yeah, that's why I only read the titles. I didn't describe it. Like, how it's paradoxical. But that's just filler for right now until we get to it. Angel says, even the ones that claim to believe in God completely pivot to purely secular outlooks of black Hillary rather than give prescriptions for the long term. No, they can't, because here's the problem with Coach Greg Adams' argument. He was arguing for how do we make marriage safe without God? I'll repeat it again. What's your prescription for marriage without God? That's Coach Greg Adams' argument. Of course you can't. How do we do this without your sky fairy? That's all he was saying the whole time. Of course, that's a losing war. That's a losing proposition to have, a losing position to have. How do we have marriage without God, Andrew Wilson? How is it going to work for secularists? That's laughable at best for Greg's position. Insane. Truly insane, man. All right, let me take this off of here. Let me share this other screen, which the debate's going to be on. As we move forward into getting into the goofy of the day and all that other stuff, let me check right in with their other channel, actually. Hold on, as I hate apps that show, like, because my notes app, because I didn't pay for it, shows advertisements. And I have to wait till it plays before I get to, like, these notes. I need to just pay for this so I don't have to, that's why I put it on my Gmail so I don't get interrupted by advertisements so I can get straight to the notes. So if I look like I'm reading something, it's my notes. It's the panelverse that's watching right now or whatever. Reading my notes. Looks like AG, my fearless mod, will be joining pretty soon. This is going to be good. We shall see what happens. Not only is this going to be pretty exciting, but I look forward to this. It's only going to be an hour, so this is how it's going to be. The debate's going to be 5 minutes, opening statement, and then it's going to be an hour of back and forth. Not long, right? Usually, because I saw the last Swords of Reason debate that they had. It was like 8 or 9 hours. I'm not trying to, it's a school night for me. I got to go back to school. I'm not trying to be on here that long. Like I said, I got a 4.0 right now in diesel mechanic school, 100% on the essay I wrote for HEUI versus EUI injectors, which is complicated shit. I'm going to post the video. I rebuilt, I took an engine apart and then put this all back. It's a CAD engine, one of the most difficult engines to work on. Nobody else wanted this assignment in my class. I took this engine apart and then put it back together again. Now, there are times when I wanted to push this engine over, and I almost threw my phone across the room. I was so pissed working on this damn engine. So frustrated working with this damn near jigsaw puzzle. It's crazy. The most frustrating undertaking I've ever done was take apart a diesel engine and put it back together again. Everybody else worked on these other Detroit engines and stuff. I had this big yellow cat that had all these parts and hard to put, like it needed 2 people to put it together, and I did this damn near almost by myself. Frustrating as hell working on this diesel engine. And I ended up putting it back together. I'll produce a video. It's crazy. The work that I can see why we're going to get paid bank as soon as we leave school. It's frustrating work to me. It's crazy. Like, I almost threw my tools across the room, my wrench across the room. It's just so frustratingly stupid. But once you figure this out and I start getting this repetition, I'm going to slowly start mastering it even more. And then next thing you know, boom. That's why diesel mechs get paid a lot of money. Diesel techs. We're like, I was told in school that we're like the doctors of diesel engines or diesels. So, and then I asked a question, which somebody said was stupid in class. I said, so hypothetically, if Optimus Prime showed up in our class, we would be his doctor? And then some student said, that's the dumbest question I ever heard in my life. And the instructor said, no, actually, Martae makes a lot of sense, because if we are saving an engine, we are bringing Optimus Prime back to life and saving his heart, which is this and this and that. And they went into like his venous system, what that would be. The coolant, the oil, all this other stuff. And like, needless to say, 75% of my class are male feminists, which is crazy. What's up, Miss D? What's up, Thumping Weevil? Good to see you guys in the chat. Ready to see this guy get the shit beat out of him. Jake Rattlesnake handled this guy very well. I should say something like, because I'm a pro athlete and I'm an ex-law enforcement officer, you're to refer to me as superhero from now on because I stopped crime. I'm part of 1% of the population as far as strength, activity, fitness, and all this other stuff. You need to address me as superhero from now on, which would be ridiculous, and I'd be biting off of Jake's style, which I don't have to. Jake's the man when it came to this. The Lord Jake. Yeah, that was pretty hilarious. Yeah. Red Door Woman says, I'm looking forward. Yes, I am looking forward to this as well, too. 20 minutes until we have liftoff. So on Speaky's end, they're having Goofy of the Day and all this other stuff. I mean, I can get into this. I don't mind. Miss D said, do it. Yeah, I could. I mean, I might. It depends on how far I've stomped him in the debate. Although, Miss D, I'll tell you this. Halloween says, superhero Martae. He'll say that he's winning the debate when he's losing. He did this with Andrew. Why would he not do this with me? He's going to laugh because, I mean, Rachel Wilson called him an F-slur. I laughed my ass off. Just crazy. It's crazy as hell, man. This is just wild. He's going to either have to affirm delusion or go to soft sciences, which is psychology, the brain scans. He's not going to win that debate. I've done so much research on this. I can actually show my hand right now. First Amender, if you're watching, I don't care. You can even bite this. Good luck on this. When they've taken brain scans on trans people, whether or not they're transformer people, women or men, it still shows up as aligning with male. And then you're also using soft sciences, which there's no proof or nothing like a solid confirmation of this. The research on this is really indecisive, not a solid argument. We can go down that path if he wants to. I do want to stay away from research because what he's going to do is muddy the water with research, my studies. I don't want to do that. I have my research and studies, but where he's going to get bogged down is reality. Situations that are awkward in society. He's got some nasty hypotheticals I got. We'll see. Well, there's Black Lightning. Abe Dinkus in the chat. Good to see you. Honest Abe. I'll say honest until like I notice he's dishonest or the guy's had a marriage for a long ass time, man. That ain't honest. I don't know what else is, man. Honestly, he's setting the trend for everybody else to map on to anything else in society. That's good, man. Based people in the chat. We got Blade, Luke Cage. Yeah, well, we have Black Lightning. We have Blue Marvel. We have a ton of these. A ton of black superheroes. Black Panther. There's so many, it's ridiculous. Like, think about Ironheart, too. She's a black woman. You know, it's like, I think that's a bit of feminism there, too. Yeah, crazy stuff, man. Oh, yeah, she mentions Black Lightning. Okay, yeah. Mr. Fantastic. Well, I went by Mighty Mouse for as long as I could recall. And that name was given to me. I hated that name. As a pro athlete, they called me Mighty Mouse. Mighty Mouse. I don't like it at all. It's just crazy. Because a mouse is never like a predator. It's prey. And the guy who's the editor of Iron Man magazine named me that because he bumped into me backstage. And he said, oh, I almost didn't see you back there. I almost stepped on you. Oh, you're no bigger than a mouse. And then he tried to sweep it under the rug and say, no, like Mighty Mouse. And I said, no, I'm not a effing mouse. Which I thought he was calling me small backstage when he just bumped into me. And I took offense to this. People were laughing backstage and I hated that. But then people started saying that so much that it just stuck. And I didn't like that name, Mighty Mouse. I actually hated it. But I got called it so much that it got stuck. Now my proponents, when I get into debates online and like chats and stuff, you're not Mighty Mouse. Demetrius Johnson is the real Mighty Mouse. Well, shit, I never wanted this name anyways. It's like, it's so stupid, man. Yeah, crazy stuff, man. Yeah, Nick Fury is a good guy too, man. He's also, yeah, good stuff, man. And his Howling Commandos, I think, back in the day too. There was, maybe it wasn't him. It was somebody else. I think it's the same one, but I think they turned him black. Something like that. Master Martae, because I'm a master at bodybuilding. I'm an IFBB pro, you know, who's earned his pro card and then earned his Super League card, beating world record holders. There's only like 20 of these on the planet, matter of fact. I was sponsored by Nike, and it's a titanium card. It's crazy. It's got my name on it, and it says founding athlete, has the year and all this stuff. And anyways, I keep it, right? So if I'm the 1%, because I turned pro as an IFBB pro, then I competed with pros in strongman, and then I turned pro in Super League, which is another world-class sport. That's 3, because Kevin Nee was one of my training partners who competed in strongman on TV. What percentage of the planet has me on it? Not that I'm gloating right now, but there's IFBB pros all over the place. You know, there's only a few Super League athletes on the planet, and only a few strongman athletes. Although there isn't a pro strongman, but I'll just assert that there's 3. Now, how rare did my position go as an athlete down? Like, what is it? 0.02% or something like that of me in the world. I mean, I could gloat about this, but here's the problem with gloating about this is if I get injured, this does nothing for me. I'm here to be of service to other people, whether or not it's through debates and stomping the shit out of guys like First Amender or moving people towards Christ, things like that. All this athletic stuff, it really doesn't matter, because if I get hit by a car, yeah, what good is it then? Things happen, man. You can't even brag about being a billionaire because, you know, you could lose money. What do you have that you can absolutely lose? You know, I mean, I don't know. Anyways, back onto this. What do we got? We got 14 minutes left. In 2 more minutes, I'm going to make a move towards his channel, and we're going to get started and get situated, man. We'll get this situated, and we're going to get started. This is going to be extremely interesting of a debate. Let me set my stuff up real quick, because I have my opening statement. Transformer women, opening statement, good to go. I do want to say, Lord have mercy on these people. You know what? Since Andrew Wilson does this, I'm gonna open up with this too real quick before we get started. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome all ye who enter this arena with me. May God be with us as we lead into these trenches. I appreciate all of you at my side. You may not be in the arena, but you are a supportive presence that I definitely am graciously happy about and I'm grateful for. And I appreciate all of you fighting this degeneracy that we have. Because indeed, this is what this is. We are fighting degeneracy into these trenches right now. For all those who don't think this is an ideological war, it is. Charlie Kirk took one to the neck. That's how real this is. So before I step into this arena with First Amender, may God have mercy on his soul, because I sure fucking won't. I plan on coming in with strict precision, staying focused. Christ, keep me throughout this whole debate. Keep me throughout this debate and lead me with the spirit, hearts and minds of Jake Rattlesnake, Rob Knorr, Andrew Wilson, and Rachel Wilson. And all their mods as well, too. Might as well throw them in, too, because a lot of their mods are pretty based. Let us continue into war against our adversaries and show them no mercy. I appreciate you guys a lot. Now let's get back to business. All right. Let's enter the arena. Get all set up right now. All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. I do have a problem with my mic. It's going to plug and unplug throughout the stream. It's going to be extremely interesting. It says transformer women are women towards a reason. After open panel, chaos and chill. Very interesting. They don't have it up yet, but I'm not going to share it just yet. Where I'll get into this when people show up. Speakeasy isn't on yet. First Offender isn't up yet. We are going to hold the line tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We will hold the line for Christ. Not to go on this Christian tangent, by the way, but if you guys can see behind me, hold on real quick. Let me get back to this. I have a touchscreen. I have the Byzantine eagle behind me. So obviously, definitely representing Christ. A lot of people don't know what that is, what this symbol means, right? The Byzantine Empire. I not only think it's a really cool symbol, but also it's adjacent to Christianity as well too. 9 minutes before we have liftoff and we get into this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we got to hear that Swords of Reason music too. They have there's like a song that's going to play. Harold Iron Bear Collins, a professional strongman world champion powerlifter. He is Native American. Yeah. Pretty amazing people, man. Daniel, God is my judge in the chat. The guy who was the latest winner of Amoral Combat. We recently had a debate. It was like a horror panel. Sus, apparently. Nah, you're not sus, man. He also won the grand prize of winning an avatar custom designed by me. Actually, he won 2 avatars. I gave him 2 of himself as monsters. One is a vampire, one is a zombie. They look actually pretty cool. The next debate, I think horror debate, survival horror debate I'm going to have is prior to Thanksgiving, right before Thanksgiving. It's going to be pretty cool. Going to be pretty cool. All right, First Offender, where are you? 8 minutes until we get into this. Nobody's here yet. All right, guys, I'm going to go take a pee break real quick. I have to just clear everything out. Of course, you know when you're about to fight. You guys remember Creed, the movie Creed, when he had to go he had to go poop before he went to go fight? Yeah. I think you're going to have nerves before any fight. Doesn't really matter. You're going to have a little bit of nerves, and I think that if you don't have any before a fight, you're not really that prepared, I think. I've competed in bodybuilding shows, strongman events, and Super League events, and I've always had nerves before I got out on stage, lifted weights, and competed with judges and stuff like that. I think that's good to have your adrenal glands firing off, man. Good stuff, man, especially before you get into the trenches. Good stuff. Let me check on this. No, nobody's back here. I'll be back in just 1 minute, folks. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry for torturing you guys, so you guys have to watch the chair for a bit. Let me see real quick at what's going on, because I'm pretty sure he has stuff on his channel going on. If not this, then what? Speakeasy. Hold on real quick. Let's go check his channel out real quick and see what's going on. Very short debate. All right, it's Speakeasy. Listening to the Swords of Reason music. I'm not going to put you guys through that. Not gonna put you guys through that. LFG. I'm gonna type in his chat real quick. Let's effing go. Here we go. Let me refresh this screen real quick. You guys ready for a good show? Hold on real quick. You guys ready for a good debate? Let's fucking go for Christ. Let's freaking go. I see Daniel's also in his chat as well, too. I'm not switching over just yet because he's not putting us on the screen yet, and I don't see that first Amender is in here yet. We're still waiting. He's playing like the Swords of Reason music and shit like that. We got a pretty good dono go. Oh yeah, if you guys want to donate, my super chats are also open as well. So if you want to support your favorite content creator, I'm all for that as well too. Here we go. Here we go. It's going to be a good fight. Really good fight. Okay, here we go. GJM PTW. Martae, please point out during the debate that First Amender says that he's a woman, trans woman. He says he's a biological man, though. Last I checked. Unless he switched that designation to something else. He's definitely affirmed that, as far as we know. But who knows? Yeah, that's extremely hilarious. It's crazy, though. First Offender is not backstage yet. It's just me. So I'm not going to subject you guys to that stuff. Yeah, Zynga, I wouldn't trust him alone with my daughter in a gym bathroom saying that he is a woman. I wouldn't. Matter of fact, that's a good point I'll bring up too. There's a lot of good points I'm going to bring up. There are some actually that are indefensible to some degree. I mean, he's going to try to worm his way out one way or the other, right? What up? What up, man? You hear me? Okay, let me share my screen with my good. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to share the screen yet. Do you have some other stuff you're going to go over right now before we start this debate, or? Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Eric, we're not. I'm not going to say anything personal. So.
All right, I got you on the screen right now. Let me go ahead and change this to where I'm maximizing the screen for my audience. Okay. I have everybody tuning in right now. All you guys, if you guys want to like Speakeasy, who's also a fellow Christian, by the way. Really base takes. I was in that chat with Coach Greg Adams. Oh man, so crazy. Oh no, it was Angry Man. Me and Angry Man were kind of going back and forth about that. So it was a cope stream. So, and then of course yours was a cope stream too. He diverted off topic into like Christianity, which didn't evolve into like some things that didn't associate with marriage and stuff. It's just weird.
Oh, with where I just was, you mean earlier today?
Yeah, that guy. And I'm like, what does this have to do with marriage? So he was just on that for a long time.
Yeah, crazy. We got off the marriage topic. I think I'm gonna go visit there again tomorrow because I needed to talk to him more, but I just didn't have the time.
I wanted to get up, but he didn't have like a link or something like that. And it's just, I don't know.
It was in the chat, but he didn't pin it or nothing.
Yeah, I probably needed to scroll. I'm not going to do all that scroll, bro. It's crazy. I'm ready for First Amender to like have a Spurg fest and Gish Gallop and interrupt and all. I'm not putting up with this shit, just to be honest. So, moderator, I respect you. I'm just not going to respect you in the debate when it comes for you to tell him to shut the fuck up. To be honest with you.
Well, I mean, I don't care about a little blood sports. That's okay. But like, if everyone's just yelling over each other, that's the only time I step in, right?
Yeah.
Nobody can hear what's going on. Because I don't think moderators should like do too much work.
Yeah. Well, I believe they should do more work than they did in the Greg Adams debate. Because that guy showed up twice.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. That right there is just nonsense, and like
bullshit.
Greg Adams wouldn't stop fucking talking over him.
Yeah, it's crazy, and he wouldn't even let him talk, and the moderator didn't interrupt until it was Greg Adams' time to like refer to him, and I'm like, what is he your ref or is he a neutral ref? Like this is crazy. Yeah. But I'm anxious to get it in. We got 5 minutes opening statement to my audience, and then it's an hour, and then post chaos open panel, I believe.
Well, right? it starts with so it's 10 minutes that you get for opening, and then a 5-minute rebuttal.
Oh, I'm not going to need all that with this guy. I'm not even going to need all that. Like it only
you don't have to use all your time. You can concede your time whenever.
Yeah, it only takes
each gets a 10-minute opener, a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal each, and then an hour open floor.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you don't want to like use all your time, you don't have to.
I decided to go with no hat because of the Grok scandal. But I will say this though, real quick. When it came time, are we on air on your side or?
No, not on my side yet.
Okay,
no.
we're on air on my side. Dusty's actually subscribed to my channel, which is really weird, right? The reason why I don't like people that side with Dusty, even like Grid One sides with him, all these other people. This is the reason why I don't like this, and why I'm kind of suspicious of even people who are adjacent to him, is because Dusty rails against Christianity in the face of these people who are devout Christians. Like Beth says she's Christian, all these other people. Not to like drama farm here, but when somebody is saying that, hey, these beliefs are silly, they're stupid, and you're still siding with these people, is calling them good people. Yeah, man, that's just crazy work. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. But yeah, Dusty's a fool. And dude, he just gets obsessed with things.
I'm not going to bring him up too much because it just gives him ammo, and I don't want to do all that. I don't want to have a drama channel.
Yeah, it's easy to get caught into it, right? That's one of the, like, when people ask me when people ask me, what would be your tip for streaming? One of the things I always get into is like, don't engage with all the trolls because like you'll end up missing your own content so that you can like have a back and forth with these people, and it'll ruin you. I've
Well,
seen so many people get ruined because of it, and then they
yeah.
eat each other after.
To my chat, if you guys are going to super chat, Ruben Cervantes, thanks for the $5 for the grift. I will read off super chats after the debate. I appreciate you guys. Christ is God, by the way. I don't give a damn how that infuriates people who are secularist. I embrace secularists in my chat as well too. But back to this, yeah, I think that once you have a propensity to just do drama content, you have to keep doing that, and it's exhausting. And here's why it's exhaustive, because I think that you are reliant on other people who may or not produce drama for you, and I think that's also inconsistent. Whereas I rely on like social issues, religious issues, things like
It's
that.
content creators.
Happen. Yeah, for sure, man.
They don't have any content, so they go off other people, right?
Yeah, the Inquirer is going to show Bat Boy until they realize that it's just a farce, right? And then they have to produce or manufacture their own shit because it's not it's abhorrent to reality, So it's like we have to address other issues. Like even my issues that I address with the Black community are consistent with the issues that secularists have, religious people have. So it's a more broadening agenda that I'm discussing and covering as far as my topics, political, reality, other stuff. So yeah, I cover all that stuff. So if I just do drama, it's just fast food as far as entertainment, and that's like bad. It's not good. It's not a good result. So
yeah,
where is this guy?
Yeah, where is he? That's what I'm saying.
Is he like doing this whole transformer thing to appear on stage? Like, is he going to show up as something that I've never seen before? Or what?
I don't think so. But I mean, yeah, I messaged him to let him know we're waiting for him. So
shouts out to Cool Vic for the raid. I appreciate you guys. Yes. Shouts out, man. Also, I can now super chat because I'm a peon compared to Speakeasy here. I've only got like a K followers. It's like, yeah, man.
We all start there, man.
Yeah.
I'm not big either, so.
Yeah, you're saying this to me. Yeah, say that to somebody else who's your functional equivalent. You got good production, good stuff, man. The missus shows up. And here's the thing about you. When you show up and you're speaking about things about people blackpilling people about marriage, you're a walking example of like, I have a wife. What do you have to show up for them? And then not only this, we have a marriage and it's like, it's still continuing. It's successful. Like you have nothing as far as an example you set yourself. When they say things like, oh, it's just fairy tale. I'm like, well, Speakeasy exists with his wife. How is this fairy tale?
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
It's a stupid, like, and it's a dangerous, like I was mentioning to him, it's a dangerous thing to just tell young men, yeah, you shouldn't commit to any woman. You should just live your life being a fucking coomer and go around and bang all these women. Like, you're ruining the women, you're ruining yourself. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, it's not even that. Here's the problem with Coach Greg's argument. I'll sum this up in just one sentence. Not even that, probably longer than that. But his argument was like, tell us why marriage should work without God. That's all his argument was. Tell us how marriage should work absent God. Yeah, good luck with that, bro. That was his whole argument. That's it.
Yeah, he wouldn't answer simple questions, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, and then the ad homs at the end, and it's just stupid. My book sales and all this. I'm just like, bro. First Amender, man. Come on, man. This guy.
Yeah, where is this guy?
I don't know, man. Maybe he didn't get the memo.
Oh, he definitely got it.
He's good luck ducking reality in this debate. Cling on to the delusions that you have of grandeur, sir. But I'm gonna go ham, Speakeasy. I'm just gonna let you know right now. This is gonna be like, you know how I am on verbal combat. This is gonna be like just brutal fisticuffs. Yeah. Chat. So to my chat, if you guys are familiar with verbal combat, if you aren't, check it out. It's on Friday nights, I believe. Good stuff. I'm also on Grid's Grid side of the world as well too. Either one. Matter of fact, you guys should sub to Verbal Combat if you guys want to see some bloody fisticuffs in the form of I mean, I don't really encounter a lot of black on black violence and speakeasies. I love it when there's another black person and they're defending black culture or spiritualism, which has been infiltrated by feminism. Thoroughly love destroying those guys. But anyways, back to this. This guy in his absentee self right now. This is crazy. First,
Yeah, I just sent him another message. See,
first offender.
what's going on? I maybe I'll throw him a call if.
Yeah, that's crazy that you got to throw him a call. Make sure you sanitize your phone after that initial conversation. It's crazy. Your phone might gender swap after this phone call. Just be careful that you assert whatever port it is. That it's a female or male plug-in port for the phone. Make sure it's doesn't change. Crazy work here with this guy.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research for this debate too.
You know, I don't want to make assumptions, but if he's doing a no-show here, that's you know, I can't imagine people will.
This is gonna be bad. You know, that's an instant W for me, Speakeasy, right?
Well, of course it is.
Right. I just want to be Captain Obvious because he's going to be pseudo Captain Obvious and say I won the debate when he's getting stomped. He's done that before, twice actually, in 2 debates. So in the Andrew Wilson debate, he said, well, I won. I beat your assumptions and I won the debate here. And Andrew Wilson's like, what debate are you participating in? Which debate? This is crazy. Yeah, so I have to.
Let's just hope something, you know, something's come up and he's just running a little bit behind.
I don't know, man. Maybe his girl forgot the prostate exam and he's helping out with the stuff, tying up loose ends before he shows up on stream. I don't know what his lifestyle is or whatever. I don't purport to know, but I mean, if he believes this wholeheartedly, this guy, I think he's a sadist because he got beat in one. I think so. He did. And then he shows up again. I'm just like, man, these people don't die. Like, I don't know. So crazy. You must love getting whipped sometimes. In fact, I probably know he probably does, which makes him even more of a sadist. Crazy stuff.
That's what I've said about a few people that like try to like just like troll me instead of like getting into debates. And like the thing is, like, if you want to do roasts, I'm good at that too.
I love
like,
roast.
I always make them look stupid after. So it's like, do you just enjoy looking dumb? Is this like a fetish you have? Or
yeah,
I've said that about a few people.
You just love making my arguments. Are you the best teammate I've ever had in this whole debate? Shit like that. Like, it's crazy, bro. Crazy work, man. Like, did I just get a super chat from your stream? That's wild, bro. This is crazy. Like, I don't know, man.
13 minutes late.
Man, this guy right here. I don't know, man. This is maybe he got the jitters, had to go take a pre-fight shit like Creed did before his fight in the movie. You know, I'm just trying to be good faith here. It's crazy shit.
Yeah, you never know what could come up. And like he's debated like Andrew, Rachel. He's debated so many people. Why would he?
He even holds a stream for like 6 hours. Come up and debate a liberal and get stomped on his own show and just asserts he wins, and with only 3 people watching, which is crazy. But this is the delusion I have to deal with in this debate. I already know that I'm just going to deal with like just feminine agenda right here. Because Coach Greg Adams is a male feminist in my opinion, and I do believe that this guy is a Transformer supporting male feminist for sure, man. Like, I'm definitely gonna have to do steroids after this and bump my test up because my estrogen is gonna skyrocket just being in the same space with this guy. I'm gonna have to do performance enhancing streaming after this debate because just being in the same space with this guy just to adjust. I'm gonna have to call an audible on my blood cell count with this. This is crazy. Man, this guy.
Yeah, this isn't very good etiquette to be showing up so late.
No, it's not. I got like 60 on my end tuning in. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. A lot of crazy takes in my chat, but they're pretty based, actually. It's crazy. This guy. Well, let me go to your side of the neck woods real quick. Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's not even started yet. Everyone's just chatting in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's just you by yourself, right? Talking to me, but I'm not on the screen yet. I'm still
Right, yeah, we're not even streaming on my side yet. Yeah.
nice. I think I have like it's like a reverb or something that's still playing on that end. Cool stuff, man. Well, yeah, we're gonna get into this, but I look forward to the next debate with Mo Rebuttal. I'm gonna consider that like a Mr. Bill raid, another raid, only a Mr. Bill. I appreciate this. The debate was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. So
Yeah.
I don't know if his assignment for gender switching didn't happen and it just got delayed for this debate. I don't know what he does, what these people do. But we'll see. So when I say you guys have crazy takes, I mean like crazy takes is crazy good. You guys are based. First Amender playing the skin flute. Pre-debate. Oh man. There's only so much tolerance I have before I start getting frustrated with this guy not showing up. But also, I'm not frustrated. I'm very patient. This guy's a no-show. There should be a goofy of the day, at least a fraction of this. Crazy stuff. Speaking of which, I hope I never get on Goofy of the Day. That would be crazy, man. I would just have to hide some weird shit.
You like those?
I got sick during a whole week. That's Martae got sick during a whole week. The day that the Speakeasy was doing Goofy of the Day on him, he just happened to call it sick the whole time and not stream for a whole week. I have to wait for it to die down and just bring
Goofy of the Day. It's people are really starting to like it. They're like, they're like asking for it rather than like me saying, "Do you guys want to see?"
Oh.
Goofy? You know?
Yeah, like First Amender showing up to debates, he's clearly lost in the past, so he's asking for it. Same logic. It's so stupid. This guy.
Yeah, I gave him another message, see if something's got him held up or what.
Maybe he got rear-ended on the way to the debate. Pun intended. You never know.
Shit. Maybe I should try giving him a call. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Try giving him a call.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I don't want to hear that voice yet. Estrogen plummeting as we speak when I hear his voice is crazy. Miss D says, so glad Martae is now monetized. Yes, I'm off of EBT, people. I am still a part of the usual suspects crowd, the EBT community. I just don't want to be officially a part of the EBT community. But I'm monetized now. You guys got me off of EBT. I appreciate you guys. Mad love. For sure. Here we go. I don't see Speakeasy's mouth moving, so there must be just ringtones and no voice yet. As we wait. Waiting for this guy. Yeah, sorry you guys have to endure this, but I'm telling you, this is far better than hearing First Amender's voice for the next hour. Trust me. If you guys think I'm torturing you right now, wait till he gets on if he does. You guys are going to need some test shots after this, eating steak, and have to do some real base shit to make up for this, to offset the feminist estrogen that's going to spurge through your system in the next hour. So just a health advisory for my chat here, so you guys know. Brace yourselves, but not for the kind of impact that he takes, but brace yourselves, by the way, as we wait. Maybe this is like his strategy. I can make them wait. They're just going to forget all their talking points. Patience is a virtue. Yes. Yeah, and do your push-ups and eat a steak to affirm your manhood after this debate. Make sure all that's done. And this isn't even, he's on black people time and he's not even black. But I mean, I should ask him this, if he could change. I'm like, of course, ontologically, he's white, even though he shows the characteristics of being black right now. The behaviors, being on black people time. This is crazy. Crazy work, this guy. Being late for a debate. 20 minutes. We are on 20 minutes waiting for this guy. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. All right, guys. Here we go. Still waiting. Impatiently waiting with great impatience here. I've never actually had anybody show up this late to a debate before. This is brand new to me. So as far as filler content, I didn't even prepare anything for you guys to wait. I mean, I could put on some waiting music, but
yeah, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Somebody said Discord is going crazy on your side, Martae. What? What?
Yeah, I can hear like doo-doo.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Doo-doo. You must have your notifications on for some of the Discords. You gotta turn that off. But maybe don't do it while you're on screen.
I don't care. I don't care about that. I can ignore that. It's like blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, bro, this is going crazy over here. All right. All this stuff is going crazy. 73 tuning in from X, YouTube, and everywhere else I got this separated from. Appreciate your strong support for the based side, of course. Yeah, Speakeasy. This is crazy, bro. Have you ever had anybody show up this late to a debate before?
Nah, this is
new frontier for you, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's well, I mean, I've had people run from a debate from me like this, but not not show up to a debate that was scheduled, especially as far ahead as it was scheduled. You know, it's not like we just scheduled it a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's true. And then not to mention that, but like you said, we had this far ahead in advance, did a lot of studying, all this other stuff. But it's like, if he doesn't show up, I'll just take it as a W. And you know what? For good faith, Speakeasy, I'll even schedule it again if something happens. I don't care. Because I was really anxious to have this debate and this fight. I consider this a serious debate and a fight. So it's going to be good if it ever happens. So we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't even answered me. I tried I messaged someone else that, may take the same topic. So we'll see if they answer.
I deleted Discord so that way, it's not beeping on my end. So
okay.
I just hit the X and it just vanished, so I don't have to hear all that stuff. So you didn't hear it on your end, did you? Not from
Yeah, I was hearing it. Oh yeah, I was hearing it.
Oh, yeah, you'll never hear that again. We're good. We'll see what we can do. They said it's in your system tray. Damn. It's not exited.
Oh, I did hear it again.
Oh, damn. Here we go. Discord. Let me Discord app.
Let me Discord. I just turn the notifications for the actual servers off so that I'm not hearing that, because that's what would happen to me too. I would just be hearing fucking delete.
Gotcha.
It's just because the different Discord servers, you're hearing the notifications and the chats they're having in there and everything.
I'm gonna try to bring it up again. I don't know why it's not coming up. It's weird. do this one more time real quick. Discord. Come on, no whammies, no whammies. Show up, bro. Oh, it's not even coming up. How retarded is this? Discord. Keep hitting it. It shows the circle thing and then it just vanishes. Okay, let me see if I can just do this real quick. Microsoft Store. I got so much time in a debate. I can just do a system change. That's crazy. Oh, you said you messaged somebody else who may be open to the debate?
Yeah, I'm messaging a couple different people that may be open to this same topic.
Oh, it says installing, preparing to download. What the hell? I exited it. I didn't like uninstall it.
Yeah, no, if it's you're opening Discord.
Yeah.
It always does that when you open it. Yeah, when you close out of it and then open it again, it checks for all the like updates and shit. You probably had updates that needed to get done.
Yeah, provided and updated by Discord Inc. Oh yeah, it's still installing, almost done. You might need to take action in another window. Here we go. Sorry to my chat. You know what? I'm not apologizing for this guy not showing up. How crazy.
Yeah, it's just pretty goofy.
Retry. Something went wrong. You know what? I don't even care. You guys are gonna have to deal with the peeps. We're just gonna deal with the peeps. I don't really care. So the peeps aren't that annoying. It's not that bad. I can get through a debate. Plus, First Amender deserves to take all these beeping noises because his absence at this point is what it's looking like.
Yeah, I don't think he's even showing up.
Maybe he chloroformed himself because NyQuil wasn't working. I don't know. This is so crazy.
It is nuts.
30 minutes.
Yeah, he's definitely. I mean, unless something like crazy happened, he's definitely just bailing.
Well, yeah. So this is definitely a massive first L fender, for sure. This guy. I mean, good luck to whoever takes his place if they happen to answer the call.
Yeah, I mean, and this topic to take last second like that, it's
kind of like a handicap for them too. Zinga Harris says, "I hope he's okay, but most likely he's on that queer time." It's probably that too.
Yeah, that's why I want to give the benefit of the doubt. Something happens, but I don't know.
How crazy. I mean, Vic is going to cover this and he's probably going to put this in his content and all that. Guy is a no-show and shows Vic. He shows First Offender as like a ghost. It's like I'm going to cover the debate that never happened. Martae W, easy, whatever. It's like 5-minute coverage of the non-debate. I don't know. We'll see what happens. He didn't run from Andrew Wilson. He didn't run from Jake. He didn't run from Rachel. So I doubt little old me would scare him off, but I don't know. He holds these debates on his stream for like 4 hours where it's like 3 people tuning in. And I don't see why he wouldn't show up to this if he's holding that. I mean, I could debate the Invisible Man next to me right now. I don't mind doing that. Easy W. This guy. Still a no-show. Chat, if you're just tuning into this debate, First Amender is a no-show so far. We're going on 30 minutes. This debate was supposed to start 30 minutes ago, and he hasn't shown up to the debate. Just to fill you guys in, if you guys haven't filled each other in the chat, First Amender has not appeared yet. On that news, Mamdani won in New York, so New York is officially cooked. So they're going to look like the next Dearborn.
I
Michigan.
just received an answer. 1 second.
Okay. Put some background music on for my chat real quick while we wait.
All right. All right. Well, he said give him 5.
We gave him like how many 5s? We gave him 6 5s already, man.
Yeah, he said he forgot.
Oh my gosh. This guy with the forgetting. Crazy. Crazy work with this guy, man. As my chat knows, I showed you guys my Gmail that I'm going to be reading off of, like, because those are all my notes. Went over this, but I didn't show you guys too much. So you guys know what's ahead of you, but you guys don't know exactly what. I didn't give away the game, which I never do. Even when I'm like reviewing my own debate or doing prep, I don't do too much talking about it because, you know, the opposition could be tuning in. I don't want to give them my arguments or anything else.
I don't want to give away the plan.
Yeah, so I can give them better framework to which to defend themselves on. I'm going to go take a leak real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, and by the way, 2 people answered me back would have been willing to take the debate if he... Oh, you didn't hear me. You didn't have your headphones. I was 2 people were willing to take the debate if he didn't show.
I like that.
So, yeah, I've reached out to so many people in the last like 60 days that like I'm gonna make sure I have quality debates that just keep coming. We're right booked up into December already.
Damn, man, that's crazy. Good stuff.
Next
man.
week, like I was doing 3 a week. Next week we got 4. Because I squeezed in, we got Jim Bob versus Counterpoints.
Jim Bob's a badass. Actually, that's another guy that I forgot that's also in if you want to call it a clique, like it's, another guy.
Jim Bob's dope. And he's good at debating. And then we got Counterpoints too that, they'll definitely have a clash there.
This is crazy. Yeah, I look forward to that one, man. That's going to be a good one too. Yeah, good stuff, man. I look forward to it. Really looking forward to that. Yeah, I don't think I've ever turned down a debate you've offered, unless I could think of one. I don't think I've ever.
It makes sense to, like, if it's like a debate that, like,
my morals are compromised,
you just don't agree with,
Yeah,
I get that. That makes sense.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
But yeah, right as he answered me back and said he forgot, I had 2 people message me and say, one said if he can wait till 9, I'll do it, and the other said, well, I was gonna do something tonight, but I guess I can. Who is it? so I had people ready. So
I'm gonna be honest
it's always
with you.
Gonna be.
I'll say this right now. I don't care if he's like just listening right now, backstage or anything like that. First Amender's disrespectful as fuck. He's disrespectful as shit. This whole I forgot shit, that's blatant disrespect. So to my chat, therefore I must disrespect the shit out of him professionally in this fucking debate. So if you guys thought it was blood now, I like the gloves coming off. Everything else is coming off. No homo, by the way. I don't want you guys clipping this shit. I'm going to destroy this guy. No homo once again, because I know you guys.
No homo.
No homo and all that.
Pause.
This guy has to be decimated. Like, you ever see the point in Terminator where Sarah Connor's holding onto the fence? And all you see is a skeleton because everything else is getting a wrist. This is what is going to happen. I now have to do this shit. I was just going to say, hey, you know what? I was going to show up. Gloves. We're going to have a good fight. No hidden. You don't load the belt or any of this shit. No, all this shit's out the window, man. Disrespected the shit out of me. That's really what this is. I forgot is crazy disrespect. There's no way you could justify I forgot. 2 weeks notice. Was it 2 weeks? 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was about, quite a while ago.
2 weeks. And this is me being charitable because I believe it was longer than that.
There he is. All righty.
Hey, how you doing? I apologize for being late. I neglected to put this on the calendar, and I got those notifications from Speakeasy, so my apologies. That's not my usual modus.
Well, I don't accept your apologies. I would rather get back to this. I'm not going to be fucking playing around here. All that is just cope. I want to get back to this debate, and let's get to it.
He's ready for it. All right. So just to make sure everyone's good with the layout here, it's opening statements, 10 minutes each, uninterrupted. Then a 5-minute rebuttal, each uninterrupted. Open floor for 60 minutes. Then a closing statement for 5 minutes each. And then we do a 30-minute audience Q&A. So like it's either they put it into the Q&A or super chat the questions. And then it's optional, the open panel part. So like after that, I open the panel and we just do like an open panel on the topic. If you want to stay, you can. If you don't want to, that's totally up to you. Everyone good with that?
Sure thing.
Yep.
All righty. Let me put the for and against in your names. Alrighty. So I'm going to start it up. It'll do my little warning and disclaimer, the intro, and then I'll introduce the show. I'll introduce you guys. And then first amender, you're on the for side, so you'll do first for opening statement, and then in closing, because I like one person having the first word and one person having the last word. So in closings, you'll go first again, and then Martae will have the last word. Cool?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Wait, can you repeat
Alrighty.
that again? Who's going first?
For the opening, it's going to be first amender that goes first, and then at the end, he'll go first again, but you're going to have the last word. So it's
You got
one
it.
gets
Okay.
the first word, one gets the last.
That's fine.
All right, perfect.
So the prompt is trans women women?
It's trans women are women. That was the
Okay.
prompt. Yeah.
Okay.
All righty. I'm going to get this started up, and good luck to both of you, and thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news report.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we pledge. We pledge. We pledge. We pledge. Yeah. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we open the floor for a full hour of debate for back and forth before wrapping it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. After that, we'll spend about 30 minutes answering your questions from the chat. We'll have a little Q&A in the chat there for you. But super chats will get priority, and we only have a 30-minute window for this. So if you want to make sure you get your questions in answered, make sure you send it via super chat. And once the formal debate is done, we'll open the doors to the community. This is optional for the debaters. They don't have to stay for this part, but we'll open the doors to the community, and you guys can hop up and challenge or question anything you've heard tonight. Today's debate prompt is trans women are women. And let's meet today's debaters. We have, for the affirmative, we have the first Amender, who has a channel right here on YouTube. He focuses on politics, social issues, and debates. And also for the negative, we have Martae Ruelas with also a YouTube channel here on YouTube. He's a former professional bodybuilder, and on the channel, he focuses on politics, religion, and hot topic discussions, and also debate reviews. So debaters, you know the rules. We're going to keep it sharp. First Amender, you're going to be first on the opening statements. So whenever you're ready, I'll start the time up with your voice. And thank you guys for both being here.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me know when I'm ready to go.
Oh, yeah, I'll start the timer up with your voice. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the statement of trans women are women, not as a slogan, but as something that we can understand logically and biologically. To do this correctly, we need to clarify two things people mix up all the time. It's sex and gender. What sex actually is people will say that sex is biological and binary, a male or female. However, in real biology, sex isn't just one thing. It's a mix of many traits. For example, you can have the chromosomes of XXXY, but you also have instances of XXY, XO, etc. You have hormone reproduction, you have reproductive organs, anatomy, secondary traits like body hair, fat distribution, breasts. These things don't always line up nicely. There are women, for example, with XY chromosomes with androgen insensitivity syndrome. There are men with extra X chromosomes. There are people who are born with ambiguous genitals or hormone levels that are outside of typical ranges. So sex itself is not a clean on-off switch. It's more of a cluster of traits that usually fall into male or female, but not always perfectly. What is gender? Gender is different. Gender is a person's internal sense of being male, female, both, neither, or something else. And it is the social role that goes with that. Nobody actually checks your chromosomes in everyday life to decide if you're a woman or a man. We go off presentation, behavior, identity, how someone lives, how they look. That's gender. So where does gender identity come from? Some say it's just a feeling, but there's a lot of solid research that suggests that gender identity has biological roots, especially in the brain. During development in the womb, hormones shape both the body and the brain. In trans women, some brain structures are closer to typical female patterns than male ones, even before hormone therapy. So this isn't just some random or made up thing. It's a real part of how some people develop. What happens during transition? We could talk, for example, endocrinology or the study of hormones. When a trans woman starts hormone therapy, testosterone is lowered. Estrogen is increased to typical female levels, and the body responds in the form of breast development. Fat moves to the hips, the thighs, the chest. Muscle mass drops. Skin gets softer. Body hair thins. Emotional processing and even brain chemistry change along with the hormone shifts. Medically speaking, their body is operating on a female hormonal system. Doctors literally use female reference ranges to track their health. Some may say, one of the most common arguments, but you cannot change chromosomes. Yes, Chromosomes do not change. But here's the thing. Chromosomes alone have never defined who is or isn't a woman. Women with androgen insensitivity, for example, have XY chromosomes yet possess a vagina. We consider them as women. Men with Klinefelter syndrome, or XXY, are still men. Nobody runs a chromosome test to decide who enters the women's restroom or who gets the driver's license that says F. If we accept that women can have XY chromosomes, clearly womanhood isn't only about DNA. Medicine and law actually already recognize these factors. Major medical groups such as the Endocrine Society, the AMA, the APA, all treat trans women as women in healthcare. Legally, in most places, trans women can change their documents, get married, and are protected under women's rights laws. This isn't a niche concept. It is already how the systems function. So under a core logical argument, gender identity is real. It is deeply rooted part of human biology and psychology. A woman is someone who identifies and lives as a woman, whose body and hormones align to that. Trans women do exactly that. Their identity, their hormone systems, and social roles match of what we call woman by gender. Therefore, it follows logically. Trans women are women by gender. This is not just semantics. When society refuses to recognize trans women as women, it causes real harm. There's increases of higher depression, anxiety, and suicide rates. When we do recognize them, not only does it align with science, it literally saves lives. So no, it isn't about being politically correct. It's actually about being accurate. Biology isn't as simple as XX or XY. Hormones matter. The brain matters. Identity matters. Medicine, law, and logic already reflect that. So when we say that trans women are women, it's not people denying science, it's actually accepting it. And that's my intro. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Martae for your 10-minute opening statement. And whenever you're ready, Martae, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Well, this is funny. My opponent brings up the medical issues where they're accepted, which I actually don't accept that. And I also don't accept your definition as well, too. I'm just going to kick that down the road and we can deal with that later. So trans women are already women, right? He says, so why do we need hormones and surgery to become what they are? It implies that they aren't women biologically. You're going to have to tackle this paradox because it requires intervening it to approximate womanhood. So anyways, back to this. The assertion that trans women are women often hinges on equating gender identity with biological reality. Once again, this is reality. When he's saying that people acknowledge this, he can then say, well, no, this is what I need you to affirm with. And we're not talking about people being politically correct or anything like that, but actually, yes, we have to be because we have to conform with the reality. But this creates several paradoxes. First, it conflates subjective self-perception with objective observable traits like chromosomes and reproductive anatomy, which define biological sex in every other mammal. If womanhood is solely based on self-identification, it renders the term woman meaningless, as anyone with a claim can claim without consent criteria, eroding the ability to address sex-based protections or spaces. Secondly, it demands that others affirm this identity, clashing with free speech and thought, as it compels agreement with a subjective claim over objective reality. Finally, it creates a paradox. In practice, if trans women are indistinguishable from biological women, why do terms like trans or specific medical and legal accommodations exist? We got to untangle this as well, too. These distinctions acknowledge differences that the ideological claims don't exist. Thus, while empathy for personal identity is valid, equating trans women to biological women collapses under scrutiny, undermining both clarity and fairness in social frameworks. As First Amender continues to type, looking up sources, possibly ChatGPT or Grok, during this, looking up everything that he can, you're going to need all the help you can. The science isn't settled on this. It's made up of poor studies. Kind of like he's not studying this and typing, which is fine. I don't really care about that because he showed up 30 minutes late to a debate, which tells me a lot about his belief system already. No reliable source, soft sciences is what he's going to rely on. What does this have to do with the trans woman being a woman? Literally nothing. Most of these men suffer from autogynephilia. And if you don't treat them like a woman, they'll become emotional hostage takers because I, as a Christian, have to lie to them. I refuse to affirm the lie as well as the majority of the working class in America. If you self-delete because I refuse to lie as a Christian, I'll take the objective truth of the matter every single time. My opponent's position will boil down to a category error. We'll say that too. Also, he'll say that if you can be tricked, it is true. That's all his debate's going to boil down to. It falls on my opponent to demonstrate that trans women are women, as he's shown on his own podcast. How can I fool the next person? Showing up slideshows. Oh, I fooled you again. That doesn't change objective reality and the truth of the matter, which we're going to keep going back to. And then he's going to call it circular logic, which is also going to be him using circular logic. And with that, I concede my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Martae. And with that, we'll get into the uninterrupted 5-minute rebuttals. And just a reminder for everyone in the chat, both debaters can be found in the chat. So make sure you guys go over to both debaters, give them a sub, show them some support for coming and giving you some entertainment tonight, okay? So with that, we're going to hand the mic back to First Amender for your 5-minute rebuttal uninterrupted. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
It's a 5-minute rebuttal without interruption?
Yep.
Very well. Well, so I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding here where he's stating that trans women are indistinguishable from women. I wouldn't make that argument. Obviously, a trans woman is biologically born male, but has transitioned to female. When I'm saying trans women are women, I'm referring to trans women are women by gender. And just so you're aware, there's multiple fields of study that confirm the existence from gender, and it's not actually like a sociological basis. It exists at an endocrinological basis, a neurobiological basis, a psychological basis, as well as a sociological basis, an embryological basis. Existence of gender. But I wanted to see if I could show some specific information that I think is really important for people to understand, because this is more concrete than you would assume. Like a lot of people, they just think, hey, this is just a social science. It's just kind of nonsense. It's all semantics. I'm gonna flash something on the screen if I could. I need to share my screen. Can I do so right now?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, give me a moment. Sharing screen with 2 monitors. Okay. And then it's going to be this. Okay, can you see that?
Okay, now I do. Yeah, I'll bring that up.
You do see that?
You. Yeah.
Okay, I need to appreciate that. Thank you. Can you remove that VS there? This is important. Okay, so this is under sexual medicine, the neuroanatomy of the transgender identity, mega-analytic findings from the Enigma Transgender Persons Working Group. So in contrast to cisgendered persons, transgender persons identify with a different gender than the one assigned at birth. Although research on the underlying neurobiology of transgender persons has been accumulating over the years, neuroimaging studies in this relatively rare population are often based on very small samples, resulting in discrepant findings. So the aim is to examine the neurobiology of transgender people in a large sample. So the methods were using a mega-analytic approach. We used structural MRI data of 803 non-hormonally treated transgender men, transgender women, cisgendered men, and cisgendered women were analyzed. The outcomes showed that structural brain measures, including gray matter volume, cortical surface area, and cortical thickness. The results were that transgender persons differed significantly from cisgendered persons with respect to subcortical brain volumes and surface area, but not cortical thickness. Contracting the 4 groups, trans man, trans woman, cis man, and cis woman, we observed a variety of patterns that not only depended on the direction of gender identity towards male or towards towards female, but also the brain measure as well as the brain region examined. The outcomes of the conclusion was that rather than being merely shifted towards either end of the male or female spectrum, transgender persons seem to present their own unique brain phenotype. What I'm trying to exhibit to you is the existence of trans individuals. It doesn't exist at like just purely a sociological level. How you feel internally of what makes you male or female, sometimes it severs itself from your external body features. And this has been known for quite some time now. I mean, I think we had started exhibiting differences in hormonal differences than what is typical externally as far back as the 1970s. You can actually observe the measurements right here. They're freely available for you to look. This is not a sociological argument. What I'm presenting to you is the existence of trans people as which can be observed at a subcortical volume area. It's not sociological. Now, is it possible to say that trans women are exactly like women? No, I don't agree with that. And the science shows that. But the question isn't, trans women are identical to biological women. I'm simply pointing out that there's a lot more social features that we observe that determines what is woman. You don't take your blood test. I got 10 seconds, so I'm going to cut it right there. Otherwise, I'll keep talking. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for that. And we are going to give the mic back to Martae for a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. So, Martae, whenever you're ready for yours, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
So his argument is that basically
you're muted on this side, Martae.
Hold on real quick. Can you hear me now? No?
You're muted in the StreamYard. On the StreamYard, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
His argument is basically that these are men with female features. And that's what I've heard. That's all I've heard. I haven't really heard a good solid argument as far as like they're women. Like, because he says they're not exactly women. So I will say that, and I'll agree with his whole statement and his scientific data saying that, okay, because I feel like a woman, yes, I can say I feel like a woman. Anybody else can say that, right? And science can acknowledge all this they want, but to me, this really doesn't even make sense, and it doesn't change the truth of the matter if we get down to this. So just simply telling me that these are men with female features, like, literally just concedes the whole debate right there and doesn't really make any sense already. You can shake your head all you want right now, but this doesn't also make sense as well too. I present to you another paradox because your points aren't really solid points that I can contend with right now. This is just like, because it's just nonsense and delusion right now. So I will ask a question though, because there is a safeguarding paradox that this presents. Trans women, according to First Amender, are women, so they access women's bathrooms and locker rooms, things like this. Yet 70 to 90% trans women have male genitalia, right? People that haven't transitioned. So I do have a question, because you've already admitted that these aren't exactly women. So I'm like, well, if they're not exactly women, they're not women, just women with male features. So back to this. I want to ask this question. So if people who are trans are using women's locker rooms and bathrooms, are you okay with 6-year-old girls in these bathrooms looking at men's dicks? I mean, you'd have to accept this because that's a woman by your own standards. So, and then here's the other thing too, is if these men are transitioning and in the process of transitioning, you'd have to say that they're just looking at women, right? There's no problem with that. So according to your logic, it should be okay for 6-year-old girls to look at men's dicks in the locker rooms because by your own standard, they're women. And I don't understand that either. I have other paradoxes that I'm going to bring up that really don't make any sense to me because socially, to me, we can even go to gender socially. This doesn't really make any sense. So either you're allowing PDF file stuff happening or not. Because to me, this also doesn't make any sense too, because there's also a prison paradox as well too. With this whole thing, when we have transformer women, I mean, they go to women's prison
Just like Karen White's case, the trans woman insulting female inmates shows a high level risk and mitigated with nothing, just male strength, right? This prioritizes identity over safety rationale for sex segregation facilities. And I'm glad that Trump is your president because he recently reversed this. I know you're happy about Trump being your president. But back to this, the locker room. To me, I don't know how you can reconcile this, because if I'm to accept this as a Christian, I'm to also accept that you must lie to 6-year-old girls who are looking at men's dicks in locker rooms. Can you reconcile this for me? That's all I want to ask, and we can move forward. I can see my time on that.
All right. Thank you for that. And what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to get into the open hour for back and forth where the debaters can cross-examine each other. Just a reminder for the chat, at the end of this, after their closing statements, we're going to have a 30-minute Q&A. There's a Q&A in the chat. You can ask debaters questions there, but the super chats will get priority. So if you want to make sure it gets answered, I'd send it through super chat, okay? And again, I want to thank you both for showing up. You can find both the debaters in the description of this live, so make sure you go to both debaters, give them a sub, show them some support for showing up tonight. And with that, whoever wants to open up the open floor here, I'll start the timer with your voices. Just remember, try to keep the interjections minimal. If it gets too chaotic, I'll step in. But other than that, I'm going to let you guys debate the topic.
First Amender, is it okay for 6-year-old girls to look at lady dicks?
No, I typically wouldn't suggest that anybody be just openly buck naked in any locker room. I mean,
Well,
typically speaking,
this
people
happens
keep their
often.
underwear on. No, not really.
It
If
does.
people
When I
keep
go
their,
to the men's bathroom, there's
typically
old guys with
speaking,
tiny balls
yeah.
walking
So
across the bathroom.
hey, I'm answering your question.
Yeah, go
Is
ahead.
this going to be a blood sports or is this going to be like a discussion? I'm
I mean,
actually
you don't
interested
even
in
respect
making
my
it a
time, showing 30
discussion.
minutes late,
We
but
do
go
not-
ahead.
Listen, I typically do. Today I did not, because I did not put this on the calendar. My apologies. Can we move on? Is there any way that we can stay on topic and we try to have this as a discussion,
I'm waiting for you
not
to
as a
start,
blood
First Amender.
sports?
Go ahead.
All right, cool. So no, typically in locker rooms, people aren't getting buck naked unless if you're like over 60 years old. Most people don't do this. You keep your underwear on, number one. Number two, I should point out to you that right now, trans women using locker rooms, it's not something that they do because of currently, as of right now, if they were to use the men's and they look feminine, they get clocked as being trans, which then results in assault. This happens quite often, more often than you think. There has been numerous instances of harm towards trans individuals using the locker room that they are assigned at birth. It also doesn't make any sense in the idea that trans women are pedophiles. The reason why that this doesn't actually make any sense, even if assuming the worst and that they were a pedophile, if they are taking hormone replacement therapy, they basically have no sex drive. By reducing testosterone and increasing your progesterone and estrogen, this fundamentally reduces your libido.
Okay.
This endocrinologically is the fact.
This is your
So
second point.
I want to
address
break
the
this.
first point. Let's get
I want
to the
to.
first point
I want to
before.
hold on. I answered
You're
your
shotgunning
question.
points right
Now I have to ask you
How
a
long are you going
question.
to keep going, First Amender? How long? How long,
I
bro?
answered your question. Now I'm going to ask you a question.
Well,
The
no,
question
I
is
have to
the
get-
question is
hold on.
simple.
No,
Do
I'm
you
gonna address that
acknowledge?
real quick. We're
Do
gonna
you
have a back and
acknowledge the
forth. We're
difference
not gonna-
between?
Hold on, you're not
Do
gonna
you
do a
acknowledge?
whole fucking
Do
debate.
you
We're not doing
acknowledge?
it like that.
Jesus, dude! I asked you.
So
You
back
asked
to
me
this.
to answer
No,
a question.
locker
I'm
rooms.
now going to ask you a question. I'm
Yeah,
being good
just
faith.
let him finish, and then you can address his points
Yeah,
and
go
then
ahead.
answer his question. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Just let him.
So the question is simple. Do you acknowledge that there is a concept such as sex and gender? Do you think that those are two different things?
No, I reject that. But I do accept
Okay.
this as a social norm accepted by some people, the population, not the majority. Anybody can believe
Okay.
they're a reindeer, right? This happens often with
Okay.
people being in delusion. They can think they're whatever they are,
Okay.
right? It doesn't affirm that that's true. But go ahead.
So when I'm referring to gender, I refer to an internal sense of sex. Now, typically people who are cisgendered, they don't recognize this because their internal sense of their gender is the same as their external sense of their body. You said you're a bodybuilder, yes?
Correct. I am.
Okay. I want you to put into your head. Imagine you're 14 years old, you're just going through puberty, and for whatever reason, God has played a very cruel trick upon you and has given you gynecomastia, which means that instead of growing large chest, you are now growing breasts as a male. This sense, an internal sense of your sex, wouldn't match what is happening externally to your did you acknowledge that?
No, what people do when they have this gynecomastia happen, they get it removed, and this isn't anything having to do.
Why
with
are they
sex.
getting it removed?
So hold on. I didn't interrupt you your one time. So sit back and listen to me respond for once. So back to this, because we have to address your initial point that this doesn't happen. That's ridiculous. Right now in California, I could share my screen, but right now I'm sharing it right now with my other audience right now. A California woman says her gym membership was revoked because she objected to a man entering a woman's locker room. This just happened November 2nd. So when you say that this
being discriminatory, and don't you think businesses have a right?
I interrupt you one time.
That has to do with the Civil Rights Act.
My 30 minutes. Let me get into this real quick, and then you can respond accordingly.
I could tell you're going to be a fabulous person to talk to.
She was never punched at all during this whole procedure. So you fallaciously saying no, they get hit and all this other stuff. In this,
they do. They get assaulted all the time.
That we show it didn't happen November 2nd. Can you show me where this is happening?
All you did was bring up a personal anecdote. I can give you statistics and research that show overall women get assaulted all the time.
Show me where this happens.
Just so you're aware, trans women, when they need to use a locker room, the answer is they don't use a locker room. They do it at home because of how much discrimination exists regarding trans. That's 100% true. That's literally, talk to any trans person. That is the fact.
Yeah,
they're living in an anti-trans world. And so what they do is that they avoid strife like this because they run into guys like you. That's the problem. So here's the thing, right? I want to go back into it. I just want to break it down. When a boy has gynecomastia and they want to remove the breasts that aren't supposed to be there, why are they removing it? It's an internal sense of the sex doesn't match with the external body. Do you agree? Do you understand? That's what that means. That's what that does.
I asked if you could demonstrate where this happens now in 2025. I'm still waiting for a demonstration.
Gynecomastia?
No, that's not what I asked. Where trans women don't go into women's bathrooms.
All right. I'm saying that they avoid it.
Cool. Can you show me that they avoid this? Because obviously on November 2nd, I can show that, but can you show anything else that's a counter or response to this?
Hold on.
Before we move on to your gynecomastia claims, can you at least address this?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I can pull this up. Hold on.
I'm looking for abuse and harm.
Huh?
Physical harm and abuse. That's what I asked. Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, I can demonstrate that. Are you asking for that they're avoiding using the bathrooms, or are you asking for physical harm and abuse towards trans people?
You said this is something you stated. You said this. This is your claim, not mine.
Those are two claims. The claim. I'm asking, what do you want? What do you want the claim to? What do you want me to support
as the reason why they're avoiding this?
Okay, fine.
Concise for you?
Okay. Okay, so I'll go ahead and share this so you can see it for yourself. Are you able to just maximize that? Okay. So restricting equal access to public facilities is harmful and it doesn't work. Banning transgender people from using public facilities in alignment with their gender identity deprives them of the ability to participate in public life. Without the ability to use a public restroom, trans people are less able to live their lives and travel outside of their home. Trans employees need to be able to use the restroom at work and keep their jobs without risking their health and safety. Trans people also need to be able to access government buildings for basic tasks like voting or visiting the post office. Trans people cannot safely use the bathroom of the gender they were assigned at birth just because of the law requires them to. Trans people are routinely subjected to harassment and assault in bathrooms. 68% of trans people have been verbally harassed and 9% have been physically assaulted when using the public restroom in the past 12 months. And sadly, 8% of people have faced kidney or urinary tract infection from having to avoid restrooms for their safety. In addition to being discriminatory, bathroom bans are bad for our health. Offering separate private bathrooms is a great way to ensure anyone can feel comfortable when they go to the bathroom, whether or not that they're transgender. However, anyway, I hope that helps.
No. So, Mike, let me restate my question. I'm not going to rephrase. I'm going to restate the same thing. In 2025, I didn't see a date. My question is, I asked you in 2025, is this happening currently?
So what? We're just going to hold on. Listen, I don't want this to be a gotcha. I want to have a legitimate conversation with you. Hold on. No, what you just did is a thing called a goalpost shifting. You didn't say anything about a year. You didn't say anything. And also you're being very, very specific.
No, I asked you about the article. This is specific to the article that you just brought up.
This is regarding transgender people and bathroom access. Trans people are in fact being assaulted for using the public restroom, and it's
I said in 2025, I'll say this again, in 2025, where is this happening? That's what I asked.
I just gave an example how that happened.
Congruent. In 2025, is this congruent?
I don't know when this was written. I don't know when exactly this was written.
Oh, so why are we, so we can put up 2000 data and say currently right now?
That's not 2000 data.
This is crazy. Okay.
I mean, the copyright is of 2025. All rights reserved on the bottom.
See it. Can you bring it up so I can see
it? It's on the bottom. Like,
see, you're just making.
Anyway, I'm not making assertions. No, I do have it. I gave it to you. That's an example. There's multiple instances where there's trans women being physically assaulted. Please. Jesus Christ, what is with you people? I'm trying to have a legitimate conversation with you, and I want to actually, no, I know it to be the fact. I have done so much reading on this topic, right? And I gave you the information, right? There's more information that is available. There's a lot of instances where, let me ask you this. Have you read any book on endocrinology? Any book at all?
I'll ask you a question once again.
Stop. Have you read any book on endocrinology whatsoever? Have you read any book on endocrinology whatsoever? Answer the fucking question. Have you read any book on endocrinology whatsoever?
Listen, you fucking
Nope, we're going to try it one more time. No, you're the one. No, hold on. I've answered multiple of your questions. It's your turn to answer a question. I'm asking you this. Have you read anything regarding endocrinology whatsoever? I do. I sat there and I showed you the neurobiology of trans people. You completely removed that acknowledgement. And on top of the fact that I provide a study that shows very directly how trans people are being assaulted in bathrooms. That's not a stretch, by the way. Like, I don't even think you even need data to come to that conclusion. People are hyper aggressive towards trans people. You won't even acknowledge the existence of trans people. So God forbid if there's a trans person wanting to use the men's room and then you're going to sit there and walk past them and they like hell, you're going to tell me you're not going to verbally assault these people. I wanted to have a legitimate conversation with you, but rather than actually having a legitimate conversation, every single right winger just wants to turn this into like they just want to make it into just gotchas and like, oh, look at me, I'm like the new podcast bro. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You don't know anything regarding endocrinology. You don't know anything regarding the neurobiology. You don't know anything regarding the biology or the sociology or the psychology. You just watch podcasts.
One second, guys.
Fucking
just so
idiot.
The chat can hear what's going on here. Let's bring it back here. I hear Martae keeps trying to get a question off. Martae, why don't you just ask your question and see where we can go from there?
Look, I'm going to ask this for the last time because I don't think you have an answer for this, and I'm being good faith right now, asking you this, and you're calling me all kinds of idiots and shit. It's frustrating dealing with you right now because I just want a simple fucking answer. You're going off of biology and every other tangent except for what I'm engaging with, calling it goalpost moving. Once again, back to this goalpost that I never moved. I asked you in 2025, where is this happening?
I listed. I gave you.
For them to avoid the bathroom in 2025.
I gave you that. I provided that. I mean, if you want specifically,
I didn't see
like
a year.
2020. Okay, let's pull up one with a year then. If you
Oh,
want
so
one
that wasn't
specific
it.
with
You
a
just
year.
admitted that was fallacious. Oh shit. You know what? Let's move on.
What does it matter if it has a specific? What does it matter if it
Right.
has a specific date? All you did was
Pull
go.
up your
You
chat
asked
GPT
me to
Google right now. This is
substantiate it.
fucking bad.
You asked me to substantiate it. I substantiate it, and then you said, "Is that 2025?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Maybe. What if it is? What if it isn't? Would it matter?" Let me ask you this:
matters a
if it
lot.
said, "Stop talking." If it said
matters a- you asked
2020,
me a
stop
question, it matters a lot.
talking. Can I get a
Go
model?
ahead.
Like, what is this? 2025 specifically. If it said 2025, would you acknowledge the existence of trans people?
That's all I asked for. Yeah, you're going on this diatribe. You're refusing to
try
answer the
again.
question.
If it said 20, you're literally doing that. You're avoiding answering the question. So I'm going to, one more time. If the article
I'm avoiding it.
specifically
Go ahead.
stated
Go ahead.
2025,
Crazy.
then would you acknowledge the existence of trans people? Yes or no?
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask if I'd acknowledge the existence of trash people, you idiot. I'm asking you in 2025, where is this happening right now? The abuse that's causing them to avoid these bathrooms. That's all I asked. I don't care.
Yeah,
about these- we can
again,
do
there's
existence
multiple
later.
laws that have
I'm-
been passed that ban existence of trans people from being able to use the restroom, and assaults have picked up as a result of the anti-trans agenda that the Trump administration has been wanting to push. This isn't a secret. We have this information. I mean, if you want the specific statistics of assaults happening to trans women trying to use, or trans men for that matter, trying to use the restroom, even the biological one that they're assigned to, they're being assaulted. There's also cisgendered women that don't pass perfectly as a woman getting assaulted as well. So like there are cisgendered women getting assaulted as a result of the anti-trans positions. So but this is beside the point, right? I wanted to get back onto what the topic is. The topic
we can
is,
move past it
are
because
trans
you don't
women
have the
women?
data.
But you
don't have
can't
the
even
data. We can move
acknowledge
past
Just
it.
let him
whether
just
or
let him
not-
finish, Martae. Just
you
let him
can't
finish.
even acknowledge whether or not gender and sex are separate things, even though you're able to understand a concept like gynecomastia. Let me ask you this: why do you like getting big and strong?
Why do I like getting big and strong? Because I like
Mhm.
winning competitions. That's why I like getting big and strong.
You don't like looking good?
I could
Is
care
that part
less
of it?
about aesthetics. I'm a Christian. I don't care about materialism, all the other stuff. If I
Okay,
can
well,
win, that's
fine.
all I care
So
about. I'm
maybe
an
not
athlete.
you.
Who-
So
who-
maybe not you.
Who cares
But that's
about
fine.
that? I just want to
Right?
win, bro.
Are there people that they like to look? They go to the gym to look good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So
so
what?
men, they typically what they like to do is they like to get big muscles, right? Because big, strong men get big muscles, right?
Yeah, so what?
That's affirming their gender identity.
No,
That's
that's,
what
not
that
affirming
is.
their gender
Yeah,
identity.
it's an internal sense of your sex.
No.
And you decide,
Hold on.
I want to go to the gym to exemplify that maleness. And so they lift weights to look bigger. That's what they do.
No.
This is
looking
also the
bigger
case for
doesn't-
women. However,
No.
some people, what is happening inside their brain doesn't actually match what is happening in their external genitalia. And there are multiple instances of hormonal differences in the brain, and this is pre-HRT, mind you, where they can exhibit a different sense of their sex internally. And this has also been able to be exhibited at a neurobiological level.
No, that's completely fallacious right now because then
That's
I'll tell
not
you why.
fallacious. What?
When
What?
you
No,
say
no, no.
that-
Wait, no, no.
Let
What
Martae
fallacy
answer.
did I
Wait,
make?
let Martae answer. Let Martae answer.
I swear to God,
Hold
all
on,
of these
First Amenders,
debate
and
bros
you're
are the same.
interrupting right
They
now.
can't
Well,
have a
just-
discussion.
just let him
They're
answer. Just let him
incapable
answer.
of discussion.
Yeah, go ahead,
It's
First
insane.
Amender. Walk off while I go ahead and just rebuttal your whole fucking bullshit right now. Anyways, back to this. The reason why people want to go ahead and work out is because they're competitive by nature. We're competing as a species.
Yes,
we're
because of
talking about this, we're
testosterone.
talking about a
Yes.
taxonomical classification of men. When we do this, we are competing. That's the number one reason why. When you ask guys, it isn't because I want to be more like a guy. Nobody fucking says this. Who the fuck says I'm training to look more like a guy? Nobody has ever fucking said this once. Matter of fact, if I've been a pro bodybuilder for a very long time, and I'm still active as a bodybuilder, I can definitely tell you, if you could point to me any direction where anybody says I'm bodybuilding to look more like a guy, I've never fucking heard this. That's really weird. People bodybuild because they want to look better, to grab the chicks, get people, be competitive in this dating arena, or be competitive on stage. It's all about mostly competition. They're not bodybuilding to transition from like, nobody bodybuilds to transition from
They're
being a
not
woman. This is fallacious.
transitioning.
This is stupid.
Their sex matches their gender, so they have no need to transition. However,
mean
they
they're
are
adding muscle
affirming
on top
their
of what they
gender
already have?
identity by adding muscle as a male. That's how that works. I'm just trying to exhibit, I'm trying to tell you how there is an internal sense of your sex, and it can separate from the external genitalia. And that can be exhibited at an endocrinological level, a neurobiological level, an embryological level. Did you know, for example, there exist babies who will be, or embryos that are XY chromosomes, but because they do not synthesize testosterone the same as other people, they grow a vagina. If you think that their
What
internal
does that have to do with
brain,
transitioning?
well, I'm giving an example, right? Because what's happening internally in their brain feels different than what is happening externally, and because of the difference in the chemical makeup in the brain, they feel like their inside isn't matching their outside, and it can be exhibited in all sorts of ways. You have, for example, rough and tumble play versus social play. Girls tend to do social play, whereas boys tend to do rough and tumble.
Yeah, so what?
You probably recall that there have been times where the girl does the rough and tumble play, and maybe just one of the boys just happened to be a little bit like to hang out with the girls a lot more than hanging out with the boys, right? Wouldn't you acknowledge that exists?
Yeah, I can copy behavior. It doesn't make me the thing. So back to this.
No.
Hold on real quick.
It has a
I'm not gonna let you
basis
fucking
in
filibuster
biology.
this third
It's not
debate.
just copying
This is
behavior.
crazy. So back to this. Do
Oh
I
my God.
make additions onto my car to make it look more like a car? Where can I see this?
What?
Anywhere else? Can I see somebody?
We're not
add
talking about
additions onto a
cars. We're
plane
talking
to
about
make it look
humans.
More like a plane?
I don't know anything
Wait,
about cars.
hold
We're not
on,
talking
dude.
about cars.
I didn't interrupt you the whole fucking time.
Cars aren't
I can give you a
humans,
hypothetical.
though. Cars
I'm
aren't
giving you a
humans. This isn't
hypothetical. Do you see
analogous.
this anywhere fucking else?
Yeah, but
Do you see this in
cars aren't
nature
humans.
Where anybody else is adding on to deer,
Cars aren't
any other
humans.
species
Cars
to make it more
aren't
like a
conscious.
species? Can you answer
Cars
that
aren't
question?
conscious.
Can you answer the question?
You didn't
first?
even ask a question,
I
numbnuts.
asked you because you were talking. If you would shut the fuck up and listen, maybe
Yeah,
you'll
don't
even answer the
compare
question.
human beings to
back this.
cars.
Can you answer the fucking question? Do you see this anywhere else in nature or society where
Yes.
people are adding onto the thing like a car to make it look more like
Yes.
a car, to make it look more like it already is?
So first of all, your question is ridiculous. We don't.
Can you answer
Cars
the
aren't
fucking question?
biological, but yes, we do exhibit instances of hormonal differences that do in fact change behavior fundamentally. This has been exhibited not only in rats, but as well as rhesus macaques. There's numerous mammals that can exhibit this. So one example is the what did you ask then? You said, has this happened in animals? Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay, so people are adding on features on animals to make it look more like the animal?
No. You can have differences
So you
in
didn't answer the
chemical.
fucking question. I need you to listen.
I just want you to understand it's differences in internal chemical makeup that result in different behavioral
Can you
differences.
answer the question?
I
am
answering your question as best as I can.
Sense.
Yes.
Where?
Well, for example, rats. There's instances of hormonal organization and sexual behavior among rats that also can be exhibited among rhesus macaques. So a good example of this is that they've been able to exhibit, for example, it's kind of hard to explain without me having it here. I'll try to
Oh,
show
wait.
it over my camera. Maybe it'll help.
Can you please reconcile this for me? I need you to tell me how they're making rats look more like rats.
No, I'm not.
That's what I
Hold on.
asked.
How
Can you
making
answer the
rats look
question?
more like
Because
rats?
that's what you're
No.
answering. That's
I'm-
what I asked you.
Okay. So, all right. So to break it down, imagine, for example, that you have a rat that has different types of behaviors. So there's feminizing behavior and masculinizing behavior. A masculinizing behavior for a rat would be a mounting behavior regarding mating. And a feminizing behavior of a rat would be something like lordosis. Lordosis is a factor of lifting up the tail to be mounted. So if you actually look at the uterus of rats, you'll find right here, you can exhibit that there is a line convention of a blood path, and you'll have a bunch of little rats along the sides. You see these little beans here? So what happens is, if you have, for example, along this blood line, if you have, say, for example, female, 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 and then a male, then what happens is that male actually receives more female hormones because of the line of females that existed before it. As a result, this male rat exhibits behaviors of lordosis. And so, yes, we can exhibit instances of gender among rats.
I'm being patient right now. I'm really trying right now. You're really pushing it right now. Can you at least answer my question? Because none of that fucking answers my question.
You asked if it happens in animals.
What are
It
they
does.
doing to the rats to look more like rats?
This is nothing. You're not understanding how gender is separate from sex.
Can you just at least answer the question so I can get to the next question, because this is tangential.
I never made a claim that rats look more like rats. I'm referring to how rats can
do you
exhibit
understand your
behaviors
logic?
typical of male or female, and depending on hormonal structure
Okay,
in the
let's-
brain results in the rat's behavior changing. And this
What are
is
they doing
also
to
true
rats?
among humans.
What are they doing to rats to make them look more like male rats?
Not look like, behave like. They still
No,
look
I'm
like
asking
female
about
or
look,
male
because
rats.
You're going to, because here's the thing though, I've heard this in previous debates with you. How do we judge a female by looking like a female? Like, to me, that's what I'm addressing right now.
Well, typically
So
you
what do we do
observe
with male rats to
the
look more like male
genitalia to determine whether or not they're male or female. The point that I'm trying to tell you is that there are male typical behaviors among rats
So you're
and
not gonna answer
female
my
typical
question.
behaviors among rat. Well, because you're not addressing what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to show you that gender is different from sex. This exhibits itself not just among humans, but can be also
we can
be
get the
exhibited
actions
across
later. I'm
multiple
talking about
mammal
appearance
species.
right now.
This is
Please.
also prevalent among rhesus macaques, by the way.
So for appearances, can you tell me how it changes their appearance to look more like male rats? It's all I'm asking.
It has
Are
nothing
they
to
do-
do with the
do you see
appearance.
this
It has to
anywhere
do
else in
with the
society?
behavior. It's referring to the behavior. I didn't say anything about appearance.
I'm asking
saying
about appearance.
that-
I'm
that
saying
they-
that. I'm asking.
Okay,
this.
well then asking about appearance isn't really answering what I'm trying to show you.
So we don't go by their appearances at all, right? As far as
No,
trans
we're
women, we're not
looking
going to
at-
use appearances,
Well,
right?
we're observing that there are wouldn't you agree that is lordosis a female typical behavior?
No, let's get back. Okay.
Is
appearances
lordosis a
first.
female typical
So
behavior?
I asked you a question. So we're not going to use
Is
appearances to
lordosis
determine
a
what the
female
trans
typical
woman is.
behavior?
Being a woman, we're not going to use appearances.
Is lordosis a female typical behavior among rats?
You're talking about behavior. Can we get past the eyeballs?
Oh my God, dude.
So you're willing to throw
Dude.
this out? Can you?
Because you're
concede
talking
that we don't
about
use our
because you're
eyeballs to
talking
determine
when you're
what's a woman?
talking about when you're yeah we do that all the time.
Then you
Right?
see how
I'm
this is
saying
tangential?
an
Can you answer the
internal
question,
sense
please?
of, because I'm referring to the gender, which is the internal sense of the sex. Do you understand?
I'm asking you about appearances. We can move past
my
this if you
God.
can answer the question. I'll move past this. Because right now you're failing to answer a second question that I've asked you.
What you've asked the question, but it's like a nonsensical question. I'm trying to
It's
explain
not
to you how
nonsensical,
gender
because
is
if I
separate
see a
from
trans
sex,
woman
and then
and you want me to
understanding how
affirm this on my
hormone
eyeball,
differences can result in different behaviors. And since we can observe that from an animal position, that is also true among males and females for humans. There is an internal sense of your sex. Sometimes it doesn't match what happens externally. This has been discovered and exhibited since I would say since the 1960s. We've seen these hormones. This has existed for a long time now.
First Amender, you're all over the place because I asked you one question. You're going to behaviors. Right now, I'm just talking about appearances because the problem with your whole argument is you want me to affirm with my eyeballs, but then when I use a functional equivalent to where we could see an example anywhere else where I don't think that rats can be delusional. I don't think that they have this ultimate sense of self to where they're like, oh, I don't feel like this, and we're doing this to them, or we're doing this to any other species to magnify the fact that, oh, it's a male. We're going to affirm this to be a female or anything like this. We don't see
so
this
you don't actually
hence this
you don't have to do anything
right now.
You don't have to do anything to the rat. What happens is that you have the uterine vein that will along the chain have multiple females, which would increase the amount of estrogen and lack testosterone along that vein, which results in the male rat possessing more of female behaviors as they grow up. But
that doesn't answer my question, but I'm willing to move past this. This is bullshit. Like, are you trolling right now? Because this is crazy. Because I'm honestly
being entirely me bringing up studies and now it. So hold on. Let's say, for example, I mean, we can talk about the appearance thing. I think I know where you're getting at. We'll go through it if you like.
No, we can move past it because I'm tired. We only got 30 minutes. I might as well wreck you on your other points. But anyways, back to this.
What?
I have another question right now.
Hold on.
Right now, let's
for starters,
this real quick.
I'm not interested in ooh, I'm going to own you in this argument. Is that really your mentality that you want to own somebody in an argument?
You refuse to answer two questions.
It's very clear to me that you're just looking to get dunk a win, and I'm sitting here trying to give you some basic information regarding endocrinology. This is why I asked you earlier, have you read anything in endocrinology whatsoever? What do you know about trans people outside of podcasts? Have you read any books on this topic?
I don't have. There's audiobooks.
Oh, holy shit!
There's
wait, that's a book. What books have you read?
Researchers.
Wait, that's a book. An audiobook is a book. What did you read?
The podcast.
An audiobook is a book. What did you read?
So I'm not going to pull this shit up right now. Just like we did.
Just tell me. I'm curious.
This is ironic. You want me to?
I said I didn't have a date. That's fine. I could say I don't have a date. I didn't have a date. I don't have a date.
No,
that's fine.
I asked you for a date, and you were like, "No, it's."
I don't have a date. I said, "Hey, on the published article, it doesn't have a date."
Before, but you literally lied to me during this whole this debate.
What lie? I just told you, "Hey, I don't have a date."
It's the lie that you told me, and I'm going to call your bullshit out right now. I asked you,
"What the fuck are you?" I'm not here trying to lie to you or to trick you or to try to show you all I'm trying to exhibit is that I got to tell you, man, out of all of the discussions that I've had regarding trans people, I got to tell you, when it comes to right wingers, they understand actually zero about the topic. What they do is that they just listen to podcasts and then they parrot the same thing over and over, saying trans women aren't real women. Like I can literally just have we're
getting a little off topic, like whether he read a book or what right wingers say. We're getting a little off topic.
What's important to me is okay, if you're actually interested in understanding trans people and what it is, I would recommend to pick up an actual book, an endocrinology or a book that actually explains what are the differences between men and women at a chemical level. And it can be exhibited. That's why multiple fields of study are able to confirm the existence of trans people, all from separate studies. So, but you won't even acknowledge the very basic fact that gender is different from sex. And when I'm referring to gender, the predicate is that it is an internal sense of sex that is often dictated by the way that the brain forms at an embryological level. That's what that is. Do you
Look,
understand?
I heard this and I understand this. You're saying that the way that the brain forms when it comes to the endocrine system, I heard all that right now. Even though you didn't answer the 2 previous questions that I asked, I'm willing to be generous and even debate with you on this too. The problem with this is the 2 paradoxes that I presented, you were never able to reconcile. But moving past this,
What paradox?
The paradox of 6-year-olds looking at dicks, right? I even asked
I
you this.
did answer that right away. I
But
said
then when we
no.
went to-
Wear your underwear.
When we went to, yeah, you said this, but
You
this
remember
doesn't
where I
happen.
said no? Wear your underwear. Okay,
In the
cool.
showers?
So you know that I
In gym
answered that
showers,
question.
people wear underwears?
What?
That's
Who is
crazy, bro.
this is
crazy.
taking off their like? Listen, just use the shower. You use a towel. Like this isn't hard. Just
Look,
be polite.
I don't want to.
This isn't a difficult concept. And just FYI, trans women aren't assaulting women in the women's locker room or women's bathrooms.
No,
trans
let's move
women,
forward.
it
You
is
didn't even have to date.
overwhelmingly,
Can we
even
go
by a
past
per capita basis, it is overwhelmingly cisgendered men. It is not trans women doing it. And that actually makes
By a
sense
non-date
considering the
data
fact
point
that
that you
their
brought up. And you're moving
testosterone
past
is
this.
basically zilch.
Move-
They have
moving
no
past
sex
this.
drive. Their dick doesn't even work
Okay,
anymore.
anyways.
Who are they sexually assaulting?
Oh, okay. So a 6-year-old can see a dick that doesn't work, and that's not sexually assaulting anybody
I
visually.
never
That's
said
okay?
that. I never said that. Never at any
No,
point
hold
did
on,
I
you
ever
just
imply
said
that.
Their dick doesn't.
I didn't even
work,
imply.
or
What
they
is
sexually
wrong, you
assaulting.
people? Holy shit.
I just asked you the gym question, and then you just told me their dick doesn't work.
I
or they're
answered it.
assaulting.
Don't show your dick to people. Like what? It's a locker room. Unless if you're like over, I think like the only people that actually like
This
get
is
completely
crazy.
naked are like people who are in their like 60s at the gym. Like it's
insane.
ridiculous.
This
Nobody
is
does
insane. I'm
this.
willing to move past this because we don't have much time.
Yeah, I answered the
Or you to be
fucking
bogged down in
question.
questions that
And
you
so
can't
I
even
want you
fucking
to
answer.
address the endocrinological responses to the brain. I could show how the endocrinological responses affect the brain. I've been able to exhibit that. I can confirm that. That is very easy. You saw it yourself. It is observable. We know it's a thing. We know gender is different from sex. This exhibits itself not as a sociological level. So knowing that we know that sex is different from gender, do you acknowledge, based on the numerous fields of science, neurobiology, endocrinology, embryology, sociology, psychology,
A lot of this is
listen, all of
unresolved.
those
You can
fields
even
acknowledge the
come
difference
back to a
between
recent of
all of them,
2.5
all of those
about this.
acknowledge the difference between
Let's
gender
move
and
past
sex.
this,
So
because you couldn't
knowing that
reconcile
all of those fields of study acknowledge the
First
difference between
Amender.
gender and sex, would you say that you agree that gender is different from sex? Yes?
No, I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to.
Why? That's 5 separate fields of study.
Yeah. So, okay. I'm not going to go over your 5 separate.
Are
fields
all of
study.
the scientists
You could've produced
wrong?
One document that was recent that I even
I
asked
did.
for, which is extremely.
I
no,
did.
2025 was never on that, and then you asserted it was.
It
and then
doesn't
lied
matter.
and
You
said,
were asking
"Oh, no,
specifically
I
about
don't think it
assaults.
said it on
I'm
there."
talking
You
about
literally lied to me.
5 different fields of study
You
able
lied
to
to me during the
confirm
debate. We move
the
on. First
existence
Amendment.
of
Can we
trans.
move on?
There are 5 different studies,
Amendment.
5 different fields of science able
Look
to
at me being
confirm
very
the
professional and
existence of
gracious right now.
trans
Can we
people
move on
and
from
how
this
gender
lie
is
that you
different
just
from
told?
sex. You will not acknowledge the
I
difference
think,
between gender and
Martae's
sex.
just saying he doesn't accept the
I don't
studies.
accept
I
that.
think
Can
it's
we move
it's
on?
No,
better
it's not
to
accepting.
debate the-
Listen,
No,
the
I don't
meat of
accept
it.
that.
Speak easy.
I reject
Speak
that
easy.
fully.
The problem
First
isn't
Amendment.
that not only does he not accept the fields of study, he doesn't accept
The
those
soft-
5 separate
sciences,
science.
that's
Those aren't
crazy.
soft sciences. Is neurochemistry a soft science?
So the reason why it's soft.
No.
science is-
Stop. Is neurochemistry a soft science?
No, when
Please
it comes to
teach
this,
me.
it's a soft
All
science.
right. Is
because it's
neurobiology a soft
not,
science?
Untangle this when it comes to this, which
Is
makes it a soft science.
neurobiology
And
a
this-
soft science?
No.
Hey,
okay, so
is
hold on.
neurobiology a
The
soft
title
science?
Of this in the field
Answer
of
the
study
fucking
isn't.
question.
All right.
Is
Let Martae
neurobiology a
answer.
soft
Let Martae
science?
answer. Let him answer.
I guess I can't even talk yet. So you can have soft sciences woven in between hard sciences.
Holy
Is this
shit,
true?
he can't answer the question.
this true?
He won't answer the question. Is neurobiology a soft science?
It's not a soft science, but you have soft sciences woven throughout this. Is psychology
Is
woven throughout other
neurobiology a
hard
soft
sciences?
science?
Is psychology woven through other hard sciences? Answer
Why
the fucking
can't you
question.
answer the question? Are you brain rotted?
Wait,
Hey, one more time. The question is:
easy.
this
I
is a
just
yes
answered
or
the
no
question.
question.
This
The
is
answer is
crazy.
yes or no. You don't need to answer the
I just
question with
answered
another
the question.
question or make some other non sequitur fucking
he
statement.
did
Answer the
say
question.
he did
Is
say
neurobiology
I
a
answered
soft
the
science?
okay. First Amender, hold up. He
Jesus.
did say I don't. Maybe you didn't hear it, but he did say no. I heard him say no just now, so I just want to say
He said
Lord
no?
yeah, I
mercy.
heard that, and
This
then
is
he
fabulous.
said that there was
Great,
soft
great.
sciences through
Well,
it. Just
Awesome.
but you got to let him finish his
Awesome.
answer,
Yeah,
right? Like let him
so
follow
I'm
up
not
with
even
his
allowed to
answer.
talk.
Great,
Okay,
fabulous.
interject. He's just
So if neurobiology is if
Well, let
neurobiology
him let
is
him
not
let him give you his answer and then answer that, all right? Just so you hear his full answer, because he did say no at the starting and then followed it up. I think that's fair.
So I'm going to answer this right now. So when you have a hard science, as you just stated, there are soft sciences woven throughout this. So since I answered this, that is your answer. Can you say that
Okay.
this isn't true?
No, I don't agree with that. I think
So
that you
psychology
have
isn't woven
different.
throughout this.
Well, so you do. Of course, psychology is involved
shit.
in
Oh,
it.
fuck. Oh,
But
God.
but with that being
it's like
said,
pulling
it's
teeth
like
out of
you
you.
have separate
This
fields.
is crazy. This is like
Let
you have
him
separate-
follow up. Let him follow up, Martae. Let him follow
You're
up.
talking about you have separate fields of science that are able to observe these things with their own separate fields of study, their own forms of study. Both soft and hard sciences were able to observe interesting differences. And like, for example, I was able to show you how there are portions of the brain that are physically shaped different for trans people. A majority of self-affirming trans people exhibit these specific formations in the brain.
So-
it can be exhibited.
I'll
So
even concede that.
isn't that interesting? Like
I'll
that,
even
but that's what
concede
I'm
that.
saying.
You know
Like,
what? I'll even
that
concede it.
means
Fuck it. I'll concede
that
it.
means that it has that the transness or an internal sense of your gender for sure has a biological component. And that kind of makes sense in the sense that you have individuals, for example, may feel more manly or less manly despite being born a man, or women that feel more manly or less manly despite being a woman, right? There are so many factors that goes into this, and it is a bimodal distribution. And when it comes to trans individuals, when we measure brain regions in their brain, we're able to
I've
observe the
conceded this.
biological
I'll even
differences.
concede this.
Okay, so
I'll
we
even concede
know.
this. So
We know sex is separate from gender. We know
how
this
long are you gonna go
for a
bro?
fact. Well, I just want you to acknowledge the very basic thing.
What did
Gender is
think?
different
Did
from
I just
sex.
give a consent? Did I just concede this? Like, this is insane.
No, I'm saying
Look, this
no.
is what I have to
Did
deal
you?
with.
So
This is
wait, do
crazy.
you concede?
So,
do you concede that gender
I
is separate
conceded
from
that
sex?
point. I can even concede that to move forward with this. I just want to ask you a question. Can a
Good.
biological woman be a trans woman?
Can a biological woman be a trans woman? No,
Why is that?
because they are born woman. And so to transition or to be the opposite sex of your gender, you would have to be a trans man. If they felt like a woman internally, they would just be a cis woman.
Oh, so a woman that's already woman can't reaffirm this even more? That's crazy.
You
That she's a
can by
woman?
you
All right,
can.
this is
In
fucking
fact, wait,
insane
hold on.
how this
Women
works
do that
only
all the
one way.
time. There are biological women
Oh, man,
that
this
get breast
sucks.
augmentation. There are biological women that get nose jobs. There are biological women that get liposuction around their belly. There are biological women that get hormone changes in order to look more female. That happens.
Can you tell me how? So all of this is just competitive dating and market and all this other stuff. I've never once heard a woman, once again, like my bodybuilding analogy, say, I want to do this so that way I can just be more woman. I mean, I've heard this to some degree, but overall, I would say, you know what? I'll even fucking concede that too. But the problem with this is that this only works one way. Right? This is all just feelings based. That's it. So even if I concede your endocrinology and all the science with this, which by the way, wasn't even a fact. You lied about the 2025. But back to this, even if I do concede all this, your whole debate just boils down to if he can trick me, then we're good. And if I can be tricked, here's the problem with this. if Speakeasy has a body double and fucks a trans woman, are they still heterosexual?
There's so much to like. It's like you're like fractally wrong here. You're like wrong on all.
No,
like
this
even
is
your
gender
question is
argument.
nonsensical.
Even with
your question
sex,
is
how
not
it appeared socially.
okay.
If
So
Speakeasy's
if you're,
body double,
I don't know what. Listen, I don't
Is his
know what.
doppelganger
I don't know
still
what
straight?
Speakeasy's. I don't know what Speakeasy's
Let him answer.
sex identity is, nor do I know what Speakeasy is into in the bed. Right. I wouldn't dislike him if he said, I don't want to have sex with a trans woman because they have a penis. Yeah, fair enough. I don't blame you. That's fine. Right. But all I'm trying to share with you is, since you've acknowledged that gender is different from sex, is it possible that the gender can be separated from sex?
Can you answer my question? You said I don't want to know. I don't care.
I
Can you
did answer your
engage in the
question.
hypothetical?
I engaged in Speakeasy's hypothetical. Was there a second?
No, you didn't give me an answer. I asked, is he
I did.
still
I said it's his
heterosexual?
choice. It's his. Well, there's no binary when it comes to being gay or not. It's a spectrum. Yes, being gay is a spectrum.
According to him, okay,
You're trying to make it a binary. It's not binary.
Speakeasy, do you identify as a heterosexual person, which is one certain thing? We're not going to go off a spectrum just by a certain thing. Or do you identify as heterosexual?
Yeah, I have a wife. Yes.
Okay. He has a wife.
Well,
Speakeasy's body double doppelganger.
Well, let me give you an example, right? How it's
trans woman, is he still hetero?
Listen, I'll give you an example on how it's. Well, I don't know. That's a complicated question. There's a lot to that, and I'll give you an example of where it's like kind of in the air, where it's not black and white. Right? So take, for example, you have, let's say, his speaking, and I apologize, Speakeasy. I'm going to use you as a cudgel here, so I apologize ahead of schedule. This is going to seem a little blunt. Let's say, for example, that Speakeasy requests their wife, can you wear a strap on? And I want you to use the strap on me. If that were the case, like, you ask the question, hey, is this gay? Well, it's a heterosexual woman and a heterosexual man. So some may say it's not gay, but you got a dick in your butt. It's a rubber dick in your butt. And so it's gay. But here's the thing. You're going to have people that are going to agree and disagree as to whether or not that this is gay. This is a really good indicator that it's more spectrumatic than you think. It's not just a standard black and white. So the question that is it homosexual to have sex with a trans woman? I don't know. Does the trans woman have bottom surgery? If
the trans woman doesn't
is that a deal breaker for some men? Probably, but maybe to some others it's not. I mean, I don't know. If they pass really well, it probably is straight sex.
He's hetero.
It's difficult. It's difficult. It's not a black and white answer. Does that answer your question?
He's not a spectrum. He's not on a spectrum or anything else.
It is. Everybody's on a spectrum. Everybody.
Hold on? I didn't interrupt you during your whole dumbass diatribe. Back to this. His doppelganger is heterosexual, not a spectrum. Anything else? Speakeasy's body double bangs another trans person who didn't have bottom surgery. Are they still hetero?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you there.
All right, fine. I'll move forward with this. This is fucking crazy. Unreal.
All right.
Oh, man.
You acknowledge that gender is separate from sex. So it is possible for someone's gender to be different. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You said that. Okay, I'll concede that.
I conceded the endocrinology
for the sake of argument, right?
Yes, all day long. I didn't acknowledge that at all. Nor did I even agree to that. That's crazy. I reject that.
Well, I mean, the problem is that regardless, no matter how much you talk, no matter how much you listen to podcasts, no matter how much that you want to deny the existence of trans people and that gender is separate from sex, the science is moving forward with this. The endocrinology is moving forward, the neurobiology, the embryology, the biology, all of it is moving forward with this, with or without you. It doesn't care whether or not that you're willing to acknowledge it. I simply ask you, spend the time to actually read about the topic instead of, watching some podcast and repeating the same
You
old
keep asserting
tired
that I'm looking at
tropes.
podcasts
I've
when I don't look at
observed-
podcasts all the time.
Or
I
I
do
don't
more
know
than
where
this.
you,
You're
then
just
where
making
you, I don't
empty
know where you're
assertions.
getting your
Can you
information, but this
actually
is the
answer
same
a
stuff
fucking
that comes
question
out of
tonight besides make
podcasts.
empty assertions? Can you do more than just
Okay.
empty assertions? Because according to you, this podcast.
Yeah,
not to
I
answer
provided
questions where you
studies that
can't.
shows the neurobiological findings of trans people being separate from that of their cisgendered counterparts. That empirically shows the existence of trans people. And by the way, this is only one study, the
No,
mega
you
analytic
literally
finding.
just
There are
demonstrated
in
that-
fact
no, this can't even
many
demonstrate that there's no
other
distinction.
studies that shows the existence of trans people exhibiting itself at a very chemical level, not a social level. It can be exhibited in someone's literal brain chemistry from as early as a fetus. This can be observed.
So I asked you a question. I'm just going to do this one last time because you refuse to engage in hypotheticals that you say that you engage in. So Speakeasy's doppelganger, pretty gross, by the way, is banging somebody who didn't have bottom surgery. They both neurologically think that this is a woman. Is he still heterosexual
don't know.
socially? Because
I
if
don't know. I
gender,
don't know.
if
I don't
gender and
know.
sex are the
It's a
same,
complicated question.
if
It's a complicated question.
gender and sex are the same, no, you should have the answer.
Gender
because you
and
have all
sex
the
are
studies.
not the same. They're not the same.
If they aren't the same, fine. If they aren't the same, is he still heterosexual?
I've told you I don't know. I don't know what, like,
Okay,
ramming
yeah,
the same
I just
question in
wanted
my
to hear that
face.
You don't know some shit again. Okay, cool. Let's move forward with this. This is fucking crazy. So right now you've already said that in prison this doesn't happen. This has happened all the time. I've already brought up Karen White. This has
Prison?
happened assaulting female inmates, and then you said it doesn't happen. It's wild shit. This happened at Gold's Gym when it comes to people entering that. So moving
hold on.
forward
So
past
so
this,
regarding,
you've
I
already
mean,
made
regarding prison,
tabled all
like
this
my
shit.
position is very simple. It's, I agree with least harm possible, right? Just because somebody identifies, say, as a woman doesn't mean that they automatically go to the women's space. I go, okay, well, what level are we talking about for this? For this
So, first
prisoner?
offender.
Is this going to result in more assaults to the women or the person that's going through it? I don't know. I think that comes down to you have to come to a clear and sensible judgment as to whether or not they go to the male or female prison. So it will be a case by case basis to reduce overall harm. I'm a harm reduction kind of person. I want to see that society has less harm in it, not more. And so if you have a trans person that's going to prison, and let's say, for example, let's
You haven't
assume
even
sexual
proven
assault,
this.
right, towards women. What? No, I'm
You haven't demonstrated this, but I'm
hold
listening.
on. This
I'm
isn't
being good faith
this
right now.
isn't
Go
a
ahead,
proof.
talk.
I'm just giving an example what I believe, right? I'm just telling you what I believe. Okay, that's not. I don't need proof to say, hey, this is what I think. Like, this is what I think should happen. Right now, that's not the case. Right? What happens is whatever is legally in your birth certificate, that's the prison you go to. I just think that there's a lot of sexual assault specifically towards trans women if they do end up in a male prison. And it's like in a situation like that where, like, their dick can't even work, they probably should be in the female prison to avoid sexual assault, or vice versa. Like, I believe that. I think it would result in less harm.
So, since we're on harm right now, I am a Orthodox Christian catechumen right now. So, if I see somebody who is obviously a guy, they look like a guy, I can tell them that they're a guy, but I am supposed to lie to this person, which harms me as a Christian. I feel very hurt because I have to lie to affirm their gender.
Mm-hmm.
How does this not harm me in my belief system?
So their sex never changes. I'm not arguing that the sex at any point changes.
No, I'm talking about their
if they're
gender
referring
that
to
you say
gender.
is different.
Well, no, you're saying that it's a lie, but it's not a lie if you're referring to gender.
So
We're just talking about gender. The sex never changes.
Is it true? Is it true in society that I can see really guy-looking guys wearing a dress in a tutu, and me blatantly knowing that I can tell that this is a guy? Does that exist in society?
Sure.
Okay, so if this guy wants me to call him a woman, and I, as an Orthodox Christian catechumen, tell him, nah, bro, and the person gets really hurt and upset, but I would be hurt and upset. How does this not harm me? Because now I have to go against Christian orthodoxy to affirm this guy's obvious lie that he's telling me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, like, I think Jesus himself had said, he who is without sin cast the first stone. If you're talking about wanting to not affirm, someone's gender identity, I'm not saying that there should be laws against people for affirming a gender identity.
Would it be a sin to
but
lie?
there's a, huh?
Would it be a sin to lie?
But you're not lying. You're referring to gender, not sex.
No,
It's not a lie.
No, hold on. Let's backtrack. You've literally told me, and you conceded this by admitting. You said, "Are there people?" And I asked you, "Are there people who are obviously men that we can tell are men wearing tutus
They
and
look
wigs?"
like
You
a
said, yes.
man.
One of
Yeah.
these people we
Uh-huh.
obviously know, according to me and my perception, I know this person's lying.
Yes.
Is that? Are you
No,
telling us?
but they're
to
not
sin?
lying. It's just referring to the difference of gender and sex.
How are they not
If you
lying?
acknowledge the existence of gender being separate from sex, then you could just give them the she her pronouns, and then that's it. It's not you're not lying to them.
Oh, so this
You're
is
just,
just
you're
be
just
nice?
you don't know what they're going through. You don't know what their internal body chemistry is. You don't know. Well, yeah,
What?
it's one factor. One factor is being nice. The other is
So you want me to be nice and lie to these people? That's your position.
you're not lying by acknowledging endocrinological differences. Are you a person?
No,
I'm talking to you.
You just, so in this debate, you literally told me we can't go by the eyeballs, and then you go back to saying, yes, we have to go by how they look. Previously in this debate, you can rewind the tape and footage. Now you want me to jump back. See, this is the problem with your worldview. You want to move it from goalpost to goalpost, and you tell me I moved the goalpost.
You're
Right
the one
back
that
to
moved
this,
the
I can
goalpost
observably
regarding the
see this.
year after I substantiated what you
No,
requested.
objective reality. I'm looking at this and I know it's a lie in my belief system. And I know that I'm lying to them, even though they believe their belief system, they believe they're a woman. And I see hair, I see stubble, deep voice, and they haven't done any transitioning. They have a wig and a tutu on. I know that they're lying and I believe that they're lying. How is this not a sin according to me?
You're not lying by acknowledging gender. It's not a sin because you're not lying. It's referring to gender, not sex. The sex never changes.
So if they say that they're a man,
If you're really, and honestly, if you're really that uncomfortable, like you really do not want to call them she, her pronouns,
I'm
fine. Call them, they, them. It's not,
Yes,
that
you're
is not a
right.
lie
I'm
to call them
uncomfortable
they, them.
sins.
Is
Yeah.
it a lie? Let me ask you this.
Dude,
Is it a lie to call it?
lied. So I mean,
Is it a lie? Is it a lie to call it they, them?
You should ask for repentance for lying earlier in this debate. But anyway,
Oh,
back
geez,
to this.
I'm an atheist.
So,
I don't believe in your magic sky daddy. It's
Cool.
stupid.
cool.
Anyway,
I'll
so
do it
going
for you.
back
I'll
to
pray-
it,
I'll
yeah,
pray
I
for you
don't
against
believe
your
in
will. How
the
about that?
nonsense. Like, dude, your literal Bible will sit there and tell you that you should rape a female virgin and pay the father 50 shekels of silver. Apologies if I don't use the fucking 2,000-year-old freaking text
So right
that
now
nobody
you're
should
violating
follow.
TOS at the cost
Jesus
of this.
Christ.
That's like all these
I'm
sins.
not
Even-
violating
even amongst
TOS.
you.
What a freaking cry bully.
Even
As soon
even
as I
amongst
push
you,
back
you're
even
not
a
being good
tiny,
faith right now,
says the most
generous to this channel
transphobic
right now.
shit the entire time. And then as soon as I give him the tiniest push against his own theology, he goes, oh, you're violating
What I'm doing is
TOS.
respecting
Guys,
Speakeasy
ban
channel.
him. Get rid of him. You're
What
a
I'm doing is I'm
baby,
actually
dude.
being respectful.
How
of
are
this
you
channel, like
that strong? You're respectful? Do you really think you're a
I'm the most
respectful
respectful in
individual?
this debate out of both of us. What are you talking
Bro,
about?
dude. I got news
You
for you.
lied.
You are
You showed
hands
30
down
minutes
one
late.
of
So back to this.
the
Can we bring it
worst,
back to the debate?
one of the meanest
Okay. back to the
arguers,
debate.
very bad faith, not interested in
I'm
addressing
mean
the
because I wanna
endocrinological
walk.
findings,
That's crazy.
not interested in the neurobiological findings,
I
not
conceded
interested in
to
the fact that I can bring up
And so
for
you
the
have
sake
to
of
be one
argument, but then when I
crazy
brought
stuff
that up,
David.
you
I
said,
literally
oh, well, then I
conceded
don't
that. Move
acknowledge
forward.
it anymore. Yeah.
I
Real
conceded
good,
that
dude.
so we can move forward with this. So back to this, the debate that you want to go ahead and obfuscate from. So here's the thing though. So trans women are women because they identify as women, but women is now defined as self-identification. How does this not create tautology? Women are people who say they are women. Like, this is crazy. Can you
Yeah, it's not
any of this for me?
Yes, because the basis of it, the predicate of gender is an internal sense of your sex. And the internal sense of your sex is dictated by a combination of hormones. It can also be influenced by society, and it can also be influenced by how your brain forms at an embryonic stage.
So
Do you understand?
I hear this right now, but to me, it just fails to meet the requisite as far as like woman, because my definition,
But it's not tautological.
that is
it?
tautological. It is.
Where's
Because
the
you're talking about
tautology? Why don't you
self-ID.
explain to me, considering that the basis of it is on the basis
it-
of
this is
hormones?
late.
Go ahead.
This is late, but I just wanted to ask you a question, because I don't want to speak past you this whole fucking debate, even though there's no time left on the clock. What's your
Oh, you've been doing
definition
that
of
this
woman?
whole debate.
What's your definition of woman?
Do you mean by gender or sex?
Let me have both of them.
Okay, sex is typically XX chromosomes that results in secondary phenotypic characteristics such as fat placement around the chest and hips and avoidance around the belly, albeit it can still be pronounced around the belly, receded brow ridge, and more diamond-shaped chin. That's for sex, typically XX chromosomes. However, you can have a XY chromosomes with an androgen insensitivity syndrome, and there's a numerous other endocrinological differences that result in that specific sex. By gender, it's an internal sense of female.
So
The
one's a
predicate.
belief system, one is biology.
No. The gender is predicated off of hormones and internal body chemistry, also with the formation of the brain at an embryological level. So it is not feelings; it is exhibited in the biology itself.
So, okay. I hear you what you're saying, right? Has there ever been, and I want an honest answer about this, just on this, because I don't want to speak past you and I don't want you speaking past me. Has there ever been a reaffirming surgery that changed somebody on the cellular level, and has this ever existed?
No.
Okay. So I don't
Again,
know what to make
I'm
of this
referring
right
to
now,
an
because
internal.
right now,
I'm referring to an internal sense of your sex. We're not referring to
You mean a belief
the sex
system?
itself. No, because it's based in
so this isn't a
biology.
belief?
No.
Oh, so none of this, I'm glad you just conceded that. So that's not a belief system at all.
Correct.
Okay. So these people don't believe that they are the thing. Their bodies are making them think that they're the thing.
No, you're conflating what a person feels internally to what I think it is. So what I think it is this whole thing is predicated under a basis of hormones and our discovery and understanding of hormones, as well as how the brain forms at an embryological level. We have, for example, exhibited third genders across different cultures. For example, you can look up Indian hijras have existed for thousands of years, having been considered effectively a third gender. And even to this day are now effectively referred to as a member of the transgender community, because it's this understanding that not everybody matches perfectly in the male-female spectrum. There's something that happens internally, which we've been able to determine chemically how that mechanism arrives, and been able to exhibit different striations in the brain, which result in somebody feeling that way.
All righty.
So-
So
insane.
that's gonna be the wrap up for the hour open floor. We're gonna get into the 5-minute closing statements for each side. Again, want to thank both the debaters for coming. Guys, if you want to find the debaters, they're both in the description of this live here. So go ahead and find them there. Go give them a sub. Show them support for coming out. With the closing statements, like I said, I like to have always have one person have the first word and the other have the last. So for the opening statements, First Amender is going to go first again, and that'll give Martae the last word. So First Amender, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start up your 5-minute timer with your voice.
Okay. Well, the argument for regarding trans individuals, I believe, has a very empirical basis behind it. And the fact that we can observe multiple fields of study able to acknowledge the existence of trans people, and not soft sciences, but literal hard sciences, where if you're referring to somebody needing a different type of hormone profile among endocrinologists to different striations in the brain, which result in atypical behavioral characteristics as well as internal feelings that can be exhibited, to psychologically speaking, where, simply asking them questions if they are trained regarding transgender research would be able to show instances, for example, of trans individuals possessing gender dysphoria versus not gender dysphoria. And yes, there do exist trans people who do not have gender dysphoria. Being trans in and of itself is not a mental disorder. I'm glad my opponent did not say that, thankfully. By acknowledging it, and honestly, like I plead to just about anybody who is like on the right to really consider, pick up any endocrinological book regarding gender or neurobiology or any of these other hard sciences. You don't even have to pick psychology or sociology or any of those. The existence of trans people can be exhibited across those fields of study. So ask yourself this. The only people that are pushing back against this is often right-wing talk shows that don't actually have any knowledge on these particular fields of study. So ask yourself this: could I be wrong? Think about that. Considering that you're talking about all these fields of study, 5 separate ones, I think there's 6 or 7 actually, and all of the scientists come to this same conclusion of the existence of trans people and gender being different from sex. Could you be wrong? We've been fed all sorts of anti-trans propaganda from the right, from podcasts, from politicians, from pretty much anybody who's not qualified to discuss this subject, saying that trans people don't exist, even conflating things like gender and sex together. For example, I think Donald Trump himself said that there's only 2 genders. I don't really understand what he exactly meant by that. I assume what he meant by that was by sex, but again, like, he was too stupid to really understand what was even going on. And if you just pick up the studies on what is being studied here, right? And it doesn't even, I mean, you could look at Australian studies, New Zealand studies, you could look at, heck, there was that one Sweden study that a lot of right-wingers like to look at that was like saying that we shouldn't affirm trans people, but there have been numerous rebuttals on that, right? Pick up a book, like seriously, just read a book on this subject. Don't just listen to podcasts. I understand that this, gets people all riled up and really excited and wanting to say there's only man and woman. There's it's only Adam and Eve. There can't be, but we've discovered, intersex people. We've discovered hormonal differences that are atypical of male and female exhibiting itself in the brain. We've discovered these things. All you have to do is just acknowledge it. And with that, I cede my conclusion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we'll give the mic over to Martae for your 5-minute closing statement. And a reminder for the chat, we're going to do a 30-minute Q&A after this, so get your questions in. We've already received quite a bit of Super Chat, so if you want to make sure you get your question read, send it through Super Chat. And after the Q&A, it's optional for both the debaters, but we will be opening up the panel for people to come up and discuss the topic at hand. All right. But with that, I'll give you the mic, Martae. Whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So this is very funny. He brings up Donald Trump bringing up 2 sexes. When we look at intersex people, they said they were one sex. Nobody said he's an in-betweener. Doesn't exist, hasn't happened. And if he talks about chimeras or anything like this is what, 10 people on Earth? And it's like, even then, it's very skeptical. Like, so I don't get the fact that he had zero argument to a debate. To me, this doesn't really make any sense. So when I brought up things like, the doppelganger paradox, and here's the thing though, if trans women are indistinguishable from women, why disclose trans status, right? Because of safety, he says, but non-disclosure leads to deceptive accusations now. So this requires special treatment with trans women while insisting on identical treatment. Just women. So this doesn't make any sense. When I brought that up, he was never able to reconcile that. Bring me in just, I don't know, and that's it. So even when we bring up things, even if I conceded in this debate or when I conceded during this debate, just to move past this and brought up must studies, which he references college, and these are just indoctrination places, and then discounts podcasts where experts in the field show up on podcasts, all this other stuff, and then alludes to Martae. All you watch is podcasts. So right now, like, this is just ridiculous. He's just pointing out to things that he can't even prove himself or even show anything that's a justification for why he could even say this from just what I present on YouTube. That's it. That's pretty much how this debate went. Is just, I feel this, I think this, that's it. Not like, let me show you this, because when he did show me something and I said, where in 2025 does this happen? Proceeds to show me some data, which I accept. I'd be like, okay, cool. Never saw a date. Then during this, he says, oh, it was from 2025. Then later on, if you can rewind the tape, says, oh, there was no date. So, and then proceeds to tell me, oh, they're not lying if you were to go ahead and affirm somebody's gender. And it's like, well, no, I reject that notion to say that they're separate as far as gender and sex. I've continued to reject this. So also he failed this as well too when I asked him, how am I not sinning? Well, to me, that's a sin. So I guess I'm just continuing not to sin because he tells me, be nice. And then that's it. To me, this wasn't even a real debate. This guy got stomped and was disrespectful showing up 30 minutes late to a debate where obviously he was unprepared for this because the studies that he brought up didn't even answer the question. Because to me, it's like, I mean, you can go ahead and say, well, there's parts of it answered. No, but not all of it. So that's it. I didn't even get a solid answer from this guy. To me, I just had answers from questions I never even asked, right? So when I brought up, how do you make a thing look more like a thing? He then brought up women's breasts. But then when we dived into this, it's like, no, you can't show the intention, which is hard to prove in the debate. There's no demonstration of intention here, right? So even if I can even go down this road, no, he didn't want to do this. He just wanted to go back to mistakes, right? So to me, a lot of this is unreliable on his end because he tells me I'm just a podcaster and I just look at podcasts, but the data that he shows doesn't even
go back to most
and I'm supposed to believe this shit from him? What a crock of horse shit that this guy even is allowed to debate. And that's the thing, though. He shows up after being defeated by Rachel Wilson, Andrew, Jake Rattlesnake, and then me. This is crazy. You must be a sadist showing up to take L's repeatedly. Maybe they form a W for you because that I can maybe believe. I'll even buy that for $1, not referencing RoboCop again. But that's the thing, though. Did RoboCop even try to go ahead and put parts on him to look more like a man? I don't know. That's another question for another day. You can't even fucking answer anything that I just asked. So you diverted the whole time and just called me a maggot and all this other stuff. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. So back to this, I'm going to end this on a final conclusion that you love. I'm not going to accept the ideology from mentally ill people. And this president, who is currently your president, Donald Trump, who is the commander-in-chief, who we all adore, and is your president, by the way. I'm going to reaffirm that. If we're going to reaffirm anything, let me show you objective reality. He is your president right now, and I can see my time and leave it at that. That's it.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to get into the Q&A portion. And I always, take some notes down during the debate, and I always ask both sides a question before we do that. So I'll start with for Martae's side, the disagreeing side. If like the idea of gender is a social construct, what is the objective standard that you believe society needs to define woman?
I would say because my definition is that woman is a biological female that is associated with a sex that can give birth, right? So if we think about this, I'm not going to side with the belief that these genetic dead ends that have mentally ill, I would say, belief systems, I would not think that this is compatible with any of the belief, because we can see from objective reality, these women are generally associated with the assigned people that can have birth that we can even see. Even I can use the word assigned, because if you're an 80-year-old woman and you can't have birth, you're still associated with the sex and gender that can't have birth. So if it's incompatible by that, socially, we can look at this as a metric for and to say, okay, that take this off the map. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. And First Amender, did you have anything you wanted to say to that?
I mean, he's like calling these people genetic dead ends. Number one, trans men can have babies still, and they do have babies, some of them. And there's also the fact that trans women will adopt children. These are not genetic dead ends. They can have more kids. It's okay. In fact, this has exhibited itself throughout the animal kingdom, where you can exhibit gay couples adopting abandoned children. That actually helps propagate the species.
So outsourcing.
It is also the fact. It is also the fact that, well, again, it doesn't even acknowledge trans men. And then the second problem is you're saying that the common trope that that trans people are just are mentally ill. That's actually not true. Gender dysphoria is separate from being trans in and of itself. Gender dysphoria is referring to the negative feeling that is associated of being the separate gender from sex. However, you can, for example, be trans. You can, for example, be transgender and not possess this negative feeling.
You can think you're a plane, and I can think I'm a gorilla if I put a gorilla suit on and be happy about that.
This has nothing to do. Yeah, there's no like endocrinological finding of planes or grills. Those aren't
gorilla.
Those aren't biological. Yeah, a gorilla. There's no allele frequency that allows you to be more gorilla-like. I'm sorry, it's just not. That's not how the genetics works. That's not how the endocrinology works or the biology works.
Even so, that goes to my point. But moving on.
However, it can be observed for trans individuals. These exhibits.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of a mentally ill gorilla before, but I've heard of mentally ill people. But
there are mentally ill gorillas. We've exhibited those as well.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, there are gorillas that have been taught the concept of death, who basically like end up having some level of neurosis as a result. Yeah.
I'm willing to move forward with this. This is crazy.
Yeah. All right.
Wow.
All right.
Do more reading.
So, and then one for the pro side, for First Amender side. If gender identity alone can define womanhood, how do we distinguish between gender identity and the biological sex, and like legal context or any of this, without like erasing a meaningful difference?
Yeah, I mean, the sex never changes, so it's not going away. All I'm doing is just adding on to it, saying, hey, yeah, also gender. Sex, you're just referring to it as sex, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, yes, also gender.
Okay. So you're not saying, maybe I got something wrong earlier. I thought you said that gender identity alone would make someone a woman. So that's what I was saying.
By gender.
Yeah, by gender. So like, how would
sex
you
never changes. No trans person ever thinks that the sex changes, right? You're still XY or XX chromosomes. It never changes. There's no amount of surgery that's going to undo that. It's not going to undo, having large or small gametes, or, you can, however, change secondary sex characteristics such as breasts, fat placement, how the skin feels. These things can change, however. With hormone replacement therapy.
Okay. All right. And with that, we'll get into the 30-minute Q&A here. So let's bring up the super chats. A few of us got roasted here tonight. I definitely got roasted when you guys started talking about strap-ons and everything. So.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Don't worry. It's okay.
I didn't mean to
no worries. No worries. I'm okay with it. I get it. Comes with streaming. That's just how it goes. So our first question comes in from Uncle Tiger. First Amender, you can't even show up on time for your verbal obliteration. Very unprofessional.
Listen.
Do you want to answer it?
Yeah, so I mean, out of all of the debates that I've done dozens of these. This is the first one that I've actually showed up late for. I'm just going to be honest with you. I didn't put it on my calendar, and so it's a mess up on my part where I should not have done that. And I agree with you that it is disrespectful, and I apologize. in advance for doing that. I'm not a perfect individual. And in this situation, I just totally forgot about it. I was playing an online game and thinking that I had nothing to do today. So my apologies in advance.
Yeah, he showed up later than the trans woman's
Well, I
period,
appreciate an apology.
which
So-
never shows up. But anyways,
I missed that. Sorry, what was that, Martin?
he showed up later than a trans woman's period, which is the month of February.
Never worry. All right. We got $2. Can a biological woman be a trans woman? So you did answer it, but if you want
Yeah,
to,
the answer is no. It's simple. So a trans woman just simply means born male and has transitioned to female. That's trans woman. Trans man is where you have a biological woman has transitioned to male. So when you're referring to can a woman transition into themselves, no, they would just be a cisgendered woman. There is no transition. They're just that.
did you have anything for that, Martae?
Nah, it's like he's gonna have to hold a big ass L on that. Let's move forward.
All right. We got $5 from Lauren. Says no question because there is no question. A trans woman cannot and never will be a woman. WEZ, W mods, and W chat. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate the support. To First Amender, do you actually believe that the rare case of intersex justifies the entire ideology of transgenderism, or do you just pretend to believe that
So
as
it's
part of
not-
your grift?
It's not a grift. I've read on the subject, and I used to be on your guys' side where I was like, this is nonsense. I think it was back in 2015 when it started reaching vogue. I was like, this is nonsense. This is insane. But I was like, you know what? This is what I always do. I always read what I disagree with, right? And sometimes I'm pleasantly surprised. For example, I used to be a libertarian. I've converted to a Democrat. I'm now a Democrat as a result of just reading. And so I decided to actually read about the subject of trans people. And I started realizing, holy crap, this is way more empirical than I thought. I thought it was just nonsense, just like you guys. I did. It was just enough reading that made me realize, oh, there's actually a lot more to this.
So you're a former base person. Got it. You transition from being base to doctrinated by Universalist Studies. Got it. Okay.
I mean, I just think it's really cringy to refer to somebody as based or unbased. I mean, it's just, if you think like me acknowledging reality is unbased, then I guess I'm the most unbased individual ever. And you have to sit there and ignore 5 completely separate fields of study in order to acknowledge your ridiculous worldview.
It's funny because in the last debate with Andrew, you said if Rachel was a trans woman, that would be base. So this is ironic right now. But anyways, moving forward.
All right. So we got $10 coming in from Daniel Zan. If brain scans can prove someone's a trans woman, what do we make of men with identical scans who don't identify that way? Did the MRI misgender them, or are they misgendering themselves?
So this is actually really interesting. I would be willing to acknowledge that there could for sure be a social aspect to this. A lot of it, when it is strictly social, they often grow out of it, which is why I argue in favor of things like the WPATH standards of care, which is to basically go through a psychological evaluation to determine whether or not they actually need to transition in adolescence. And for a majority of kids, it's not necessary. They don't actually need a transition of such as hormone blockers. A simple social transition, and then they grow out of it is appropriate in those situations. I'm willing to acknowledge that it could be entirely social. But with that being said, the study that recognized the existence of trans people on the basis of differences in brain phenotypes, it was exhibited in over 98% of self-affirming trans people.
So I'm going to respond to that too. So these are my notes, right? Because I took some pretty decent notes, right? So in these notes, because I took a shit ton of study for this, unlike him telling me that I just looked at YouTube and podcasts. But anyways, back to this. I have something that I wrote down. Why do brain scan studies, meta-analysis in neuroscience, in biobehavior reviews show trans women's brains more closely resembling male patterns than female ones? So this is the problem.
Yeah, because it's something in between. It's not, it doesn't mean that it turns into woman. It's something in between. And this could be exhibited over and over among trans men and trans women.
So the problem with this is when I told you that there's no in-betweeners, you were silent. So, I mean, you now have an answer conveniently right now. And I've actually allowed you to use ChatGPT, whatever, because here's the thing.
I didn't use ChatGPT. I'm not using ChatGPT.
You know what? I'm not even going to assume whatever you were doing, typing at nauseum here. Like, this is what I'm saying.
It's called
though.
Notepad++. I mean, I can show you my notes on Notepad++. Is that what you want? Like, that's what I was typing.
Because you couldn't address the other things, so we couldn't move forward in the discussion. That was a big dilemma for you in this whole debate, and you couldn't get past. I answered all the questions. You couldn't answer one,
you ignored multiple of my questions, and I've answered every single question you threw at me quickly and with a very concise yes or no answer. However, in order for me to ask you simple questions, you had to sit there answering questions with other questions, go on constant non sequiturs to the point that I'm asking the question 7 or 8 times. I'm waving my hand in front of the camera saying, am I talking to a robot right now? Why are you not answering the question? Answer the question. And that could be exhibited in this argument. I do love though the projection though. So that really does show something. You literally are doing exactly that. You're projecting. That's hilarious.
No, you like talking over people when you get busted and called out. But anyways, moving forward.
No, because you don't have an answer to these basic endocrinological questions because you haven't read about it. You don't know anything about it. You don't know nothing. You're just in your own little echo chamber and cannot understand things outside of that. Things have to work within your God worldview. Like, I don't know, like drowning everybody with like Noah's flood. I'm just curious. Do you believe that Noah's flood happened? Just curious. I'm just curious.
Back to this before
did Noah's flood happen? I'm just curious. I just want to know. Just non sequitur. I just want to hear. Do you think that the entire world flooded? Yes or no?
First Amendment. You want me to lie to people about their
did the entire world flood? Yes or no?
How is that?
Oh my God!
How's that?
All right, this is a little off topic. Let's read the next one.
He's so pathetic.
Let's go to the next one. First,
he said, I can't answer questions.
What makes someone with a trans brain not trans if they don't identify as one? So similar to the last question almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's an internal feeling of your sex. It's complicated. There's a lot of different factors that result in somebody internally feeling that way. There's a lot of biological factors that are aimed towards feeling that way, but maybe there are societal factors where they're saying, "Oh, well, I don't want to come out, and I'm just going to say, hey, I'm a man. I'm gonna bottleneck this down. I'm gonna push it down. I'm gonna pretend like it doesn't exist." I would imagine that also is a thing. So that's just another example of, maybe we should just be more accepting of trans people in general, so these people can live the life that they wish.
Do you have anything for that, Martae?
Nah, it's just going to be the same shit. Let's move forward. It's crazy.
All righty. And then we got Shazzy Bear coming in with 10 pounds. I'm a woman, and it makes me angry when men try to copy us real women. I've had kids, and they can't, so trans don't exist. God created man and woman.
Yeah, so this is the problem of religious zealotry. There also exist XXY or XY that has an androgen insensitivity syndrome, or X0 or XO. It's not as simple as like just man and woman. We already know this to be a fact. It's more complex than you would assume. There's also the fact that there are real women that can't have babies. So the fact that you can have babies, congratulations, but there's plenty of biological women that also cannot have babies. That doesn't make them any less of woman. It's kind of, I mean, there will come a day that you will go through menopause and you will no longer be able to have babies, but you're still a woman. So there's that. I mean, you could get angry, I guess, but I just recommend to pick up a endocrinology book and then realize that, okay, maybe there's more to this than I once thought. Thank you.
Do you have anything for that, Martae?
I think she's totally justified about this, because if you can't reaffirm her belief system and you're going to go ahead and offer any refutation about this, oh, you're not being nice to her because she is saying that she's a biological woman. I think it's crazy because it's like a double standard that we utter, when we go ahead and try to refute any of this. It's like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's like, I don't know. None of this makes sense. But when he tries to untangle all this, and I brought up paradoxes, just like this right now, she presents, even with her feelings, it's like, but her feelings coincide with biology. Whereas he's referring to something that's a hard science that's laden with pseudosciences all throughout. But anyways, back to this.
All right. Next one comes in. The little freak needs to grow some balls from Shazzy. I don't know which one's the freak.
She's on one, man.
We got $5 coming in from Anthony. Amender, do you acknowledge trans men because you got swirlies from them entering your bathrooms and bullying you?
I mean, this is all that the right can do. The right actually has no papers. They have no arguments. The only argument they have is jeering and shit throwing. I've presented multiple studies, and I did also present endocrinological findings. I even had to go over sex differentiation that could be observed among rats. Again, the studies are on my side. The empirical data is on my side. It's just up to you to acknowledge it.
The problem with this is this proposition that you get forth. When I asked you about
stupidity and stuck on a 2,000-year-old book.
Look how rude you are right now, not being nice to me.
Hey,
anyways,
did a global flood happen?
When I asked you
how
about
old is the Earth?
Thing, I'm not dealing with non sequiturs right now.
Did the global flood happen? How old is the Earth?
We're dealing with this debate right now. When I asked you about looks, eyeballs, right? So we're looking.
No, I just want to gauge your empirical, your ability to determine truth.
Feelings and behavior. So to me, it's like the studies you presented, you couldn't even address what I even asked you. And then when I asked you about previous studies to go ahead and legitimize this, it's 2025. You couldn't even do that. So, and then you didn't bring up studies. You said studies plural. You brought up
well, it did say right? Copyrighted 2025, but okay.
And then you said you didn't. So you lied.
Well, it does say at the bottom of the page, copyright 2025.
You lied again. So that's another
not a lie. It's there. I mean, do you want me to show it to you? I'll show it to you. Do you really need to say and keep saying that it's a lie when I'm not lying to you? So also, just FYI, a mistake. Just FYI, just to point out, a mistake is not and has never been a lie. Intent is required for it to be a lie.
Do you know that there's a lie?
But then again, that's that's just idiocy. That's not. Yeah, a lie of omission also requires intent. You dotard. Holy crap!
It requires.
How are
intent.
you this stupid?
You know that you're asserting an intent the other way.
Yeah, I'm not arguing from if somebody is mistaken, then I'm mistaken. But you're assuming that I am applying intent. Let me ask you this:
This is a meta.
How old's the Earth?
Continue. What's the next?
How old's the Earth? How old's the Earth, Christ tard? How old's the Earth?
Maybe we this is a good debate topic for another time, for sure.
You can't answer questions as usual.
$5 comes in from Uncle Tiger. Says, "Speakeasy is a benevolent moderator. We must all pay homage." Thank you very much, Uncle Tiger. I appreciate your support. Next one comes in from Pizza Boy. First Amender looks like Josh Peck from Drake and Josh. Actually, kind of grown as an adult now, right? You're talking about. Actually, I kind of see the similarities now that you're saying it. You know who he's talking about?
I think.
The show from I think it was the Disney Channel, Drake and Josh, and like him as an adult, you kind of look like him actually. Okay. Now that this was pointed out, it makes sense. It's not a diss. I don't think he's dissing that. He's not like a weird looking guy.
Well, I appreciate it. If you guys, if you like what I have to say, or maybe you hate what I have to say, consider a subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber, so any amount counts.
True. Slade comes in for $5. Says, tomboys often have lots of babies when they mature, boys and girls. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes tomboys they grow out of it as they get older. Others do not, and sometimes in extreme situations, they feel that they are a man trapped in a woman's body, and they find that they have endocrine differences than that of typical cisgendered counterparts. It depends on the level that it's at, and it's dependent on all sorts of different factors, most of them chemical.
So of course he would take the trans side of this and then warp it into that. I take this as like, if you are a woman and then you associate with boys a lot, the problem with this is it's like, this actually proves my whole point that if women are drawn towards their biological imperative and they hang around boys more, guess what's going to happen? Reproduction and birth and all these other things that happen with natural women. But anyways, yeah, next one.
Or if they possess an endocrinological disorder, disabling them from being able to have babies. But okay.
All right, we got also became a YouTube member, Uncle Tiger. Thank you very much. I appreciate that support. Another one comes in from Daniel Zan. First Amender, if someone's born a male, you're a dickhead, Daniel, has long dyed hair, earrings, tongue ring, acts feminine, clearly liberal, and from Canada, does that make him a trans woman?
Shots fired. So
I don't know. I would just ask them.
they're talking about his doppelganger, by the way, chat. I know you guys are. That's his doppelganger that I brought up.
He's throwing shots at me now.
Nah, there's no shots at your doppelganger. That's what it is. Good reference to me. Yeah.
Next one comes in from Uncle Tiger. First Amender, why can't you just take the L? People would respect you more.
Because the science is on my side, and all you have is rhetoric. You have no argument. Your whole argument is entirely emotional, and it doesn't actually have a basis in biology. I explained the biology as plain as day. It's up to you as to whether or not you're willing to acknowledge gender being different from sex.
So the problem with this is you brought up be nice and you brought up feels more than me in this conversation. Ironic, isn't that?
Did you just happen to glaze over on the fact that I showed you physical brains and how the brains are physically different for trans individuals than they are of their cisgendered counterparts? Did you just happen to like sleep over on that and just completely go, boring, where's my TikTok? Like, dude, what is this argument?
He's the only person that'll bring
yeah, so then you would acknowledge the difference between gender and sex.
On my end, as if I never
Jesus
made
Christ.
a concession.
These
This is
fucking
crazy.
idiots.
And then,
God, they're so
what
dumb.
is this? It's an L,
They're
right?
all
Objective
so dumb.
reality, right? Objective reality.
Yeah, I'm showing you objective
need to
reality,
know
and you're
the
being an
W.
idiot
That's
and
how
just
we
be
get
like,
the
no,
W.
there can only be man and woman. Me no understand endocrinology. Me never read anything. Me no like trans people. Trans people bad. Trans people abuse real women. Me mad. You fucking idiot. You're a dumbass. You don't know what you're talking about.
Just asserting that somebody's an idiot doesn't show them that they're an idiot. But it's crazy.
Well, but you are an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a moron.
Can't demonstrate. I don't know what I'm talking
You
about.
talk as if you know what you're talking about.
Let's get
but
to
you
the
actually
next
know
one
nothing.
here. Next one comes in. First, I'm not reading that. Darth Maul, don't be. What the hell is that? Anyway.
That was actually a pretty base question, actually. I like that.
I'm not reading
Because
that
he couldn't
shit.
engage with the hypotheticals.
First,
That's a good question.
what is it? Darth Maul, I love you. All right, but come on. First, what is a woman? And don't try to jazz hands around the question. Just actually answer.
Gender, by gender, woman is woman is an internal sense of female. By sex, it is a large gametes, typically XX chromosomes.
So for his definition, he'll tell you that
there's
they
two,
can be both
just like
the
how there's
same
two
if they
definitions for
feel
bat.
like it, and that's all this boils down to.
Yeah, so just
is
how there,
feel.
just like how there are two,
Also,
no,
Mr. Menders,
because there
you
are two,
always interrupt
just like how
when
there
I
are
try to
two
talk.
definitions of
Notice
bat,
how I never
there can be
said
two
anything when
definitions
he
of
fucking
woman.
talked. Notice how I
God,
didn't
Jesus
interrupt him when
Christ,
he
he's
talked.
so dumb. Look
But
at him.
then all of a
God.
sudden, even though I
Man,
think his
that all that all that Trent you took has just got that little pea brain of freaking working, isn't it? Look at
So,
you.
anyways, back to this. I have an autoimmune disorder. I can't take steroids. But anyways, back to this, and still fucking turn pro, which to my credit is good because I didn't fucking use anything to transition into a pro bodybuilder. So, anyways, back to this.
Okay.
So the problem with this is he is saying that, oh, if you feel like this, you can be the thing. But also, if you don't feel like this, you're already the thing. But to me, it's like everything's conflated and not conflated at once. None of his positions are repetitive, firm, fair, consistent on his end.
They are consistent. It's just there's two definitions, albeit that might be difficult for somebody with a sub 100 IQ to figure out. Yes. Go ahead. Continue.
Alrighty. Next one comes in from Kokomo for Speakeasy's butt cream fun. You're an asshole. Thank you, Kokomo, for the support. All right. And then for I'm guessing this is another butt cream, isn't this? And coffee. Well, I appreciate the coffee, Shazzy. All right. Thank you very much. This was these were coming in when you guys were coming up with the examples. $5 comes in from Bernard Desar. If every proposition ultimately resolves to being either true or false, can a spectrum exist in the truth of the outcome or in reaching it?
So this comes with an error in that you feel that it must either be true or false, aka the law of excluded middle. You can actually look at what is a black and white fallacy. Just because you have a black, that you can conceive of a black and white doesn't mean that spectrums do not exist. There are gradients. There are half-lives, and there's it's not either or, it's gradual, and that's kind of how gender itself can be a spectrum. It does not have to be included in the law of excluded middle. I hope that helps.
It's funny because he'll sit there and tell you that real women are real women, but then trans women just turn into inanimate objects all of a sudden. That's been his whole debate spectrum.
I never refer to trans women as inanimate objects. I don't know
They're
where you got
objects.
that.
They become objectified now all of a sudden. It's weird. That's
I
what
don't
all
know
this refers to.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Unironically, have no idea what you're talking about. Not my argument, not what I'm saying. That's called a straw man into a false equivalency.
All right. We got
Hilarious.
you guys are dickheads. All right. Thank you for the support, but come on now. A new rumor for the trolls. We got $10 coming from Uncle Tiger. Easy is the living definition of stoicism. His ability to hold back his laughter is truly legendary. Thank you. Thank you very much, Uncle Tiger. I appreciate the support, especially with all these shots getting fired at me. All right. Gives this to extra sweet speak. All right. I'll make sure he gets it.
They're going in on you, Speak. That's crazy, bro.
It's your guys' fault. £2 comes in from Shazzy, says super chat goal. Thank you very much, Shazzy. $5 comes in from Bernard Desar. If someone puts on a Transformer costume, does that make them a Transformer? Is it a spectrum?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I was talking to chat. My
Oh, no worries. If someone puts on a Transformer costume, does that make them a Transformer? Is it a spectrum? I think they mean like a literal, like.
No, there's no like biology tied to wearing a costume. That's just social.
All right. Did you have anything, Martae?
Nah,
No.
it's like all this right now that he's just uttering right now. It's like he doesn't know it, but he's proving my whole argument. The more he goes on with this, it's this is just good. I mean, it's good on my part.
All right. $5 comes in from Slade. Should tomboys transition?
I think it's dependent on how somebody feels internally,
Feels well, but all of a sudden it's
which
like
is dictated by biology.
he
you
asserts
idiot.
that we have feels in
It is
emotional arguments. But then
yeah,
he
which is
does this.
dictated by biology. Does testosterone make you feel more aggressive? Yes. All I'm doing is saying, okay, so if you have this specific hormonal phenotype, It results in this kind of feeling. We can often observe a person feeling a specific way, and then when we measure them, we see this specific endocrinological phenotype. That's what I'm saying.
When women get too much estrogen, they too can become aggressive. That's not mutually exclusive.
Yes. So you agree that a
shit.
person feeling a specific way can result in a specific hormone. Jesus Christ.
It can cause a certain behavior, but it doesn't change it on the cellular level. When I asked you this, has a transition
And nobody is
happened on the
making that
cellular
argument.
level ever?
Nobody is
You said
making that
no.
argument.
W
Nobody
for
is
me,
nobody is sitting there saying, God,
Big
he's
L
such
for
an
you.
idiot. He still cannot acknowledge the difference between gender and sex. Fucking idiot.
I reject that. I still reject it.
Good God. Yeah, I know you reject it, but for the sake of argument, I conceded to it. Fucking
That's not what I
what a
conceded to.
disingenuous
So,
freaking
all
argument.
right, we
Not what I
got
conceded.
$5.
Person.
$5 from Crucible Crusader. This is for the poor, defenseless rats and gerbils that First Amender experimented with to create a chart.
They didn't do anything to the rats. All they did was just analyze that, hey, there's a row of rats, male, female, and then we're able to exhibit behavioral characteristics. I mean,
All
sure. I mean, I guess there's instances where they kill the rats. Sure. I mean, I don't, who cares? It's a rat. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
All right. We got $2 from Fisher, the Breeze Builder. Martae took L to Destiny and now First Amender.
So I'll say
Wanna
this.
respond?
Destiny could never prove that it was an insurrection. Throughout the whole debate, I still have it on my channel. He's never proven this. And then not to mention this Gish Gallop, when I called him on his own bullshit. So obviously you're watching on the liberal channel. Come check it out on my channel. You'll see the distinction is different there too. This has been covered by 2 debate channels as well too, especially with Cool Vic, who has also done debate analysis on this as well too. So when you say I took an L from him, all you're doing is warping your sense of reality, which is in your head. Again, twice. Yeah.
All right. Let me see here. We got Shazzy says, hey, fucktard, I'm the matriarch of my family. I turned 60 today. Thank you.
Salute to you, Shazzy Bear. Based take.
Oh, okay.
Based. All right. We got 50. Sorry. 50 comes in from Ken. Thank you for this big donation here. According to endocrinology, a man with brain activity patterns similar to the female average is not automatically a trans woman. You still need the individual to identify as the opposite sex, which means endocrinology is irrelevant.
No, it means that it is a factor to consider when measuring them. Obviously, there's more to it than just simply endocrinology. This can also be exhibited at an embryological level. There's also exhibiting itself neurobiologically. This can it can also be exhibited. There's also societal factors that can influence someone deciding that they're trans. All of these are factors, right? And I'm just pointing out one of them, so that helps.
So
All right.
endocrinology does not prove this.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's
Good
one
stuff, man.
factor. Jesus,
It doesn't prove it solo, but
Yeah,
you
I
need
know, this
all
fucking-
these other
pea
correlates
brains, dude,
somehow
they
just to
can't
form
fucking
a
figure
puzzle
it out.
piece.
Holy shit. Big brain, hard word.
This comes in. I mean, this has nothing to do with the topic. I mean, thank you for the support, but beat down Andrew Wilson, our non-state recognized unions subject to the family court. Have you ever heard of palimony? I mean, this is just a whole different topic. Thank you for the donation. I mean, if you ever want to talk to me about this one-on-one, I mean, I'd have no problem. Or anyone here, I'm sure would too.
Crazy.
Stay strapped. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Thank you, Wicked Wally. Okay. The original vintage comes in for $10. Says you keep quoting the number of studies and disregarding its quality, not quantity. If you have 2,000 studies that assert 1 + 1 = 5, does that make it true then? If not, why are your studies reputable?
I'd probably read why 1 + 1 = 5, because obviously mathematically that doesn't make any sense. So I would probably want to understand where are they coming at with this so I can understand their perspective. But again, like, it's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 5. We're talking about very complex functions in the body, in the brain, and as well as how somebody develops at an embryonic stage. And these are not considered when it comes to, podcasters on the right. They're not actually interested in the science. They just want to get, oh, look at this. I dunked on a liberal today. It looks like I won. Now I can move on. They didn't actually learn anything. They don't know anything of this subject.
So original vintage actually brings up a really good point. With the rats, there was no date on that. The second one, you said, oh, I don't have a date. Then you said you do. Now you say you don't. And then that's back to you do again. So it's like flip-flopping with the studies. So it's like the quality, I mean, I don't buy that. You're just bringing up like Xerox copies with me and all this, just making these assertions. Well, I'm just like, okay, even if I do concede points in a debate, taking a fat ass L, that's crazy. Like, and then the study.
So this particular chart that you see here is redrawn with permission from R.L. Meisel and I.L. Ward. Female fetal rats are masculinized by litter mates located caudally in the uterus. This is in Science, page 213, 239 to 242, copyright 1981.
Cool. At least I finally got a fucking date out of you. That's amazing. It took all that time. What is it, 3 hours to bring up one date? Crazy work here.
Well, the article that I presented and the feminizing rats uterus picture are two separate things, but I know that's really hard for your brain, I guess, to figure out.
All right, we got another 10 comes in here from Original Vintage, says, you've debated this topic with multiple people, and when you get debunked and contradict your own assertions, why do you resort to ad homs and insults? You're not arguing the debate and proving nothing.
Oh, because of how ridiculously flagrant they are. They're not actually interested in learning anything. They just want to get dunks and gotchas, so I play ball. In terms of where did I contradict myself in my own assertions? I did not do so. And yes, I did ad hom and insult, because when all you do is just kind of repeat the same thing over and over in order to poison the well, I'm going to play ball. So there you go.
When I ask an original question and don't get a concise answer, it's kind of muddy.
Yeah, I know. It requires like more than triple digit IQ to kind of like understand and encapsulate difficult concepts. I can't bring it down to you at the level of a TikTok feed because it's complicated endocrinology. That's why.
So
right? You're an idiot that doesn't understand anything. And so I can't break it down for like an idiot to understand. I try to just show you, and hopefully you understand the study. That's all I can provide you.
Let Martae give his answer.
Original Vintage brings up a really good point, because when I did call the date out and I asked for the date specifically, he's calling it dunks and all this. I specifically asked this, and then to which that answer.
Why does the date matter?
So hold on real quick. Just let me finish this. I didn't.
I'm just curious. Why does the date matter?
So back to this. When I asked for something,
just let him get it out. Let him get it out.
It doesn't fucking matter. All I asked for was an answer to the question.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. It's just there to be
hold on.
A pedant.
Obviously,
what is a pedant?
Zoloft or some medication right now, but back.
Do you know what a pedant
right
is?
Now, hold on. Can I just fucking say something? Yeah. Right, the moderator has to keep you in check, and I do too.
Let him finish.
Okay,
it's crazy babysitting we're both doing right now. Yeah. So back to this. When I asked you a question and didn't get a concise answer, and asked for a more concise answer, you then said,
"Hold up, let him get it off. Let him get it off, because the chat can't hear when we're all talking at the same time. Just let him get it off."
So when I asked,
we only got a few more questions here too.
When I asked for a concise question, I never got a concise answer, or even a full answer that was up to date. Just to clarify, I asked for clarification, to which you said I was moving the goalposts, which is really weird. And then when you
did, because you asked for an article and then you asked for the year, as if the year even matters. A person who excessively concerned
you gotta let him finish. Let him finish it. You gotta let him finish. He let you finish. Let him finish.
Typical First Amendment L right now. When you let me finish. To wrap
typical
this up,
pedant.
Then when I go ahead and call you out on your bullshit and call you out on a blatant lie, You then divulge down to ad homs, and that's it. And you're just like, that's your justification.
Yes, because you
This
won't
is your
address
IQ.
any of my studies.
This is
You
your
haven't
IQ
addressed
going to work
anything.
right now.
All
on
you
full
did
display
was
for
just
everybody
apply
else to see.
rhetoric and then say, I gotcha.
I
You
can't even
lose
finish
the
a fucking
argument.
cut, like,
You
this is
never
ridiculous.
argued the point.
You got to be trolling at this point. This is crazy.
I'm not trolling.
You have to be, because I don't
Believe
buy
it or
this
not,
being
I am
serious.
not trolling with you. I
don't
gave
buy
you
this as a
studies.
serious
I gave you
fucking
information.
debate, like, dude,
It's
this is
there.
crazy.
Not a single right winger has ever been able to acknowledge these studies. They've just completely just doubled and tripled down on their stupid transphobia or whatever, and they didn't actually acknowledge anything, read a single study, know anything about endocrinology. You didn't even know you didn't know what lordosis was. You didn't
I
know
do know
what
what
you don't know
lordosis
what
is.
hormones affect. You don't know what hormones affect anything. You don't know. You don't know these things.
So I'm a chiropractic assistant, and I do structural body work on auto
You're a
accidents. and this is very-
chiropractor, so you're a
hold on.
fake doctor.
Amender, you gotta let
Oh,
him answer
no,
too.
he's
You
a
gotta,
fake
you gotta let him
doctor.
answer. You gotta let him answer.
He's a fake doctor.
I'm going to
Just
answer
let him answer.
Did you
Let
get
him
your
answer.
degree at the
Ridiculous.
back of a cereal box while you're at
Can't
it?
even fucking let me
Can't
Amender,
you
answer.
come on,
adjust
let
my
him answer. I don't
subluxations?
like to mute, but if you keep interrupting, I'm gonna have to mute. Just let him answer.
Yeah, this is crazy. If you were Monopoly, you'd be jailed and they'd throw away the fucking key. This is ridiculous. I can't even finish an answer without him interrupting. So I'm a chiropractic assistant. I'm not a chiro. I do structural body work on people. This is what I specialize in. I'm a therapist. I work on auto accident people. And when you assert that I don't know what lordosis is, I work on patients all the time. Once again, you're proving right now you're making assertions and can't even demonstrate this, and you're just automatically doing this. This is a pattern with you, First Amendment. When I call you on in this bullshit, which I'm doing right now, it's like, good luck to you on your future debates. If you keep doing this, you're going to keep taking L's, and I predict you doing this. To me, it's weird because liberals, I'm going to wrap this up real quick. Liberals hate blacks when it comes to this, when they're not conservative. The only people that you like on your side are gay people, unless they're conservative. There's a following trend on your side, and I'm seeing this as self-evident.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, all these ad homs.
Yeah,
No, you
me
just
saying
said,
what the
that's it.
fuck are you talking about is not a personal attack. And it's also not addressing an argument at all. It's
You
just
haven't
saying
addressed my argument.
All
well,
right.
none of that is relevant.
Let's move
We
forward.
only got a few more to go here.
Now, what is an
Let's
ad
get
hom
through
is you're a
these.
moron.
Let's move past this.
You
Let's
have no
fucking
idea
move
what you're
past
talking about, and you
Once
act like you
again.
know what you're talking about. And I'm just astonished how many, like
You
honestly,
just took a fat
I think
you're
like our
coping.
our empirical or our ability to determine truth has been stunted so fundamentally that to the point that you have to sit there and ignore 6 different fields of study
Premium
in order
Coke.
to affirm your worldview. Hey, how old
All
is
right,
the
let's
Coke
get-
extract.
Hold
I
up,
no, I
guys.
wanna
Hold up.
paint
Let's get to the next one. Let's
just a
get to the
quick
next
question.
one.
How old is the Earth?
I don't think he's gonna answer this.
No,
right
why
now.
can't he answer that question? That's
Well,
a simple
I don't
question.
see it.
Let's
How old's the Earth?
I'll wreck you in
How
that debate
old's the
too.
Earth?
I'll wreck
How
you in
old's
that
the
debate
Earth?
too.
All right, let's go to the next
You're
question
How
here.
old?
First,
Just give me the age.
He's got time. He's
next
I
working.
just
question.
wanna
next
know the
question.
age.
Hold
How
up,
old's the
hold up.
Earth?
Let's get to the next question, guys. Let's get to the next
That's
question here. First Amender, you gave one definition for trans woman gender and then a second definition for a woman biology. Please explain how they are the same thing.
Great. They're not the same thing. Fabulous. Good job. Yeah, gender and sex are different things. And when you acknowledge gender and sex are different things, when I'm referring to trans women or women, I refer to trans women or women by gender. The sex never changes.
I think this
Alright.
Coke is premium, like pure extract. I think you could bottle this at the source where he's at. Get
Hey,
your Coke
P-Brain,
from this
how
guy, that's
old
all.
is the Earth?
I don't. Yeah,
You
Next
can't do
topic.
it.
completely
dude,
irrelevant to the topic.
I want to.
Yeah.
I
I
want
mean,
to
if
hear
you're
the
staying
number.
for after panel,
I wanna
maybe you'll
hear the-
answer
hey,
there.
what are the baguettes say?
But,
Come on.
Okay, so we got $10 coming in from Daniel Zan. Are you claiming all the men with these endo characteristics are not men but trans women closeted or unaware? And
Yeah.
you have your own proprietary definition of women, so then by your standard, trans women are women.
So it's not a proprietary definition. It's a definition that I've developed after a lot of reading. I'm referencing well understood studies, and I'm acknowledging multiple fields of study to come to those conclusions. Now, claiming all men with endocrinological characteristics are not men, but trans women, closeted or unaware. So again, there's multiple factors that result in somebody becoming trans. Endocrinology is a huge factor in consideration. There's societal factors as well as there's different morphologies that change within the brain, which result in somebody being trans. I could posit maybe there exists a person that possesses these characteristics and feel that they're the same sex as their gender. Maybe that's possible. That would be an exceedingly rare thing because there would be no deterministic outcome that would lead to that. So I hope that helps. I'm sorry. I don't have simple answers to these. Are complicated questions or complicated answers to I know it seems like a simple question, but it does require a bit of thinking.
I'd say something, but he's going to talk about flat Earth or something else. Let's keep moving forward. Yeah.
All right. If a trans woman detransitions, are they now a trans man?
No, they would just be a cis woman. I'm sorry, cis man. They would just be a cis man.
I'm not going to engage in that. That's not owned on himself.
Yeah. So you're biologically male. You transition to female. You decide to detransition back to male. You're cis male. That's how that works.
All right. Next one we got here, $10 coming from Kieran. First Amender, if we can't draw an analogy from cars to people, why can we draw one from rats to people?
Right.
Oh, sure. Because rats exist biologically and they are also mammals. Cars aren't mammals. They're cars and
Notice-
not biological.
Notice how he said analogy, right? Analogy.
Yeah, it's an appropriate analogy.
Meaning an example that exists outside of ourselves, right? You couldn't even answer a question. That's why
I did. No. It's because you're applying a false equivalency, equivocating cars to human beings, and I'm using rats, which, by the way, medically speaking, we use rats all the time in order to get to human clinical trials.
So
why? Because they're mammals and they have similar cellular structure to that of humans.
So you're denying that Transformers exist in cartoons. That's cool. Anyways, moving forward.
What the fuck? God,
That's such an idiot.
I could just see that little brain just tickling along inside.
More ad homs.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Coke. More Coke.
So we got Jack of Blades comes in, became a new member. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support big time. First Amender, how are we to accept studies paid for by trans activists as true when all studies backed by impartial organizations have contradictory conclusions from the data?
So
good question.
That's actually not true. So there are, in fact, multiple countries that are invested in studying trans people. There's a very tiny amount of studies that do not acknowledge or try to disassociate the existence of trans people and how sex is different from gender. This is not the case for a majority of studies. Countries that actually do study transgender medicine or endocrinology are able to observe these things, even those that are impartial. Now, does that mean that there are a lot of trans activist 501c3s that then fund science? Yes, there are. But you do also have, for example, the NIH. There's the American Medical Association. There's the American Psychological Association. There are various Australian endocrinological associations that are able to find these things. It does not contradict. It really doesn't.
All right. Did you have anything for that, Martae? No.
Nah, I have a First Amender fatigue right now. I'm trying to just get through this.
Plankton comes in. Plankton comes in for $2 and says, Yeah, so a proprietary definition is one you develop.
Okay, fair enough. I fail to see the relevance though, like as to why it's wrong or incorrect.
All right. And then last one here, $5 from Daniel Zan. They exhibit every single characteristic you suggest you use as criteria. Everyone other than self-ID. Are they closeted or unaware?
There's a lot of factors. It's not as simple as, okay, well, we have this very specific thing. I mean, if we could get that, great. That's fabulous. Maybe the science will go in that direction. But I think like it might be very similar to that of gay people being gay, where we can exhibit that there are multiple allele frequencies to somebody to being gay. It's not as simple as just, hey, these specific allele frequencies confirms for sure you're gay. There's societal factors to take it in involvement, and while there can be things that lead to it, it doesn't necessarily lead to that, but they are indicators. So no, it's not as simple, even if you just apply a simple criteria. I know you want it to be a simple. I would like it to be simple, because then we could determine for sure whether who's trans, who's not trans, and then, you know, treat them as we do every other human being. But at the end of the day, it's more complex. Endocrinology is complex.
All right. Did you have anything for that, Martae?
The fatigue. I thought I had black fatigue right now. This First Amendment fatigue is like 10 times worse than that. Let's just continue. This is crazy.
Right.
How old's the Earth? Just answer. Come on.
This
Seriously, come on.
pattern is fatiguing right now.
How old is the Earth? Come on, just please, just for my own entertainment. How old is the Earth?
Well,
We got one more if you want.
Just give me a
First
date.
Amendment,
Give me a
First
We
year.
have
Come
one
on.
more if you want to answer it.
How many? How old?
Well, I'll
Come on, no, I just want to hear. I
Yeah, we could definitely set up a theological
I'd
debate.
love to
I'm
do.
up
I'd
for it.
love to
on
do
that
that.
too.
I would love to do
They'll
that.
get
Please
fucking
invite me
on that
again.
one too.
I'd
I don't
love
care.
it. No,
Yeah.
but seriously, how old's the Earth?
Okay, you're going to disrespect his time even more? That's crazy.
No, don't worry about it. First Amendment, does a rat have an inner sense of its gender?
Yes, and I proved it with lordosis and mounting behavior. This can be exhibited among females where they have an excess of testosterone, and this can also be exhibited among males who have a lack of testosterone. Yes.
All right.
Also observed by rhesus macaques based on behavioral characteristics, but I did not go over it.
All right. So that is it for the Q&A portion. All right. Are you guys staying for the open panel?
I'll stay for open panel.
I'm supposed to be in bed, but I'm kind of enjoying myself.
Yeah, it's totally
honest.
up to you. You don't have to stay for the whole time the
Is
open
it-
panel goes. You can leave at any time you want.
Okay, all right. Are people
right.
going to yell at me? That's probably what's going to happen.
Well, I do keep it moderated so it's not like
All right.
crazy. So
Okay.
So then that means everyone, I want to first off, huge thanks to everyone who sent in questions and showed support. Every bit of that support helps keep the show running, makes these debates possible. All right. Big respect to both debaters. All right. Whether you agreed or disagreed, it takes more than you know to come up and hold your ground in front of a live audience. So make sure you go support the debaters for this. What we're gonna do is we're gonna roll the debate outro. It runs for about 3 minutes. That'll give the debaters, the chat, myself a time to go use the washroom, get a drink, whatever. And then during the outro, I'll drop the link to join the panel in the chat for anyone who wants to come up, share your take, ask questions, all of that. But a heads up, if you're joining for like starting drama, trolling, just yelling over everyone, I'm going to mute you and probably just boot you. Okay. So just like, if that's your goal, just know it's going to be failed ahead of time. All right. But everyone, if you enjoy what you've seen tonight, make sure you subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well so you don't miss more debates just like this one. All right, so stick around after the intro goes down. The open panel, Chaos and Chill, will begin. And again, thank you to the debaters and everyone for joining us here tonight.
That was fucking crazy.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll plead my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason. Oh.
End the stage.
And we're back.
Hey, yo.
All right, let me
Welcome,
turn it
Original
back up.
Vintage, and Kieran. Welcome.
Thanks,
Thank you,
man.
sir.
I can't stay too long.
Yeah,
But
yeah, same here.
Can't stay too long. It's very late. For
Same
me.
here. If I could speak, I just had a bit of a. I was thinking about the prompt, right? Trans women are women. And I was just talking to Katie about it. I can't think of any other instance in the English language where we use the word are as an equal sign. Like as an equivalence. So normally are is used to attribute a quality, such as dogs are loyal, cats are dickheads, stuff like that. I can't think of any other instance where the word's used to say one thing is the same as the other thing. It just struck me as an interesting twist on the because I was going to ask First Amender what he thinks the word "are" means technically in that prompt.
Are?
Yeah, are, yeah. Trans women are women. What's the word "are" mean?
Like
No, it
or
doesn't.
like-
It doesn't mean like. It doesn't mean like.
Okay, well, would it be like? I mean, just pulling up a Google definition, it's second person singular present at first, second, and third person plural present of be, or a metric
doesn't really help.
unit of measure equal to. Oh, hold on, let me see here.
Can you define trans women without using the word woman or women?
No, hang on,
Yeah,
mate. Hang on, mate. I just want to
Yes,
finish this
trans
point.
woman
So
is
we could say.
biological
hang on, bro.
male.
Hang
No,
on,
no,
bro.
go ahead. Go back, Tim. My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to.
thanks, man. Yeah, thanks, man. So I could say 2 + 2 are 4. That like equals. But I can't think of any other instance in the English language. So I think that statement itself is actually a trap. I think it's a
Like,
call
what do you mean,
to.
Nick?
Well, trans women are women is really saying, are you prepared to
Well,
say?
so the English language is not like this, like perfect math, right? Where it
Oh,
can
no shit.
establish proofs. It's
No shit. So what?
well, so
I'm just
trying to
asking. I'm
equivocate it
asking
to
you.
math is
I'm
probably
asking
not.
you. It's an analogy, bro. Come on. You know better than this.
You're asking me the definition of R. What
Do you
is
know
the-
what's a really bad move, like a really bad faith move, is when you bring up an analogy and the other guy goes, "Oh, so you think humans are cars?" You know better than that.
No, I'm saying that
No, you don't know better than that.
the English language
doesn't.
is not perfect like you would
Yeah,
requiring
so
with
what?
math and proofs. So
I'm
trying
just
to
asking you.
trying
I'm
to
just asking you. I'm
equivocate
just
R
asking
to
you. I'm
equals
just.
isn't really correct, right?
No,
It's
he's
I'm
just-
asking
for
you what.
clarification, First Amender. Can you give him
Yeah.
clarification
Yeah,
on
bro.
that?
on how trans women are women. Yeah, they're
No.
trans women are women by gender.
When you're talking about the meaning of language that you're using, can you actually
Uh-huh.
untangle this and engage?
Yes. So I mean, to the definition of R,
Yes.
it's a plural of is and am. Like it's
What does it mean to you when you
It's
read
also
the,
something
when you
pirates say.
when you read the prompt? When you read the prompt and you said, "I agree, trans women are women." What did you think the word "are" meant?
as in is or am.
The same thing, like trans women are the same thing as women.
No, I don't. I wouldn't. go
So
that
you don't
far.
think trans women are women?
No,
Then what the fuck were you debating, bro?
I think you're being
You-
disingenuous. I
You
again
were on
am
the
referring to
affirmative.
the
You were
difference
on the
between
affirmative.
of
You were on the
sex and
affirmative of the
gender
prompt.
and how
You were on.
women can
You
or
were
trans women
on.
can be women by gender.
You were on the affirmative of the prompt, and you just
That's
said you don't
correct.
agree
I
with the
said-
prompt. Then what the fuck were you doing all night?
I again did not disagree with the prompt. I agree with the prompt that trans women are women by gender.
You just said they're not.
No, you're trying to
You
get a
just
gotcha.
did. You said
by
it 15
equivocating
seconds ago.
R and
That is a
equals.
got you. I'm not trying to get
Yeah,
a got
I know
you.
you're
That is a
trying.
got you.
Yeah, you're trying to do a gotcha.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
trying to equivocate R and equals. The English
No.
language is imperfect. No
Same thing.
shit,
Yeah.
right?
So
Isn't that what you
First
said?
Amender,
No shit, right? Shouldn't this be obvious
Equals
to you that equals is not
equals
R?
denotes truth or denotes exact. So A
English
equals
language
A.
is not
A equals A. So if you say
Oh,
say trans
Jesus
women
Christ.
are women, that means trans women
the
equals
entire
women.
is the entire after show just going to be this? Because I'll just leave. Oh, fuck
Trans
this.
matter.
No, it's
all
because you're
on you.
trying to gaslight and act as though it's like,
I'm
oh,
not
we all
gaslighting
clearly
anything.
know
You're
what
the
you
one
mean, but we don't.
equivocating a proof such as equals to the word are, which is an imperfect word, just like all words are in the English language. It's not a
Let me give you an example.
operating under the basis of proof.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, let me give you the example.
it's
Just listen,
the English
please.
language which is imperfect.
Just listen, right? I can say 2 + 2 = 4. I can also say 2 + 2 is 4.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying this is a false equivocation when it's not, because I just said like is and are basically same word here, and then equals I
Well,
use in the same
okay,
sentence.
to be
Question is,
fair,
are-
guys, hold
for-
up. To be fair, guys, do it with a plural.
Yeah, so
'Cause
so
it's not
R is just a
woman,
plural of
it's
Yeah,
is
two
and
women.
twos. Yeah, 2 2s are 4.
There you go. Well done. That's it. 2 2s
So
are 4.
R is the word. So you
Okay,
guys
yeah.
are quibbling
so-
over nothing.
So if you're
Exactly.
referring,
Trans women are women. So that is like he is engaging with the prompt. You guys kind of just quibbled over nothing just now.
thank you.
Who's quibbling?
You guys, because you guys said that R doesn't mean is, but it does if you're talking about plurals.
No, I was asking.
Women
No,
is
no,
a
no, no.
plural.
Okay, so
Easy.
then say
What First
then-
Amendment? One sec.
then
What
say,
First
well,
Amendment is saying is that
hang on,
equals
Terry,
and
hang on,
are is
Terry.
not the same thing, but it is.
Okay, who cares? Just say a trans woman is a woman. There you go. Make it singular. Okay, so what does the word is mean?
Okay.
What does the word is mean? A trans woman is a woman.
I have to look that up. I mean, that's a complex.
Do you really?
Equals.
Gives no
You
result.
haven't looked
It's
up the word
synonymous to
is?
equals.
Bro, you read books on endocrinology. Why don't you know what the word is means?
Because it's
2 + 2 is 4. 2 + 2 = 4.
Holy shit.
Same meaning.
You read books on neuroscience, bro. You've read the studies. You don't know what the fucking word is means.
I tell you,
Okay,
this is
so
what I
it would
said,
be-
Kieran. Like, you all thought I was a
is-
troll when I said truth is what is,
So-
and then we
so-
got into the definition of is, and
so
here we are.
Is would be like equal, homogeneous, uniform, isometric, or from different individuals of the same
Wait,
species.
was that? Did you
Is that
use the word
ChatGPT
equals there in the
or what?
definition of is?
It's one of them. Yes.
Yes. So it
Oh,
is. It means the same
shit.
thing. So it's not a false equivocation.
Okay. So what's your point?
Yeah. So basically, the prompt is saying you're saying trans woman equals woman. So you've just admitted that
gender,
you don't
yes.
believe that, which means you've just destroyed your own point.
By gender. The problem is that because people don't associate gender and sex from being separate, I think that biological women are the same of trans women. That's a silly argument because it's not true. The reality
So what's the
is,
difference? So what's the difference between a trans woman and a woman?
well, typically large or small gametes. It will also be XX chromosomes or XY chromosomes, but have different genitalia.
So they aren't the same thing then. So they aren't the same thing.
Correct. But by
Correct.
gender,
You did it
they
again.
are.
You just did it again. You
But by
just disagreed
gender,
with the
they
prompt
are.
again. This is like shooting fish in a fucking barrel. Holy
You're not.
shit.
You're not understanding by gender. The
Correct. I'm
entire
not
thing is by
understanding. That's
gender.
right. That's right. I'm not understanding.
Well,
You're not.
Dude, you're
oh, mate.
you
I'll
fucking
say this.
retard.
Oh, mate, if I can interject right now, he
Jesus
just
Christ.
continued
Sure,
the whole
sure.
debate 2 minutes
All right.
into the
Yo,
debate
yo.
by saying
So just
women
FYI,
aren't trans
it's 11:25, right?
women, are exactly
If I get,
Oh,
let me
the
listen.
rage
I
quit is
assumed.
coming.
Listen, I assumed
The
that
rage
this
quit
is
is
going
coming.
to be. I assumed that this was going to be, a good faith discussion, and that this would be moderated.
You haven't been
just
good
as
faith the
Speakeasy
whole
said,
debate.
that it
You
is
even turned
not
up
going
late.
to be. That you're
so
not going to be
First
shitty
Amendment,
towards
he's a
me. If you're
moderator,
just going to
Hold
be
up,
shitty
let him
towards me,
get off what he's saying.
if you're
Let him get
just
off
going to
what
be
he's saying.
shitty towards me, I'll be honest. I'm about 30 minutes past me going to bed. I have work in the morning.
Says the
right?
guy that's been insulting people all day.
so-
Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage
Please.
quit. See ya.
Goodbye. Have a good day.
Rage
Catch you
quit.
later.
Hey, I just want to
See
let
you,
you know,
pussy.
old mate, go fuck yourself. Original vintage, go fuck yourself. Tariak, go fuck yourself. Go be a hateful piece
I
of
got a
garbage. And I
girlfriend,
hope you
buddy.
guys
I
go
don't fuck
die. Have
myself.
a good day. Bye.
Enjoy your dildos.
That was
Like, but
crazy.
this is the thing. Like there was like I wasn't doing anything bad phase. I was literally saying like is
Yeah,
and
but like you
equal
guys got to
mean the same
remember,
thing.
there's like 7 of you and 1 of him, right? So like when one
Yeah,
asks
but
a
he
question
talked-
and then the other one butts in with a different question and the other one's finishing the question that was being asked, like that's fucking right. Like you just, what do you
Well, I'm
expect
just-
him to sit
that's-
around and
that's
listen to
fair,
that?
but-
I wouldn't.
But at the,
I
but at the
wouldn't
same
fucking
time,
listen to fucking 7 people
Well,
just
he
talking over
does
me.
that on behalf
So,
of
like,
7
I-
people.
at the same
I
time,
do wanna
Speed,
say something real
at the same, hang on,
You
hang
guys
on.
are you guys
At
are
the-
bad at this, right? Like you guys are so eager to get your fucking point off that you guys can't hold off while the other one's talking. I'm gonna tell you that's just an honest critique, right?
Well,
If you
that's
want to
fair.
get those off and
That's
get
a fair
those
point.
owns that you want, you have to let everybody like have a turn to talk. I'm just letting
Well,
you know.
Speed,
Rage quit like a bitch.
is it
I thought
fair?
that was a
Is it
W.
is it fair to is it fair to say, Speak, like I was the one talking, right? I was the one engaging with.
Yeah,
so
but
that-
Kieran, and you know how you are. You don't
Of
let
course
people finish answers ever. You interrupt people all the time, and then you
No,
ask
I-
irrelevant questions all the time. You know this,
So-
Kieran.
So I asked
I've
irrelevant questions.
critiqued you like that many times, Kieran, right?
So I asked irrelevant questions tonight.
Actually, no, that part you didn't do.
Thank you, brother.
That
Thank you.
that part
Okay.
was good. You stayed on
Okay.
point. That was good. I'll give you that.
But and the thing is, this guy was claiming that we're in bad faith because we were critiquing his argument. That's the part that gets me. No one hears bad faith. He just gets painted into a logical corner and becomes a little girl and starts calling everybody bad faith. He told everybody one by one to fuck off, and then he fucking rage quit. What did I do wrong? Right?
Well,
I'll
no,
go fucking-
okay.
yeah,
Remember,
yeah.
right at the starting, right? You asked him something, and before he could even get his answer off, Original Vintage asked him something. And
Yeah,
then it
and
went
I did-
back to
I
you,
apologize.
and then
That's fair.
Terriac got into it too. So he's
That's
already
fair.
talking to 3 different people trying to get one answer off. Do you understand? That's
I get it,
that's
but-
annoying, right? Like,
Yeah, but
That's annoying.
somehow on the derailer.
it's not that you were bad faith. That's
Not
not
at
what I'm
all.
saying. None of yous were bad faith at all. You guys all had valid arguments.
I do
That's
wanna-
not the critique I'm giving you. I'm giving you the critique of when you know that there's only one of them and all of you on the side. You gotta get your point off and let the other let one of you get your back and forth, then one gets a back and forth, then another gets, because if you all just go ba 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 and slam him like that, he's gonna leave.
That's fair.
They're always
That's
gonna
fair.
leave.
So
That's
Terry, yeah, can I ask you a question real quick? You brought up a great point
Mhm.
of the is and are equation, right? So when you brought this up, if this is correct, and I'm just going to ask this real quick, was this not a concession when he said that trans women and women are not exactly the same?
Yeah,
If
he's
that
saying
is
A.
correct. So
Yeah,
that would be a 2-minute into the debate concession before the debate even. This is crazy, but that's all I wanted to say
Yeah.
about that.
The way the prompt is phrased initially, like going on, like that's why Kieran's question is a good faith question, because the prompt is like trans women are women, and like R is the same thing. So trans woman is to say trans woman equals woman, but that's like saying not A equals
Yeah,
A.
but he followed up by saying by gender, not
Yeah.
because he separates the two definitions, right? That's what you guys need. Like that's in my opinion, that's the part to attack.
And
right?
that's what
To
I
make him-
rejected in the
to
debate.
make him
yeah.
have to say that it's different by his own definitions, right?
Mhm.
That's my that would
So-
be my opinion.
So,
But yeah, like
interesting-
he said by gender. So like, and I'm the one who like worded the prompt this way, right? So like I was thinking about it. I was like, did I fuck up when I worded this prompt? And I was like, no, if you're talking about more than one, you would say are instead of is.
Mhm.
So an interesting
Also,
tidbit is they used to have a video game where I think it's like an old D&D video game, and it said choose your gender. And we all knew what that meant when it said choose your gender. It meant choose your sex. So I could have brought up that example, but I didn't feel like I had to because I just rejected it outright. And then it's like he couldn't even reconcile any of this or entangle any of the hypotheticals I gave him. I mean, to the point to where it proved his case. So yeah, I don't know. This is just another
He can't-
Yeah,
I
I,
think,
I was hoping,
consistent.
because just real quick, an interesting thing that you could have done was to do like the whole like prove gender to me, the same way that like he would do I'll prove God to me and all this kind of shit. And then when he does that, but my studies and all this shit, it's like that's just argument of authority. Like, like I have
the
a particular
weird-
study that says
I feel like
this
I didn't
is this
even
brain
have to do
brain
that,
activity
though.
is male. You know what I mean?
I feel
Look,
like
the
I
weird
didn't
thing
even
was-
have to do that. A lot of his studies that he brought up, he just kept throwing papers and stuff. And then when I brought up the date, because I asked him a question, and then he said, "Well,
That was a
no,
good point.
I don't have a date." Then he said, "Oh, I don't know if a date was on there." Then he said, "I do have a date." So I'm just like, "What the fuck?" Like, I don't.
Yeah.
He was
He
all
also
over.
said,
he folds himself
he-
like a
he al-
pretzel. That's his problem.
he also-
and he's done this
he-
in multiple debates. He did it with
He
Jake
also,
Rabbit's Snake. The same thing happened.
he also said a date doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Right.
he said that too.
Like,
Yeah.
I think, Martae, you were asking, like, if we're talking about social constructs and we're talking about societal issues, they evolve over time, and you were asking, like, this year, today,
Yeah.
how many people are being, and he was bringing up, he brought up one study from 1981.
I said, so
That's
I
50,
asked him, I
it's
said,
50 years ago.
and this is my question. I specifically asked him, and you guys can rewind the tape on this. I said, in
Mm-hmm.
2025, where is this happening? And then he shows me a paper with all this stuff happening. And then I said, no, I asked you for the date 2025, where this, and it's like, this is when it just all fell through. And he started going to other studies and, you know, just started moving the goalposts, and then accused me of moving the goalposts. And I'm just like, whatever, this is a wrap. So, yeah.
But also,
I think
Martae, where you
what
where you made it,
Can I-
where you nothing. I'll just make one point, Martae. The thing
All
you
good.
did right, in my opinion, was you stuck with that question, because that's what these guys do. You'll ask one question and try to get a yes or no answer, or try to get a date, and they'll obfuscate and they'll duck and weave, and they'll go for 3 hours doing this. But you always came back, just answer that one fucking question, and it drives them nuts because they can't answer it,
He
because
tried
their
to run.
strategy is, yes, they obfuscate. They obfuscate all over the place.
He tried to run, and then he tried to go to, even when I asked for descriptors, when I just said the eyeballs, if we're just using eyeballs, he went to behavior of the mice, lordosis, all this other stuff. And I said, that's not what I'm talking about. If you want me to affirm gender by just how things look, can we get back to this? Couldn't even stay on this and engage with this, and went straight to behavior. And I'm just like, okay, again, like he did this several times throughout the debate. And I'm just like, okay, that's
Yeah,
what I knew
one thing that I just want to mention too, he makes this point a lot. He uses it a lot. The Hajaras, he brings up as this Asian group of people who
bro.
don't identify as man or woman. It's like this third sex. It's not. It has nothing to do with the point he's trying to make. If you look into it, the reason they do this is for ritual reasons. They're not trying to identify as a woman or a man. They don't believe they have it has nothing to do with sexual identity or anything sexual related. So it's just completely nonsense to like try to map that onto gender dysphoria. So he likes to bring that up. So if anybody else runs across it, it's complete bullshit.
Yeah, bro. I saw someone. I saw someone doing a history of trans. You know, trans have existed throughout history, and this guy was bringing up drag queens from Asia in the 80s. And I'm thinking, drag queens aren't trans, bro. They're definitely, the whole idea is it's men dressed as women. That's the joke. That's
and that could be
another
automated
thing that
too.
another thing he brought up is the whole rats and studying the mind chemistry and this type of
Trains
things.
the rats.
And for me, I hear that and I go, okay, so what you're saying is it's a mental disorder. Okay, great. We've known this forever. So, like, well, what does this prove? We know it's a mental disorder, and we treat it as such until a bunch of people lobbied and got the definition changed around in the scientific field. So, it's a non-point. It doesn't make any sense to bring that up, in my opinion.
And the funny thing about this is, throughout the debate, when I kept nailing the things, I try to keep pinning them. And mate, you're right about this, because when I try to hold him to account for these missteps that he had, and I magnified this and I kept nailing him on this. No homo, by the way. It's like he then started diverting to ad homs, and I'm like, bro, you're accusing me of being emotional. And he went to ad homs, and I'm like, that's when I knew it was a wrap. So,
Martae, somebody's gonna be really good at editing. They're
debate
gonna edit out the non, and it's just gonna be like you just saying homo over again. Talking about Neil.
Because we're going to do a comparative example on this. I think by super chat alone, tonight. So
yeah, speakeasy. When that one came in and it was asking about describing a person if they have long hair, and then the part "and is Canadian" when they put that part on that, I lost it, man. I was laughing my ass off.
So when I brought up the thing about him having a doppelganger, that's when he was like, I don't know. And I'm just like, hold on, you know everything when it comes to social constructs, except for this. He kept saying a spectrum, and I nailed it down to where it wasn't a spectrum. And we said, no, he's affirming that he's heterosexual. The other person says they're this. We know what they are. This isn't the spectrum you think it is. He still said, I don't know. And he couldn't reconcile this. And I'm just like, oh shit, here we go. Yep.
I honestly think there was a time, because he came absurdly late to this debate and then said, oh, it wasn't on my calendar. I reckon he had absolutely zero preparation to this, and he didn't know what the hell he was in for. I think even if he was prepared, you were still going to stomp him into the ground, just based on the argument alone. But the other thing, I think he was just like, crap, I'm going to try and defend this. And he just chat GPT'd and grokked his way through that.
Good.
and just got completely dismantled and went back to old debate topics that he's tried to use against other people. I think if you put this debate side by side with the one he did with Jake Rattlesnake, more than half of his arguments and topics, which by the way Jake dismantled, he used in this debate too. And he just keeps on repeating this cycle and thinks that somehow he's going to turn people to his cause. It's just ridiculous. And then
I think some people think
he just wants to abuse and start getting, he wants to talk about how you're an idiot, you're dumb, you don't know what's going on. And then he brings out 2,000 different studies he reckons he's got and thinks they're all great, which was part of what I meant by my super chat before. If you can convince enough people that, I've got all these stacks of paper, so it must be true. Well, no, there can be 2,000 idiots.
That's true. He's
5 people
he's also
correct, and he just will not acknowledge that ever because it just completely demolishes his position. He argues from authority, and it just simply doesn't work.
He's also so bad at roasting. I mean, listen to him trying to roast. It's a bit like that scene from Gran Torino when he brings the young boy into the barber shop or whatever his mate's shop, and they're trying to teach him how to roast. And the young fella completely fucks it up.
I remember that. That was actually that was pretty cool.
One thing I'll say real quick, Teriak, and I'll even speak to you on this because you're a champion debater on this channel already. So I'll say this, speaking to him using the authority fallacy right now, as I would say he's the authority according to my subjective thought process. So when you're debating somebody, regardless if they're an idiot or not, and they're dumb as shit, you take every debate seriously. And you do this in regards to even stupid people are extremely hard to debate. And you even know this, right? Can you at least affirm that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's true. It's hard to debate. It's even harder to debate stupid people. But him, I think he truly believes this and says that he transformed from one side of the spectrum to believing in Transformers. So I'm just that was kind of crazy too. But oh well, each their own.
When he described the fact that he read all these books on trans stuff, it did sound a bit like he got captured ideologically.
Yeah, indoctrinated more like.
Yeah,
he brought
it does. It's like he had
universities and shit like that, which is already a propagandist machine for feminists already. And I'm just wow, that's crazy. And I brought that up too. So
it's almost like sometimes these guys are so used to being in an echo chamber, and if you read 5 books, you're probably ahead of the curve on most people. So he's read 5 books or 6 books, and
I've read at least 1 book.
I haven't read any. I haven't read any books on anything.
It's crazy because I listen to audiobooks all the time, and as soon as I brought that up, he was like, audiobooks? So I'm like, okay, so you're just going to shoot down everything. But I do want to take this moment out of this whole conversation that we're having right now and give a shout out to Speakeasy and his wife, because they're literally existing, proving that this is not a fairy tale. This happened. So Coach Greg Adams and stuff, I'm going to conflate the two with this debate, showing that reproductive ends work in society as we continue, as these two people are living examples of a based ass patriarchal structure that we have living in Christ. Christ is God, by the way. But anyways, back to this.
Yeah, great stream, Speakeasy. Congratulations, man. Happy for you. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you. Yeah, it did go good. Yeah, it was good. I mean, the after panel, he got he had to leave.
Everybody was holding a tomato when he showed up, and they all threw it at once.
I'm not gonna hold hard feelings. Like I said, I get how frustrating that position can be.
The rat uterus thing was crazy, though. To say that, I was just like, "What?" But I can't talk about cars. But you can bring up other.
It was hard not to laugh. I can't lie.
I was like, "This is crazy."
I just kept thinking about Alex Jones and the frogs, and that's what I kept thinking about until we brought it up.
They're turning the friggin' rats brands, boys.
Yeah,
you not know?
Yeah.
He literally said that rats.
We got some more good ones coming up too, by the way.
He literally said that rats have an inner sense of their gender. right? That was his basis for his definitions. Was it's an inner sense.
I tried not to
And I
laugh
asked-
when I said this because when I brought up gorillas, he said, yeah, they can become mentally disabled and they have mental illness. And I'm just like, what? I'm going to refuse to engage in this shit. I was just like, you notice how I avoided that shit? Because I was like, this is just going to be a nonsensical rabbit hole and we're going to get bogged down on gorilla ape mental illness. And I'm just like, bro.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing that you did right tonight. I think was that first of all you stuck with one point at a time and you wouldn't let it go, which is perfect. The other was when it went completely retarded, you just went quiet.
Yeah.
And the third one was when he was throwing ad homs, you just took them. You just, nod your head, sit there. The only one who looked like a retard tonight was that guy, and that's not a bad result.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he
this was
wants
a-
me to put fuel on the fire and just say this, so that all I do, if I give him an ad hom, it gives him more justification to say, see, I was right. And I never gave him any of this. And I noticed this. So it's like, yeah, you can take him
Yeah,
like,
it's
like a
classic-
champ. He lost the
classic-
debate anyways.
The
So
class case of giving them enough rope to hang themselves, right? You just gotta let them talk, and the more he talks, the more insane it sounds.
Mo, it's not even that. Here's the thing though. Would you stop the enemy while they're self-deleting themselves? No. You don't do that.
But the important thing, Martae, I just want to ask you, how old is the Earth, bro? Just really need to know.
I was like,
It started when the dinosaurs built the pyramids.
This is crazy. He wanted to turn this into a theological argument, and I'm just like, I'm not doing that. This is stupid. I'm not engaging with this. So, I mean, he's going to have to go home with this fat ass L with me never answering the age of the Earth. It's like, how can we transition the Earth? It's as stupid as that question. It's so stupid. I don't know.
Well, it was also, I think he spoke about Sky Daddy. I think he said Christard. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but
He did say
he
that.
said something. And I thought he's one of these little fucking atheist bitches from fucking 2000 who watched Christopher Hitchens and fucking Sam Harris.
Yeah, and notice I never engage with any of this stuff, and that's
I
something
noticed,
that
yeah.
I'll say that when you do engage in all this stuff, it's like now you're off of the debate completely and onto something else. And the more emotional their argument looks like, the more control we have on our end. Just it's an optics nightmare to engage in all that stuff, the ad homs and stuff. To be honest, unless you're really good at roasting, that's the exception.
That's why we need Bricky here, right? That's what we need.
When I'm in debates,
Yeah.
I don't ad hom because it's only an ad hom if I'm using it to discredit their argument. I give my argument and tell them why they're stupid and then say they're stupid. That's usually how I do it.
Me
Well,
too.
that's not an ad hom.
I'll do the same thing.
If you can demonstrate their stupidness, that's not ad hom.
I also
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And that's what I told him. I was like, you're when I called him an idiot during the debate, it was because of frustration, because as you can see, he couldn't either answer this, kind of deflected, or didn't give me the answer that I asked for, which he did several times during the debate. I asked him directly for an answer. Then he gave me something else that was either non sequitur or danced around it. The 2025 was a clear example of lying. And I said, I called him a liar. Automatically, it wasn't an ad hom. It's because I truly believe this through the example of omission. And it's like, if you can't omit this and you're saying this with certain, and then you say, no, I was telling you the truth. It is 2025 and I can prove this, but never still showed this. I'm just like, man, I don't believe shit you're saying, and the audience doesn't believe it either. So yeah, crazy work. But yeah, this was a pretty good debate, man. I appreciate Speakeasy for letting me up, man. If you have any other debate Speakeasy, I'll take that on too. Teriak, it's like one of the best people I've debated was Teriak. I'll even admit that to him too. So
Oh yeah,
man,
we'll definitely
appreciate you.
have more debates for sure.
Teriak's a fierce debater. I think I got you in one. He destroyed me in the Crucible fucking debate that last. I was like fucking mad about that. But it's whatever because we're passionate about this, and that's good, man. We need more people like this for sure.
And if you guys want to train that skill and like to get as good as the little leprechaun here, if you want to get that charm in your debate, make sure you go to VK. Best place to test your skills.
Yeah, I think I got close enough to I got dethroned by Abe Dinkus in the last one. I think I almost won that Speakeasy. Barely lost that shit. I think maybe that was it. Yeah, I think I even got Speakeasy one time. I beat him one time. But Speakeasy is like, that's the last time we fucking let that happen, probably. So it's like, whatever. Good shit, though.
I
VK's a
barely
strange place.
win. When I'm in VK, I barely win. They never let me win. They always vote me off. Sometimes
You
they just
won one.
eliminate me without even putting me in a 1v1.
You won one recently, like you were last man standing, and then I think an anonymous
Yeah,
cash
that
app.
was the first time I won in such a long time, and then someone had to eliminate me.
It sucks, eh? It's a weird space because on VK you have to I'm speaking from experience here. I'm just going to do a little bit of a blow me on trumpet. You have to win debates. You have to survive the chat. You have to survive the assassins, the anonymous assassins, and the stars have to align. It's like part competency and part kind of chance. So it is kind of fun to win. It is. Going to say.
I'm gonna head out,
That's a
guys. I just
humble
want to
brag, by the
jump
way.
on and say
I
hi.
agree.
So I'll catch you guys later.
Good. I'll see you, Mo,
Peace.
soon in our
All right,
debate.
thanks for
I'm
coming
debating Mo
up.
next time on this channel.
Yes,
You guys
sir.
will be debating soon. Yeah,
Yes, sir. Take care.
have a good one.
I wish you luck, Mo, in our debate. So here's one thing. So he's completely right about the chat when he brings this up. One of the debates I had against Teriak, I came up and said, I'm just going to destroy. I was just starting to throw some shit drama because I was really hungry. And guess what happened? The chat kind of turned on me, right? And then the last debate against Abe Dinkus, I didn't do any of that shit. Next thing the chat was kind to me. So I can see the dilemma of you having to kind of play the crowd. So it brings the skill level up to some degree to where you actually have to be an entertainer and you have to be a really good debater too. So you have to win the crowd just like Gladiator when you hold the thumbs like this or this in the end. So it's like it's more of like a gladiatorial arena in that regard. So I'll say that too.
You've got to have eyes in the back of your head. I mean, my sign off on VK all the time is speak easy. You're a gentleman. Panelists, thank you for the hearty debate. And chat, you're a bunch of retards. I'm not even lying. I'm not even lying, right? Not even lying. Which they are, by the way.
I'm not touching that because I know they'll remember this, but it's how I go with the BK.
I'm trying to get you to do it.
Yeah,
trying to get you to do it.
Not catching the bait. Good shit though. Good try. Yeah, but if you guys got any questions, comments, criticisms, I'll implore that too. But anyways, this has been a good, hearty debate. I appreciate the panelists. Teriak, fucking mad respect to you, man. Current champion.
Appreciate you, bro.
And difficult to fucking tangle with. I hate the fact that you're good. If that can even make sense to if that makes sense. So I have a lot of hate for you, but it's in like a good spectrum, if I can use First Amender's logic. So back to you. I appreciate you in your picture on the bike. Good shit, man. Speakeasy,
Thanks,
man. I will say this publicly. I got your back against fucking Verse out there and all this other bullshit, man. I think that if we continue to hold our ground in this, I think that we'll continue to develop our own platforms. And I've seen yours develop as well too from the short time that I've been on YouTube. Congrats to you and your marriage. When we talk about this covenant, I appreciate you representing this, and it's guys that like you that I look up to as far as like holding down this matrimony and this covenant. That's good shit, man. So I look up to you in that regard. Everything else, I appreciate your professionalism, bringing me on board. And to his audience, man, you guys have been gracious. You guys could have roasted me, man. I'm all thick skin over here, but First Amender kind of did this to himself and deleted himself like this. I'll just do that. And yeah, he allowed this to happen. I just sat and ate popcorn the rest of the debate. That's it. Good shit, man.
I appreciate the kind words.
Talk soon, man.
More likes than viewers. That's what's up, bro.
It just means a whole bunch of viewers left, to tell you the truth.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, that is one thing though. I will. That's the only critique I've had is like with the after panels, right? If you want people to stay and engage with them, you definitely have to like do a more one-on-one thing. Welcome, Alec.
What's going on, y'all?
Welcome,
Hey, man.
welcome.
Alec,
How
I'll
y'all
say
doing?
so. You look like the corn star who plays a doctor, a plumber, and everything else. I'm just gonna say that right now. Just leave it at that. You just happen to have a beard. That's it. Not like I watch corn and all, but I'm just saying.
Oh, not like you watch it. It's just you know,
Yeah.
just
Not
throwing
like
that
I
out
watch
there.
it. I'm using First Amender's
Right,
playbook
right.
right now. Stop! Don't stop me already.
Gotcha. No worries.
Not like I'm doing a cell phone right now, but anyways. Hey, I was a
Uh-huh.
degenerate at one point. That's where I'm gonna go with this. So, anyways, yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Not still one.
Yeah,
Of
not
course.
still one.
Mhm.
Not still one. I can actually say that, but yeah, good shit.
Of course. So what's going on? What's the discussion topic? What are we blood sportsing about?
Well, the topic was first Amender was the side of trans women are women, and he already left. What's your
See.
stance on that?
My stance is, can I go grab a Coke real quick because I've just realized I forgot to grab one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second.
Notice how on his screen it transitioned from a person to a chair, but he doesn't. The First Amender doesn't want me talking about cars and equivocating this to rats. Crazy work there. Yeah, I don't know. He was just. I was thinking that he was going to be a no-show, and then he shows up to the debate like 30 minutes late on BP time, and then I get First Amender fatigue afterwards. So I don't know. Still worth it. W. So.
All right, sorry. I did just get back from work. It is late, but I wanted to hop in for a bit because I'm just addicted to talking. So here I am. But yeah, my stance is that yes, trans women are women. Yes.
I figured that's. Who would like to engage? I'll let you guys engage, but don't you remember? Don't all fire 5 different questions at him.
I mean, you can if you want. I can only take one at a time, though.
I'll go quick. So if trans woman equals woman, can a woman then become a trans woman?
Wait, what? Can a woman become a trans woman? What do you mean?
Yeah, can a woman become a trans man and then transition back to becoming a woman?
I guess if they want to, sure.
Yeah, so like in terms of this dynamic, like the whole aspect of like if a trans woman is a woman, they wouldn't need to transition back. They'd just be a woman.
I have no idea what you're trying to say. I'm sorry. I'm trying to
Yes.
understand.
Try
Yeah, so like
try this.
okay, go ahead again.
Thanks, Teriak. Can A be B? Like, can A equal B?
Oh, can A equal B? No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, but
It
I'm
depends,
assuming
really.
no.
You had it right, bro. You had it right, and then you pivoted.
Well, it depends because A and B are just placeholders. So if A is 2 and B is like 1 + 1, then yes, A equals B. But I understand.
Okay, so what if
I'm not trying to be pedantic. Sorry.
No. I appreciate it. If can 1 equal 2?
No.
Okay, that's okay. Teriak, over to you.
Okay, yeah, so like this whole aspect of like if you're whatever way you define a woman, right?
Mhm.
The characteristics, whatever way you want to define it, to then say that a trans woman, which clearly will have different characteristics of what a woman is because they're not a woman, they're trying to transition into becoming a woman. Try and say that a trans woman equals a woman is illogical. You're trying to say A equals not A.
But a trans woman is a woman. So like you're saying a trans woman becomes a woman. I don't see it that way.
So-
yeah, transitioning and becoming is same thing.
The transition has to do with social and physical elements that were not present before that person wants to be present. It's like if I work out and I transition from being a scrawny weakling into a buff gigachat or whatever.
Well, maybe
but
this question.
that
Maybe this
wouldn't change my
question would.
gender.
That's weird. So
Maybe this question could change give some perspective. Who was the woman of the year in Time? Was it Caitlyn Jenner? Who was
I don't keep up with that. I don't know.
Okay, well we'll put it this way. Before a trans woman transitions, are they a woman?
Yes, because the transition has to do with like again physical and social elements.
Yeah, so like a person like a guy transitions from male to female when they're 18. When they were 14, were they a man or a woman?
They were neither. They were 14.
Were they a boy or a girl?
Well, that depends on how they view it. Some trans people view it as I was socially raised.
I'm asking
as
you.
a boy.
I'm asking you what you. I'm asking you.
I'm
what
not
you
trans. I'm not trans. You need to ask a trans
So?
person. It's different for all
So?
of them.
So I'm not a slave owner. I still think slavery is wrong. So what?
As I'm trying to tell you, it's different for them. So like some people might say,
How do
yeah,
you know?
I
How do you know you want trans?
because I talk to them. What do you mean? Have
But
you ever talked to a
but
trans person?
you just said that you don't know because you want a trans person, and now you're explaining what trans people think.
Come on, man. You're being so uncharitable. What I said was it's different for them. It's different for everybody. It's a different experience.
Okay. So was when someone transitions from male to female at 18, were they a boy or a girl at 14?
Again, it's different. Most will probably say I was always a girl, but some might say, well, I used to be a boy and now I'm a girl. It's a subjective experience. You have
Right.
to
So
like,
you
sit down
haven't.
and
So
talk
you
to them.
haven't. So you haven't formed an opinion on this. You're just relying on what people tell you.
I mean, I have to rely on what trans people tell me to know what goes through trans people's heads. Yes.
Do you need to rely on what people tell you to know if a man can become a woman?
I don't view it as a man becoming a woman. I view it as a trans woman being a trans woman, like a woman. They are
That's
a type of
great.
woman. It's like being a black woman. It's like
A
being a
type
tall
of
woman. It's
woman.
like being, yeah.
Really? Really? A type of woman? A black. Okay, now we're going black woman.
Yes.
How many types of women are there?
As many as there are stars in the sky, I suppose. It's just like as a descriptor. You can put any adjective in front of woman and it becomes a type of woman.
Like a fat woman, an ugly woman, a mean woman.
Sure.
So there. Okay, so the word woman, has that got any meaning?
Yeah, there's got social prescriptions and
So what does the word? So what does the word woman mean?
well, it means different things to different people.
I'll say, for example, like the one thing that a fat woman, a Chinese woman, a disabled woman, they all have one thing in common. They're all women. What do they have in common? What do they have in common?
They identify as women and present as such.
Oh my God, I'm going brain dead right now.
Sorry to hear that. I hope you get better.
That's okay. That's okay. But if you aren't brain dead, you won't really understand.
Okay, well, I'm not, so I wouldn't, I guess.
Yeah,
I
so
can't
like
empathize with a brain dead person.
just to clarify real quick, like just because a magician, quote unquote, does magic on stage, does that mean that like when they saw a woman in half, supposedly, is the woman actually getting sawed in half?
I would hope not. No.
Yeah, so like just because you present as a woman or identify yourself as a woman does not necessarily make you a woman, correct?
What do you think a woman is?
Adult human female.
You could answer the question, bro. You could answer the question.
Okay, well, I think that a woman is anybody who identifies as one. So I
Do you,
ask you what you think.
Do you understand that's circular reasoning? Do you understand that?
Okay, that's why I'm asking you for your definition so that we can get a better one. So you think adult human female, right?
No. I think a woman is one half of a dimorphous reproductive system whose entire body, entire system, DNA, organs, everything is arranged in a way to fulfill a role within that dimorphism.
Okay, so if I put a person in front of you and ask you, point to whatever makes this person a woman, what are you pointing to?
The whole thing.
The whole thing?
Yep.
Meaning,
yeah, that's a woman. That's a woman, bro. I kind of know one when I
just
see
put
one.
a person. No, I just put a person in front of you. I didn't say a woman. I said I put a person in front of you. How do you determine whether or not this person is a woman? You can do whatever you want to them. You have full consent. You can run whatever test you want. You can look whatever you want.
It must be really hard for you on the fucking dating market, bro, if you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman.
I'm married, thanks.
So you know the difference. How did you figure out your wife was a woman? What did you point to?
She told me.
Oh my God. Well, that's a dude. Be careful.
Oh, mate, I would ask him if anybody can identify as a cop and be a cop.
No, because
they
a cop
can't.
has no.
Why is that?
Because a cop has a specific role in society. Like there's a functional purpose to being a cop, which is at least in name, or at least in on paper, to defend the public good, right? Like that's their role. The role of a woman is just kind of a social construct that we all get behind and say these are the normal things that women do and wear and act and say and whatever.
Yeah.
And
So if there was no sorry, bro. So if there was no social pressures on men and women, could we tell the difference? Could we tell the difference between them?
Not necessarily, no.
Bro, you're killing me right
This is crazy work.
I'm sorry, I'm killing you, right?
now. You're killing me, bro.
Tell me what I can do to stop killing you.
I'm gonna take it back. I'm not brain
Ease your
dead.
burden.
I'm not brain
Not
dead.
brain
You are.
dead? Okay.
So
okay.
if there was no,
This is news
if there
to
were
me.
no, if there were no social pressures on gender, you couldn't tell the difference between a man and a woman.
Well, how would you tell the difference? I already asked you and you couldn't answer.
I just look at them. I just look at them.
Okay,
Can
you
a
look at them
trans
and see
man
what.
get a
What do you
woman
see?
pregnant?
Well, I want an answer to. I mean, I can answer that, sure, but I wanted an answer to like what you see that tells you that a person's a woman or not.
The shape of their body.
Okay, like
The
what?
difference.
Like,
the
Kieran,
different.
then
The
you're saying trans women are in. Kieran, just let Martae continue what he was saying. You just said trans women are women by saying the shape of their body makes them women. Come on, Kieran.
that's
Pull
bullshit,
it
bro. That's
together,
bullshit.
bro. Pull it
That's
together.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
No,
they
it's
can't
not.
change.
If your definition of
can't-
a woman is I look at them, then it's like anybody
That
can
wasn't
just
my
say anyone's a
definition.
woman.
That wasn't my. That
That's-
wasn't my definition.
That is. He
wasn't-
asked you what's your
No, he
definition
asked-
of a woman, Kieran.
He didn't. He asked me how I recognize one. He asked me how I know.
Okay, well,
He didn't
yeah.
ask me
So
the
what you
definition.
point to is the shape of their body. He could just say, "Okay, I point to the same thing." Like him
it's-
saying they tell me, and you saying I look at them. I don't know if you think that's better, Kieran. It's not.
It is.
Both
It
of
is.
your
Why is
arguments
it-
sound dumb there.
How?
Just
How?
saying.
How?
You just look at them, Kieran?
Well, speak. You can't tell the difference between a man and a woman by looking at them.
Some of them are really fucking good at tricking people, man.
You
Yeah.
can
You want me
still
to do
tell.
you want me to do
can
the
still
test
tell.
with you right now, Kieran? You sure you want to do this? You want
Okay,
to do the
we'll try it.
test? See if
Yeah,
you
we'll
can
try it.
tell the difference every time?
I'm up for it.
You sure?
Yeah, that's why I
I'll give it a go.
First Amendment.
Because I'm
Let's
going to
go.
ask you if they're hot too.
Yeah.
some of them are.
You ready to say a guy's hot, Kieran?
Yeah.
Don't show me
In front
Blair
of
White.
everyone?
Don't show me Blair White.
No, it doesn't need to be Blair White. No.
Hey,
Wait,
easy.
that was an admission. That was an admission.
Listen,
I am starving, and
It's
I gotta
possible.
run, man. I appreciate you guys. Alec Gunter, if you want to have this debate later on, let me know because I will decimate this debate as well too. But anyways, back to this.
Sounds good.
Speakeasy. It's just
Speakeaser.
I'm so fatigued from
Speakeaser.
First Amender. That's where this is coming from. But anyways, Teriak, all mate. I appreciate your guys' input. Gunter, yeah, love the debate as well too. But anyways, back to this. I appreciate your base ass chat. Once again, showing up. I appreciate all you guys tuning in. Hit the like button, send your super chats, and grift away, guys. Anyways,
yeah.
speak easy.
Open
Once
chat.
again, I'll see you soon, man. And you guys stay cool. And Christ is God.
Take it easy,
You
Martae.
as well. Thank you for
All right, have a
coming.
good night, man.
For sure.
See you, Martae.
Yep.
God bless.
God bless. Okay, back to this. Let me go ahead and just minimize this shit. That was a crazy stream. That was a crazy debate. Oh man, I just loved tearing the shit out of this guy, man. No homo once again. I loved defeating First Amender. Of course, to me, this was a good debate and fun for all to have, especially. He didn't have any good solid points in his debate. When he did bring up science, I tore the paper to shreds, showing that it's not valid because you can't bring up 2000s data showing that this is currently 8% happening and 9% and all this. When I asked for 2025 data showing its relevancy, he couldn't pronounce anything. Produce evidence, not pronounce. Of course, I'm having a bit of First Amender fatigue right now. I'm trying to pronounce shit. Plus, I'm hungry too. But anyways, crazy stuff, man. crazy cope. It ended up just being a cope stream at the end when he started doing ad homs and all this. Yet I refuse to engage in this stupid how old's the earth stuff. And I'm just like, I don't care. If you want to set a debate for this, I didn't show up for a theological debate. I showed up to destroy his debate. And this Alec G guy that showed up at the end for the comments, he would get thoroughly destroyed too. Because I haven't even, in the data that I showed, in my notes that I showed, I didn't even go through half of this. And First Amender floundered in the end. Once again, another W by me, yours truly. I appreciate you guys tuning in. This was good. Watching him get thoroughly wrecked on this topic was good. I know you guys came for the blood. You guys saw the blood. Even in the beginning of this, when he showed up, I said, I'm not taking your bullshit apology. Let's just move forward with the debate. Fuck all that. Like, I literally just told him this. And then Speakeasy was like, wow, Martae's ready to get on. Yes, of course. I'm not playing when it comes. He already disrespected my time, disrespected me with ad homs, and disrespected my intelligence by saying, oh, you're moving the goalposts because you want to get more concise answers. This is stupid. For somebody accusing me to have low IQ, he doesn't engage in anything. Then when I call him on his bullshit, he then says moving the goalpost, and you know the rest. You guys saw it happen in real time. Good stuff, man. Yes, I know. Careful, Martae. You talking about tearing rear end feet may get excited. Yeah, crazy. I need to exert caution. Let's get back to these super chats real quick. Ruben Cervantes says, for the grift. Yes. Ken says he is scared. This is pertaining to when he didn't show up. Relentless RG, my fearless ironclad mod, ruling with an iron fist in the chat, says for stopping the boop ba boop. Yeah, I did stop that. Scabby McScaverson says, how many times First Defender going to participate on this prom? I've only ever seen him lose at Glutton for Punishment. Yeah, I know, crazy work, right? Crucible Crusader, congratulations on getting monetized, Martae, for the support, brother. Not one step back. Yes, salute. Sarcastic Saint, Martae, check your mic because it sounds weird. Yes, my mic was acting up. Thankfully, I corrected this later on in the debate. Work academics, Coach Greg Adams beat Andrew down. Our non-state recognized union subject to the family court. No, they're not. I didn't see the beatdown as one side didn't get prescriptions and Andrew did. One side accused Andrew of having a fairy tale and Andrew said, hey, I exist. I have a nuclear family. We're working our way down to showing that you guys have nothing. My marriage holds up. Speakeasies holds up. I can literally point to success where you can't. So I don't get this. This is for the Andrew Wilson fanboy. Have you heard of alimony? I mean, I can engage in this later. Andrew Wilson, I'm a fan of one of my good friends. He's one of my best friends. So, let me bring this up. This is what I was reading, chat. Appreciate the $5, though. I appreciate the support. Kokomo for 10 says nothing. Shows the support. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Just wrapping this up. You guys came for the blood. You guys saw the blood. Good stuff, man. I appreciate you guys tuning in to yet another W of a debate. This is good stuff, man. This one I can't say was a more objective W. You know, I affirm the W on this debate. I know that Cool Vic is gonna do a review on this debate. It's gonna be pretty hilarious. Good content to cover. I wanted to give you guys blood. You guys got blood. There will be more. I have a debate coming up with Mo Rebuttal, which is going to be interesting because I actually like him as a good associate in the debate sphere. He's also a self-professed Christian too. This will be interesting. It will be on, does the red pill benefit man or something like that. Anyways, good stuff. I look forward to chatting with you guys soon, but I will be signing off. I am starving. I got to get my meals in. Talk to you guys later, man. I wish I learned how to rate people, but talk to you guys later, man. I appreciate it. Christ is God. Stay safe out there, people. Stay based.